right, everybody, welcome back to another day of Alpha Cup. I know many of you are pretty excited after a lot of very competitive games that we had yesterday. We saw some upsets. We saw a lot of back and forth games. I'm sure, many of you are looking forward to some of the crazy stuff that we have to see today. But if we go through this real quick, many of you will have seen this yesterday. And we get to actually see the little bit storied history of Alpha Cup in Bar, and you see a lot of these names, many of which you will recognize currently in the tournament that we're watching right now. Many of which we have not seen in some time, and hopefully one day we will see again. But Alpha Cup's been kind of the main 1v1 tournament of the year, and I think this one has been the biggest 1v1 tournament of the year ever. For Bar, maybe actually biggest tournament. Not sure. Maybe some of the team tournaments have had more individual players. Not 100% sure. Gonna be close on that one. Many of you are probably wondering, okay, how this format's gonna work. And luckily, I have two people here, Barcast, Batak. Maybe one of you could go over this this schedule we have today.
Barcast, wanna take it away?
Go for it, P-Tech.
Nice.
Oh, you take it away. I gotta attend to some announcements now.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're going to be starting here soon with the semifinal match. We'll be taking a quick intermission. After those are wrapped up, we'll come back, have an interview with our finalists, and strap in for a fairly epic best of 5. We'll see how it goes. But they're going to be fighting over a crown and some cash. Personally, I think the crown is a little more what I would be interested in, but yeah.
Yeah, we all want that, a little bit of bling for our commanders in game. That's the goal. We don't need this money. We can't buy bling with this money, all right? But we can buy it with skill. And if we go look, these are our 6 finalists of the games today. Do we have any predictions here between any of these players, Barcast? Who are you thinking has the likelihood to be in the finals here? Not even who will win, but who do you think will make it to the finals?
Well, I said yesterday I thought Autopilot seemed to be in pretty good shape. I'd kind of expect him to make it to the finals, but really past that, I'd say any one of these players could make it there. Unfortunately, Randy would have to. Well, I guess he could lose to Autopilot and then win 2 of the lower bracket matches, so we could end up getting a rematch of one of these quarterfinals, right?
That would be cool. I mean, we were talking about it a little bit before the stream, but the the Autopilot Randy just back and forth the last few 1v1 tournaments have been just such a joy to look at. There's hints of mind snipes, always in the back of Autopilot's mind whenever he's facing this Randy guy. But yeah, I feel like we can't discount, Bloatier, X Factor, even Flying Duck looking incredibly strong. And how about the upset yesterday of Kuchi beating Chisato on Mariposa to knock him out? How about that?
Yeah, pretty insane. Although, we have talked about Chisato, playing from Japan, it being early. Some might say he's even washed. So, I don't know. Sure. Kuchi's a pretty dangerous player. Nothing against Chisato, but I mean, Kuchi has some magic. I don't know how to describe it other than he'll just get into your head somehow, and it's just tough playing against him. So nothing to take away from the skill of Chisato, and I'm kind of making jokes about it. But Kuchi is a very strong player, and he knows how to navigate tournament games. I think probably better than, I don't want to say anybody else, but it's just something to see. I don't know how he does it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think really for me, Kuchi has been the one out of everybody to really, I think, embrace the new buffed Banshees and really implement them in basically a lot of his gameplay. And it's just hard to deal with. He just has these timings that he seems to hit with just Banshees all over the map, destroying mexes. He's fighting units with them. He's just using them very effectively. And I'm wondering if that's going to continue. I'm wondering if he's going to be able to keep doing that, or if maybe players will have adapted to it. But I mean, I know we have some pretty impressive stats here from basically a lot of these players, right? We have multiple like Alpha Cup, at least placements. We have a few wins here. It's pretty impressive actually how much these guys have been consistent. And we do have a single person here who has not placed in any Alpha Cup yet, except for this one, which I know I said it yesterday and I said it earlier. I'm actually very impressed with actually how good Flying Duck has been looking. What do you think he has a good chance to keep going forward here, Barcast, or like how do you think his chances are? I guess as a player,
I feel like Flying Duck's someone you like want to be rooting for because kind of like the perceived underdog perhaps, despite being like excellent at the game, kind of in all facets of it. But I feel like I hate to say he's like the weakest player here just because he's made it like this far into the tournament, but it's gonna be a tall order for him. Like I guess like any one of these guys, like you have to, if you're Blodeer, you have to get through Autopilot and X Factor. If you're Kuchi, you have to get through Randy and Autopilot too. So it's just like the deeper you run, the harder it becomes, right? So I'll be rooting for him.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I think all of us would like to see all of these sets hopefully going the distance. I mean, some of us maybe are thinking like, okay, this is long and horrible, but I think I personally want to see some competitive games, some long competitive games. So I know specifically many of you will have seen, yesterday. This is the map pool. Correct me if I'm wrong, Barcast, but we are going to have a special map, I think, for both the best of 3 and the best of 5 today.
Yeah, this is something a little bit different we decided to do for this tournament. We actually have a few special maps that will be played as game 1 in these series, right? So what is it like?
Let's see.
Harder Steps is one, right?
Yeah. So
Barryian
for the loser semifinals, we've got Barryian Tar Lake, which is also going to be played as the first map of the quarterfinals on the upper bracket. Then the lower bracket semifinals is going to be played on High Noon first. So pretty interesting maps with we have a lot of water in the middle. And then the upper bracket finals is Tabula Flooded. Nobody knows how to play this one, so it's going to be interesting. And the last one is, or sorry, not the last one, but the losers finals is going to be played on Pawn Retreat Classic. And then the grand finals will feature Sound Crowns as the first map.
Well, I mean, that's definitely going to be interesting, seeing a lot of these maps played, but, many of you will probably be interested to see what the bracket looks like. So today, some of you might be wondering why we're not going with Autopilot Randy first. Randy needed a bit of time to get here, and, we're going to try and accommodate him as he is this Autopilot, Randy said, we don't want to see it end on a forfeit. That would not be fun. So we're going to do the Flying Duck Blodeer set first, and then we're going to do the losers bracket, which is Pro Revan X Factor Live versus the loser of that set. And then hopefully swing back around, maybe a little break in between, and hopefully Randy will be here. We can get a good set between him and Autopilot, and then continue the tournament. Well, do we think we're good to start picks and bans, Batak, or what are you thinking? Do we need to talk about anything else? Can we go look at a nice little podium?
I mean, I did ask to buy some time for Randy to run into his matches.
That's true.
But no, we are completely fine to start now. You've done a great job. We are 10 minutes in, so some time has been bought already.
Look, so what I'm hearing is we need Blodeer and we need Flying Duck to give us a nice long best of 3.
Oh, yeah.
I got a question for P-Tech before we get started. Like, what did you think about the games we saw yesterday? I know we've been making some balance changes to here past couple months. Is there anything that stood out to you, like that you liked what you saw, that you disliked?
I was kind of positively surprised, to be honest, because I was thinking about making some balance changes right before the tournament, right before it, like 3 weeks ago, although we postponed this after the tournament because, we were really aligned with the balance team on what we want to change. So the balance is largely what we have seen in the last BPL, right? Which is what really surprised me, that the games kind of feel a little bit fresh. It seems like the meta has shifted a little bit more into, let's say, Armada, some more Banshees on the field, some more interesting units. Like, well, I guess that's dictated by the map set as well, right? You have this dig side, which provokes players to use a lot of all-terrain units and a lot of bots and stuff like that. But otherwise, I think it's pretty interesting how the games went so far.
All I heard was we're buffing Armada, so that's all I gotta. No, I was pleasantly surprised too, and I feel like when we see kind of like 50-50, not exactly perfectly balanced between Cortex and Armada, it seemed like it, right? Which I don't know the exact stats, but it's just cool to see. It's not just grunt versus grunt every matchup, every game, right? So pretty personally, I'm pretty happy where the balance is at, and
you still have those those mainliners like Tsar doing a lot of work, Razorbacks, Leash, and stuff like that we have seen in previous tournaments as well. But these units are it's kind of obvious that are going to always be good for 1v1s, macro play and individual units doing a lot of work because they are basically quick or have high range or just basically high impact. But otherwise, I think we have seen some more units than usual, and I'm pretty happy about that, especially about the all-terrain stuff.
So what I'm hearing is termites are in a great spot, is what I'm hearing, and what I've actually seen. They won a game. They won a game yesterday. That's all
apparently.
It takes.
Yep.
That's all it takes. I have to personally, kind of agree with Barcast. Admittedly, being more from the watcher end, so starting when I first started Bar, and 1v1 is mainly grunt on grunt. Actually, seeing other labs and seeing a decent amount of diversity in 1v1 is actually very, very fun to watch. Very interesting games. So today we actually have a decent amount of casters that we're going to be rotating through. So I think for correct me if I'm wrong, but the first caster I have with me is actually Requiem, as the first co-caster for at least a little while. Hopefully Requiem's here.
Hello.
Oh, okay, we do have him. All right, nice. We'll then move into, a couple others. We might get a little Ragnar in here, a little Barcast, maybe even Brightwork, should he decide to show up if he has the time. And I mean, hopefully, unless we got any other questions for Patak, I think maybe it's time to get these guys to get into their picks and bans.
I'm good. I think we can go ahead.
All right. Let's see if we can actually get, hopefully Bloater and Flying Duck are here. I'll move over. Okay, so Bloater banning FTL. I'm a little disappointed, though I do understand it. I'm a little disappointed.
I'm a big fan of FTL, so it's a shame that I'm not going to get to see it.
I am too, man. I get this. I get it. The players, not a big fan. Devil's Post Piles are second ban. But it is a fun map. It's a fun map to watch. That's kind of, in my mind, reminds me a lot of Shallow Strait and how, like, the players either love it or hate it, and it's always just a fun one to watch. So Devil's
Post Piles is an interesting map as well, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it's a cool map.
It's like it's all open, but it's not at the same time. So it's like really interesting to see how players kind of skirt around the edge of the map rather than going straight through the middle, which is what you generally see on most 1v1 maps.
Yeah, I agree. It's open, like you said, but like the combo of it being water and like there's some amount of choke points with the I guess the posts with the piles on top of them, but it actually ends up being kind of a turtley map, really, kind of like pretty more consistent tier 2 map, which I mean is always fun to see in 1v1. Okay, so Bloater banned Eternal Consequences. I have not seen that map played yet. I kind of want to. I'm a little disappointed.
Not in the tournament, but I've seen it played just generally, and it's definitely an interesting one. There's a lots of crystal, like, you know, Feast and Theta crystals around, but yeah, I can see why they haven't picked it though. It's a bit of a unknown.
Well, Pools of Illis is Flying Duck's follow-up ban, followed by Bloatier banning Argent Strata. Another one I kind of wish I could see, at least in a tournament setting. Yeah, I guess, right? Like, these maps, relatively new. It'd be super cool to see, I think, in like a competitive format.
Be surprised if Mariposa Island gets picked, though, considering how big a map that is. And the fact that it's got water in it as well, that plays quite a key role.
Yeah, Mariposa, weirdly popular. In the one BPL I saw it, it was a weirdly popular map. With kind of what you said, it's kind of just, it's huge. It's got a lot of water, but it's kind of an interesting play. A decent amount of diversity. I mean, not the most compared to some of these maps, but it's interesting. So what do we have? We have left. We have Dig Site, Boreal, and then Theta crystals, right? Is our last three?
Yeah. Seen a lot of love for Boreal Falls, so I think that will probably be one of the ones that will end up getting played. I think.
Yeah, it does seem popular. A lot of players. I've seen a few like just pub games in the last few days where a lot of people are playing that map. It does seem a very popular 1v1 map. Oh. Flying Duck banning Theta crystals as his last map. So we have Mariposa and Dig Site? Wait, how did the... Oh, no, yeah, Mariposa, Dig Site, or Boreal. So Bloatier's picking Mariposa. And then I believe it's up to Flying Duck to pick between Boreal or Dig Site, or...
Yep.
Okay. I don't even know which one, what are these two? I mean, I feel like, you know, Flying Duck looked very strong on Boreal yesterday. As that was I don't even want to say it was an upset, but it was a little bit of an upset of him actually knocking X Factor to the losers bracket on Boreal Falls.
X Factor's been #1 in the leaderboards for God knows how long now. So yeah, the fact that he lost to Flying Duck is quite an upset.
All right, okay, we have our maps: Barryian Tar Lake into Mariposa into Boreal Falls. And looks like they're getting right into it. Oh.
Both Barryian Tar and Mariposa are very large maps, so we could see this quite easily go to Tech 2 and maybe beyond if they kind of are both a bit slow on the pressure.
Yeah, I'm curious how Barryian Tar plays in a 1v1 format. I mean, I've seen this a lot in 8v8. I've seen it a lot in small teams. In a 1v1 format, it seems like such an interesting map. So many mechs, it's so big. There's geos. The wind speed is insane. I'm not even sure who I even necessarily favor on a map like this. Do you have an idea of who you would think is going to come out ahead on a map like this, Requiem?
I would probably say the person that plays the most 8v8s has probably got the most experience on the map.
That's probably true.
But at the end of the day, it is just a large flat map in essence. Like, yes, there is tar that does slow your units down a bit, and there is some slight hills and the geo points, of course. But realistically, I don't think it's going to get to the point where they're really going to matter.
Yeah, I actually wonder, do you think either of these players is going to play around the tar, right? Like, I know, you know, vehicles are super rough on the bots even bots are rough, I guess, but you know, there's a little lesser known build in 8v8 where players would actually end up going hovers on the tar because they didn't have the speed debuff. I have a feeling we're not going to see that in 1v1, but weirder things have happened. Well, they're gonna get in there, and I see that we actually have both players opting to start as Cortex. think
Neither of them queuing up a factory just yet, though.
yeah, I think this factory choice is actually going to be very, very interesting. What they're going to pick here. You know, Tar Lake does have a decent amount of reclaim, right? You can, I think you can opt to go bots pretty easily. Yeah, Flying Duck is going to go bots. And I think you know, I think it is a little easier maneuvering on this Tar with bots, and it is gonna be a little easier than going some tank build, I guess.
Yeah, but with the speed bonus that the vehicles have, I could see players choosing to go vehicles to be able to expand quicker, but then you are giving up the ability to cover more ground. There's a lot of ground to cover, so having a lot more units on the field kind of does make more sense.
Yeah, I could see a case for both here, as there are quite a lot of mexes to expand to. Pretty somewhat similar builds, although Flying Duck opting for 3 cons before any units versus Bloater's 2.
Yeah, very greedy start then from... well, actually, if you look how many wins that Bloater has built already. He's really churning out those windmills rather than like pushing that first con out.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be interesting. I'm assuming he's going for a way more aggressive build here compared to the greedy start of Flying Duck. But the map is quite big. I wonder if he'll actually even be able to punish here, as 3 cons are out, and there's not really units anywhere close to even the halfway point, right? Like, I imagine this is actually relatively safe to go this 3-con build.
The map's so big by the time you... I mean, if your opponent was Armada and they had ticks out, maybe, but the time that these grunts come out, they'd be able to defend. So, a calculated move by both of them.
I mean, and if you look at it, funny enough, I mean, I guess it looks like Bloater has, you know, added on a 3rd con pretty early. And realistically, their army is basically dead even. I mean, there's a slight advantage for Bloater, but it's basically even.
Bloater's just got his 4th con out at basically around the same time as Flying Duck, but Flying Duck has gone for a con turret. Whereas Bloater is still con turretless.
I mean, that is going to be eventually pretty important, right, on a map like this, is you're going to have so much metal and so much energy that you're going to need to scale your BP very aggressively to keep up. Which, you know, I imagine Bloater, of all people, probably pretty aware of that. And this does kind of scream, yeah, that Flying Duck is going to go for a calm expand, although it didn't even finish the con turret before doing so. Ooh, wait, a little pick-off here. Flying Duck loses a few grunts on top of gonna lose a mex and maybe even a con.
Not only that, but just behind 2 more grunts have managed to make it around the commander. They probably aren't going to be able to get any value, but still drawing away units from the front.
Yeah, and a con does go down. Flying Duck loses one of his expanded constructors, and quite a few grunts on the front line are, you know, about to hit his base. Though a nice little counterattack on the other side. That was gross. Bloater with the blueprint block actually blocks both grunts into the mech's death explosion and kills both of them. Kind of inside. I don't even know if that was like calculated. That was very lucky that the mech's explosion killed both of those. You know, I might just say calculated. I think we'll just look at Bloater and say that was a calculated play. Ooh, another con under threat here, but it looks like Flying Duck should be able to protect this one.
Yeah, army values are kind of stabilized now, roughly, to be even again, but that number can switch very, very quickly with these grunts. I think down to the problem of this map being so big, it's going to be really hard to block off every single possible avenue of an attack.
Yeah. It tends to be in 8v8 at least, you know, a relatively choke pointy map, but in 1v1, right, it is way more open, and it is still choke pointy, but there's way more avenues to actually find paths into your opponent's side of the map.
Blader is choosing to build LLTs on pretty much every single one of his expansion mexes, which will slow down any assault, but not really going to do too much.
Yeah, a little
Both
bit.
players installing as well. Wind is not really helping here.
Oh my god, this Patak guy flipped the switch. We all saw it. He's here. He flipped the switch and turned the wind off. And yeah, a little bit of high, you know, variability on a map like this, right? When you have a 0 to 20 wind, it's definitely way more dangerous. You know, not relying on any of these e-stores or anything like that. As well, the wind, it could betray you at a moment's notice.
Yeah, Bloater was still continuing to build a contour throughout all of that as well, just doubling down on that problem.
Yeah, actually kind of floating a decent amount of metal. This bloater is kind of, I don't want to say falling behind, but actually falling behind a bit on the macro here against Flying Duck.
Yeah, Duck's definitely doing a better job at expanding, picking up his mechs. You can see that Flying Duck has all of the 5 mel extractors around the back of his base, whereas Bloater hasn't even started on them yet.
Yeah, a little bit of a run by sneaking around the map here, as actually Bloater gets a nice little, I don't even know if that was a line of sight, like hiding behind the mountain from those grunts, but is going to get 3 grunts into Flying Duck's backline. And I don't think Flying Duck sees... Oh, he sees them now. But maybe he doesn't actually, as I don't actually see units reacting to that little run by.
Yeah, that's definitely going to pick up that con. And if that continues going, all of those bat mexes we were just on about will be dead.
Oh, Flying Duck sees it now, but the damage is definitely going to be done, as these 3 grunts are actually going to kill the entirety of Flying Duck's backline.
I can maybe still save like 2.
Yeah,
it's not looking dandy.
It's definitely an unfortunate situation for Flying Duck, but I mean he did have a decent little lead, so it may be offset by how ahead he has been. Maybe he should be able to recover from this.
Ooh,
I have a feeling we're going to end up seeing some early air factories here. Because the flying cons, although they have less build power, are going to be able to get out there and rebuild these mexes a lot quicker than relying on res bots or, you know, a constructor to go back over there again.
Yeah, air pretty popular, pretty powerful on this map. When you have the oh my god, I almost said post piles. The mountains having you know, like they have geos, some of them have mexes. There is actually like a decent amount. You kind of need air to contest on this map. Flying Duck is going to start rezzing these back mexes, but yeah, like as Patak is pointing out, both are actually struggling. Nobody's reached the point of excess yet, but both are struggling to actually spend their metal.
Yeah, Flying Duck sitting on 1.9k of metal is a huge amount of metal to be sat on.
And I mean, Bloater's sitting on about
1.7, yeah. Yeah.
Little rough.
So much metal.
Okay, Bloater adding on some more con turrets, a tank vehicle lab. Flying Duck actually doing the same, almost mirrored builds here. Both players should start spending now that they're adding on the second lab. A lot of exploiters actually from Bloater here, which I mean I don't dislike. I think they're decently powerful on this front line. Flying Duck's commander was way out there, actually going to cut off this entire northern section. We've seen.
It's interesting to see that. Yeah, Flying Duck's commander so far away from pretty much anything.
Yeah, we saw, I think, a few frightening. Oh yeah, there you go. Air lap already going down. Comm snipes yesterday. With people that had like slightly overextended their commander, and bombers is the choice for Bloater here, or just a couple.
Flying Duck also planning his air lab as well. queued up, not placed yet, as the com's got a long walk around to get to it, but...
And the Flying Duck opting for a lot more thugs as well. I guess just trying to spend his metal, but yeah, these thugs are going to hit the front line and actually start pressuring these exploiters of Bloater. Good pickoff, Flying Duck. Actually going to kill quite a few.
Quite a large E-stall though for Flying Duck right now.
Yeah, the wind is definitely being fickle, and yeah, Flying Duck has definitely got a pretty large army value lead, as Bloater is heavily investing into these bombers. And it looks like he's sending them as well. I think he had like 10 in queue, but he's opting for, it looks like 5. Which I imagine he's gonna get good value here.
Flying Duck does manage to get a single fighter out, but I don't think it's going to do enough.
Yeah, a little bit of ground AA will be made as well, but I mean, Bloater, a lot of these wins are relatively stacked, as if Bloater micros these, he should get pretty good value on the second pass. And it looks like he is going to, as a lot of these wins actually go down. That being said, while this has gone down, Flying Duck has lost a lot of his energy, but has actually broken the front door of Bloater and has killed all of his exploiters.
Yeah, this energy, it doesn't really hurt him so much because he already has made his army, right? So now he has a lot of time to build up again, while he can, you know, skirmish with all those tanks and stuff.
Biggest problem is he's got nothing to do with these shurikens.
Yeah, he can't even afford fighters. It's
not like he can just build fighters. Yeah.
I mean, his sizes, I guess, are decent anti-shuriken, but yeah, there's not really enough, I think, incisors here to perform that. And a lot of these units are dying, but also the thugs are trading pretty well and killing a lot of the bloaters inside. Yeah, bloater actually backs off, realizing he's kind of not winning this fight, even with the shurikens.
Yeah, meanwhile, Flying Duck's commander is just slowly making his way along that top path, taking metal extractor by metal extractor.
Oof, yeah,
Sat on 3k worth of metal right now.
That bombing run actually, while it didn't hurt Flying Duck as much in the moment, it is definitely kind of rough for him now, as he does not have any way to spend this metal that he's getting. Bloater goes in again, and shurikens this entire army. One single thistle will not be enough to kill all of these and keep Flying Duck's army alive.
Flying Duck with an excess of 2.5k of metal. It's just so much metal to have wasted. He has produced more than that compared to Bloater though, so it does put the players both on more equal footing, but it's still a lot of your advantage to have thrown down the drain.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate for Flying Duck. Bloater now opting to get some of these air cons going and actually start grabbing some of the mountain mexes. Yeah, this is a good grouping of incisors to deal with shurikens, although even then, still getting a lot of EMPs. Well, looks like this raid will be shut down, but actually Bloater is still kind of not quite able to push Flying Duck off this position, although Bloater, having the healthier energy economy, is actually able to start rezzing a lot of this army, which may really hurt Flying Duck in a little bit of time.
This is a tough one because, yeah, although Flying Duck did lose all of his energy, as soon as he gets that under control, which he didn't really lose much of his build power, all he lost was energy. So as soon as he gets that back under control, he's going to be in a better position than Bloater. He owns over half the map. So, yeah.
It's worrying seeing this wreck field here, right? 2,000 metal on the ground, a lot of units that Bloater is very quickly rezzing. It could very easily turn into a res snowball should Flying Duck decide to commit to this without the ability to produce more, like, you know, outproduce Bloater in the back. I mean, if we look, actually, the wind just crashed, and Flying Duck, having rebuilt with solars, is actually in a healthier energy position than Bloater. Although, as soon as the wind goes up, that quickly changes. But might actually come in to be kind of important later on, as Bloater's kind of reliant on this energy right now with how many response he has out.
I'm surprised Flying has not switched to T2 yet. Like, with that metal in the bank, he could like very smoothly transition into Zars and stuff.
I know. I've seen it's kind of fallen out of favor recently, right? Like there's been people talking about tier 2 being kind of a death sentence to go. You need a very specific game state, I feel like, in 1v1 from what I've seen to actually go tier 2. As players seem to be very good at just actively punishing it.
Yeah, Flying Duck's actually doubled down on vehicles, building a second vehicle lab, and just pumping out more and more tanks to use that metal now. And also interesting, Blowdeer with all of those wins does not have a single energy. No, he's actually built 2 energy storage. Never mind.
Like I would hope so. On a map like 0-20 wind, if you're not making an E-store, I feel like you made terrible life choices here. As Flying Duck is actually starting to aggress and try and push back Bloater's army here. And I think he is actually. This metal advantage, just from having more of the map, really paying off, despite how much that bombing run, I feel like, hurt Flying Duck. Bloater just not able to capitalize.
Yeah, although Flying Duck has lost almost 3k in metal in just excess, he is 10k metal ahead. That is a huge metal advantage. We're starting to see him actually use it now.
Yeah, these tanks starting to get on top of Bloater's energy. Gonna start killing some of these windmills, although the shurikens are gonna come in and should be at least enough to maybe make Flying Duck hesitate.
I think it's a feed, actually, isn't it?
Yeah,
like
kind of looking like so.
All the pounders.
Flying Duck's fighters come in, gonna shoo away the Shuris, but Bloater has plenty of fighters to win that fight as well. I think Patak is right. I think this might end up being a bit of a feed.
Yep. And look at the 16 Resers getting on top of it as well.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to drop all these tanks. And Bloater
also, Bloater has actually managed to get a force of 10 brutes through the topside tower area, and there's not really much there to stop him.
It's fun. It's so funny watching them move on this tar, as they are actually just glacially slow. Flying Duck should have time to respond to that, but I'm surprised we're not seeing. Yeah, it was Shuris of his own to contest this, as Bloater is really showing the power of this unit against these big brute armies. Flying Duck just losing army after army to this cloud of shurikens. Oh, I mean, this is the force multiplier here. Flying Duck losing his entire army.
Commander.
Oh, Flying Duck hopefully realizes. Oh, he
Yeah.
does. He does. A lot of damage actually being done here to Flying Duck. Oh, wait a minute. This is still kind of going.
This was scarily close, I would say.
And on top of this, Flying Duck is losing his entire army while this is happening. Just
So much metal on the ground now. Just 5.8k of metal just sat in that middle tower area. Huge amount of metal.
Yeah, just the air control from Bloater here is just uncontested, and Flying Duck cannot handle just the shurikens, EMP, and his entire army. Bloater with 16 Resers behind this, just for free getting an army made for him. And now almost at 100% army advantage, despite being down about 10,000 metal.
We do see that Flying Duck has chosen to go Tech 2 though, as well.
Ooh.
With the first con just about to be finished.
And
at the same time, Blowdeer with his second Tech 2 con coming out now as well.
That does feel frightening, I think, for Flying Duck to be in this position where you just lose almost your entire army, and then go tier 2 behind it. It's a little frightening, right? Like you kind of have to know you're in a little bit of danger here of just actively dying while you're teching up.
He probably thinks, though, that with that much metal on the ground, Blodir's going to eat it and use it to go Tech 2. So he knows he kind of has to go Tech 2 himself to stay relevant. Otherwise, he's just going to fall even further behind.
And it does look like Blodir.
Although Blodir has actually not eaten any of it, and he's just rezzing it all.
Yeah, as we can see by the army value, it is rapidly ballooning for Blodir, and he is just purely rezzed units. Actually just driving directly at Flying Duck's front door. I don't know if Flying Duck has the units to contest this. He's eaten his tier 2 lab after making the con, which I think is quite smart, as now he's going back to printing brutes to try and slow this down.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a leveler or two in there, a pounder rather, in there or two, just to kind of add a bit of impulse damage and slow these units down.
Yeah, for sure, especially after, the previous BPLs, especially recently with the Pounders, Ascension almost being like an actual S-tier unit in the minds of these players. I'm surprised we're not seeing at least a couple Pounders just sprinkled in. Well, Flying Duck is going to say this army from Blodir directly on his front door is just a little too much to deal with.
Well played.
All right, our first game goes to Blodir. I don't even think that was particularly clean. I think Flying Duck was in a pretty okay position. The bombing run kind of crippled him. The metal excess on top of it, and kind of the feet directly on Blodir's front door, just too much to deal with.
I think a lot of it just stemmed from that bombing run, though.
Yeah.
The whole reason the excess due to the bombing run, not diversifying his energy enough, building in massive lines directly towards your opponent, also probably not the best of ideas, but but he had the metal to throw away, and some players do just prefer to just throw bodies at the problem, right?
Yeah, for sure.
If fights are taking place across the opposite side of the map, you don't have to worry about it on your doorstep.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like maybe Flying Duck wasn't even in that bad of a position, even after the bombing run, until that feed directly on Blodir's front door. Like, despite, losing the first wreck field, he actually had an army value advantage, he had a metal advantage. It just kind of a bad fight with no air control or no way to counteract the Shuriken's EMP in his entire army, and just from there just was not recoverable.
Yeah, the biggest problem was his inability to deal with those Shurikens, hands down.
Yeah, and honestly, that might be off the back of the bombing run, because maybe Flying Duck could have made some fighters had he had energy, but looks like Blodir needs a minute or two. We before this next game, as that was it was a little intense little first game of these semifinals. I know many. I'm sure Hells is out there somewhere screaming at the balance of Shurikens after watching that, but
So was the Twitch chat. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. I mean, look. We did see like 15, 20 Shurikens. Basically, I don't even know. Was that 40 medium tanks, something like that? Thugs. And ideally, Flying Duck counteracts it, but the bombing run just making him kind of unable to do so. It's just kind of hard to deal with.
Yeah, at one point he did build a couple of missile trucks, but just not enough. When you've got 20 Shurikens and you've got 2 missile trucks, it's just not gonna do anything.
Yeah, you're basically shooting a pistol at a hurricane and hoping it pushes it away. It's just not gonna work. But yeah, we're going into Mariposa as our second game, and we've seen a decent amount of build variety on this. I know in previous BPLs there was a lot of discussion over the water start versus not the water start. I don't know. Have you seen any games on this recently, Requiem? Like maybe out of the tournament?
No, not recently, unfortunately. No. Only match I've seen on this was Barcast playing it, where he started in the water, and I was like, "What are you doing?" And then it made so much sense. Because of all the tidal energy, but no, I haven't seen any on Mariposa for quite a while now.
Yeah, I feel like it's been a bit. It's been a few BPLs since this was in the pool, and Yeah, it seems like players have decided not to go with this water start anymore. We're seeing a lot. I mean, we did actually. That's not even true. We saw Kuchi, I think, do it yesterday versus Yanami or Chisato. Uh, and it look. I'm curious to see what we're gonna see here. Maybe both these players decide to do a land start. Maybe not. We'll have to see.
I mean, with the water start, it does delay. It delays your ability to get a lot of the land mexes, but it does give you that kind of safe energy that you're not going to have to worry about really getting raided. So I don't know. It's a tough choice to make. I mean, you could always, if you do go vehicles, you could always build a amphibious con and go into the water later on, right? You don't have to do it straight away, but it depends what you kind of feel like is your priority.
Yeah. I think if I'm trying to remember. It's been so long with the BPL where Randy beat Chisato with that surprise water start. If I remember right, it was just for the titles and the very quick C-cons, and just had a lot of the C-mexes very quickly. And you know, he just immediately ate his lab, went to land, and while he was a little later on the land, he basically had a lot quicker like access to the C-mexes, and it just kind of snowballed from there. Like, it was just a very interesting game.
Yeah, so if someone does go C, you definitely have to pressure them, because if you do let them get away with it, then yeah, they're gonna have. I mean, there's so many C-mexes here. Obviously not as many on land, but yeah, both players looking like they're both starting on land though. Not going for the central position though, so it does look like they're planning on moving to the sea at some point. It is interesting that they're both choosing this position. Do you have any idea why they wouldn't start here instead?
Yeah. Like, well, spawning where they have very quick, easy access to the water, right? And then a lot of times you'll see, once the commanders have built their current base, they've set it up, it's going, they'll actually just walk their commander into the water and just make a quick sea lab. Because like C-cons much faster than amphibious cons at taking the mexes. You can actually make, like, I don't know, like, probably not a destroyer, probably, I mean, maybe you do, but I would assume you make like a sub or something and actually just go and contest the other person's mexes. And just owning these C-mexes actually ends up being quite a lot of extra metal. But
if you did start in the center, you could quite easily get the 2 triple mexes either side of you. Yeah. And then you're kind of securing the land behind, where there's an additional 4 mana extractors.
Yeah, your land expansion will be quicker, right? For sure. I mean, you still kind of have 3 mexes to expand to from this position, right? Like, you've got like that one as well as the one you marked, and I can see why you do it, and it's definitely just to contest C. Although, interestingly enough, seeing a bot open, I feel like has been somewhat rare this tournament on this map. But Bloatier's opting to do it during this game.
There is a lot of energy in the trees, and there is also several clumps of rocks. There's 160 metal directly north of him in the rocks, but not a lot. But if he is planning on maybe investing into sea and building a couple more boats, it would maybe make sense why he would want to maybe have something that's not as metal intensive.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at just his base layout, right? With the path he's giving his commander is kind of screaming at me that he is going to walk into the water and make a sea lab relatively, maybe not early, but he's definitely going to do it. And yeah, like you said, he's prioritizing.
And that res bot, yeah. Exactly, yeah, going straight for the metal. Also, the choice of solars here means that he's not having to worry about the low wind. I mean, I say low, 6 isn't massively low, but it's not high.
Yeah, it's definitely more of I think, a solar-friendly map. 612 is not bad. I mean, it's a little less insanity of the 120 that we just saw on Barryian Lake, but I guess I can definitely see why you would go solars first here. Oh, first rover.
Flying Duck choosing not to walk into the water though.
Yeah, interesting. Actually, I wonder if he's gonna walk back from this position. Oh no, he's gonna keep going. Okay. Interesting. Oh, he's gonna have
They're going for an extremely greedy start though.
Yeah, for
4 cons, 5th con, 5 cons, 2 res bots, not a single combat unit out as the 6th con is being built.
Yeah, this is maybe a little too greedy. There's already a rover across the map. I mean, he has to know he's probably going against vehicles, and I mean, this is definitely levels of greed unseen before. This rover is going to kill a resbot and delay one of these mexes. Maybe even start pressuring one of these cons. Ooh. Okay, Bloater is actually going to manage to protect that radar. But he's definitely
Still
in
delayed
defense mode
expansion though.
here. Yeah, for
Losing
sure.
1 resbot, not the end of the world, but Bloater actually blocking his commander off here from the sea.
Interesting. I'm assuming, yeah, interesting. I would not have expected him to do that. Maybe he actually isn't gonna. Oh man, well, Flying Duck is gonna catch that radar and the Max.
And the Max.
3 cons.
Yeah, Bloater.
Interesting.
Bloater just in full defensive mode at the moment. But as these incisors, blitzes start making their way across, they could do some significant damage.
I really kind of feel like Bloater is not really respecting the level of aggression from Flying Duck here, as he's really hard greeted these cons and does not have like almost any units. Like, look at this army value disadvantage for Bloater. I mean, I guess it's tanks versus, you know, bots, right? You're probably gonna have that, but I mean, this is definitely kind of insane levels of greed.
Yeah, and even with all these constructors, he's still at a metal deficit a second compared to Flying Duck, who's just been slowly but surely expanding.
Yeah. Calm expand, plus, you know, Bloater is actually, you know, he's getting mexes denied. He can't he's struggling to actually expand out to these clusters, as Flying Duck's aggression is just a little too much to deal with.
If players ignoring the sea so far, though,
I
kind of feel like
it's such an interesting change.
Yeah, I kind of feel like at some point. Oh. I'll finish that sentence in a minute. Yeah, he's tried to build the air lab to stop it, but it's not going to be enough, and he will end up losing both of these constructors. That's another big setback for Bloater.
After greeting that hard to make those constructors, losing them like that is definitely very painful for Bloater.
Yeah, Flying Duck has been pushed out of the north, though. There's too many units there for him to really contest.
Well, Bloater is going to start rezzing all this, so he will get those cons back. He does have control over the rec field. And really a lot of cons actually expanding for Bloater at this point. Currently has 5 out and expanding. He would have had 7 had he not just lost those 2. I mean, and even then, he's just being kind of penned in by Flying Duck, I feel like. Just not really able to expand.
Flying Duck has 7 cons at the moment. An equal number that Bloater currently has, although that will go up in a moment for Bloater, but still. Oh, Flying Duck finally now going for the Sea Lab.
Interesting. Okay. A little bit later, but kind of a natural progression, I guess, to his calm expansion. Yeah, and actually defending pretty well against Bloater's aggression. Not really, Bloater not able to really find any value.
One problem I'm foreseeing with Bloater's base is just how clumped up all of these solars are. That is asking for a bombing run, and he's going to lose a lot metal.
Yeah, gonna be kind of painful should that happen. You know, Flying Duck definitely has the healthier economy at this point in the game, and will be able to do some sort of transition. I'm assuming relatively soon, although whether or not he'll opt to do so, we'll have to see. But
Blowdeer has just queued up his Sea Lab as well as getting a contour on the shore. So a bit behind Flying Duck, but definitely around the same sort of times for both players. Flying Duck has kind of lost the initiative here, though, somewhat. He was doing a pretty good job at penning in Blowdeer, but that kind of aggression has weaned a bit.
yeah, surprising moment of just kind of chilling, I guess, consolidating what he already has and not willing to push into Blowdeer. Well, actually gonna catch one of Blowdeer's little armies here and kill basically all of these units.
Question is can Blowdeer react with those other 14 grunts he's got and make some damage, or is he just going to reposition? Looks like he's mostly just repositioning at the moment. Luckily for Flying Duck, he already had a con there to eat up all the reclaim.
Oh man, Blowdeer's 3 cons actually maybe gonna get caught here by a group of blitzes from Flying Duck, although it doesn't actually look like Flying Duck saw them. Lucky break for Blowdeer there, as losing those 3 cons would not have been good.
Oh, interesting choice. Blowdeer choosing to build supporters out the factory, a unit you very, very rarely see, just because of not hopefully the best.
Yeah, definitely gonna do it to try and snipe the cons here, whereas Flying Duck opted for a sub to also be able to kill the mexes, which, I mean, we'll have to see how Blowdeer... He should be able to get past this eel and actually get on top of the constructors and actually deny Flying Duck's sea expansion.
Well, Flying Duck already has one assault frigate out on the field as well, which should make short work of those supporters.
Wait, Blowdeer not actually seeing the constructor is actually gonna... Oh, he sees it now, but one supporter will just go right past. Another con goes down for Blowdeer on the high ground. Just these blitzes just roaming around, just sniping little groups of constructors.
Yeah, it looks like Blowdeer's just trying to find a hole at the moment, and he's just not been lucky enough to find it.
Flying Duck kind of trying to do the same. May have actually found a path through Blowdeer's front door.
So many LLTs here, though. He's just going to end up giving a bit of a gift of peace here if he's not careful.
Yeah, so far, it looks like Flying Duck, I think, being smart not to overcommit. Although, maybe looks like he kind of wants to. Kind of turning towards Blowdeer's base, but a little risky to move into the path of the reinforcements. Yeah, I think this is a little safer. You know, maybe move on the way out, get some mexes. Blowdeer does take that frigate down, although it currently does not have a way to deal with this sub until his own sub arrives. We'll lose his constructor. Well,
3 supporters at the top are actually managing to pick up another constructor of Flying Ducks as well. So Flying Duck losing both of his Seacons. Although no way to contest the mexes yet going north, so he's got some time.
yeah, denying the cons is a pretty decent value. Although these subs actually from Flying Duck are going to get on top of these mexes and actually are starting to prune away some of Blowdeer's own mexes. Blowdeer's sub not really in position to deal with this you know, fast little eel getting on top of the mexes. Pretty
Yeah, this is a big force on the north, though. Depending on where they go, could do some sizable damage, but at the moment they look to just be trying to head out and get safe. There are 2 cons there that could get grabbed if Flying Duck was able to pay attention. There we go, both of them dead. An excessive use of walls by Blowdeer.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a good map for it, right? It's relatively choke pointy. Yeah, not the worst way to deal with this. Ooh, man. Flying
So
Duck.
they're losing 5 cons now on that top side. That's a lot of constructors to lose.
About to lose even more on the south. Yep. Looks like both players are also struggling to spend their metal a bit here. Flying Duck, though, with the hefty little army value advantage, is definitely spending a little bit better than Bloater.
Yeah, this transition over to main tanks is definitely working very well for Flying Duck. All of the Raider units that Bloater has is pretty much useless against it. Shurikens now aren't being built by Bloater. Has Flying Duck learned his lesson from last time? We're soon to find out.
I mean, Flying Duck has the energy to make fighters. Maybe actually spots it as he's pulling all of his tanks back. Kind of this little traffic jam, though, going uphill. Maybe going to cripple Flying Duck's army here as he cannot get away from the Shurikens. Flying Duck's one fighter is going to come in and try and do some work here, but Bloater already rezzing these tanks behind this push.
Yeah, and that's a sizable chunk of metal, 2.2k. And that is all going to be put back to life.
Little sea skirmishes happening all over the map, as well as this run by finally getting shut down. Yeah, as Patak pointed out, that Flying Duck's usage of his subs actually this game has given him quite a lot of value. Killed a lot of mexes of Bloateers.
This is a lot of micro for both players when you think about it. They're controlling 2 different lanes of sea. They're controlling the air and they're controlling, you know, their 2 big tank forces, which is kind of what it's ended up being now. It's a lot of attention to be split here, and you've got to try and make the most of that.
Shurikens are going to EMP this whole army, but Flying Duck definitely has a way better chance of contesting it this time, as his energy economy is not crippled. And Bloater's also still really struggling to spend his metal, whereas Flying Duck is just printing tanks.
Yeah, Bloater now building a second vehicle lab to try and keep up. But there is a lot of tanks that Flying Duck has here. 48 just in this immediate vicinity, and that's dwarfs the 17 that Bloater has.
Bloater is going to commit with the Shurikens, but with no fighters to cover them, they definitely have a short window of usefulness. Oh, just fight commanding them. Actually, all of the Shurikens are going to stack EMPing 1 tank, and all of them basically are going to die. Kind of a big mistake there from Bloater. That was a lot of Shurikens that just got wasted for basically nothing.
Not only that, but the small tank force of 13 units completely out of position here, unable to stop this tank force marching down the hill. It will stop, maybe be able to grab the res box, but that's about it. It's not gonna save him the game though.
Yeah, I don't see how Bloater can actually even contest this anymore. Such a massive army value lead for Flying Duck. If Flying Duck keeps these res bots alive, he very easily will be able to secure this. Yeah, I'm a little surprised returning back. I guess he's trying to defend against this push and just res behind it, but I definitely think he had a window to be aggressive there and pressure Bloater.
He has managed to split off a few tanks just around about and is picking up mexes all over the place. You see there's quite a lot of metal extractors now just open and actually making it to the back island where he's going to pick up another constructor as well as a huge wind, well, not huge, but a sizable wind farm.
Oh man, yeah, this is definitely rough for Bloater. A lot of mechs is dead, a lot of energy about to go down, and really not contesting this wreck field anymore. Bloater has no res bots here, whereas Flying Duck is actually starting to snowball this himself.
Flying Duck on a 10k metal advantage currently. Obviously that doesn't include resing of units and such, but it's a lot of metal to be behind yet again. This one sub has Flying Ducks has just been annoying Bloater's commander the entire game, basically. Just slowly picking off these titles.
Actually gonna, start denying these titles and get more mexes. Very annoying for Bloater to have to worry about that while this massive tank ball is directly in his face. I'm surprised once again this Cortex player is in this position and no pounders are being made. Maybe he's just feeling like they're too slow to get in position, but I feel like this is what the unit is built for.
I think he's probably thinking, oh, this is done. This is over. He's probably just not even bothering. He's not even positioning his tanks extremely well here. He's got such a vast area to defend. It's just not happening. And there we go. The first 2 pounders roll off the production line.
Maybe slightly too late as the Flying Duck completes the encirclement and Bloater taps it out. Just very strong showing from Flying Duck.
I mean, I understand why I didn't build those pounders earlier, because moving up the hill, that would just be horrible. But still, well played, Flying Duck. On to round 3.
All right. Going into Boreal Falls for our deciding game, and this actually pretty good set so far. Very back and forth. Man, I don't even want to say it would be an upset, but it would be a surprise to see Bloater of all people get knocked down to the losers bracket after how strong he's looked in recent 1v1 tournaments.
Indeed, he's always been one of the top players, and to lose to the relative newcomer of Flying Duck would be quite an upset. You did say it was a Flying Duck that managed to knock X Factor down to the losers bracket, right? So,
on this map too.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, maybe a little scary there for Bloater. As I think Barcast and I were talking earlier, and he was saying that X Factor was talking about this Flying Ducks build being one of the best he'd seen on this map, as just a very, very strong, very well thought out build.
I do quite like this map. It's a very, very interestingly laid out. It's like there's so many paths to choose. And because of all the terrain, it does make it difficult to maintain vision. So if you have just like a split second of not paying attention, some raiding units can get right by your line of sight.
Yeah, a lot of weird hills too, like this hill behind your base being bot walkable but not tank walkable. Walkable? Wow, drivable. Definitely emphasizes bots being, I think, from what I've seen, a lot stronger on this map. And both players going for a Cortex bot lab. It has very interesting terrain, I think, for me. Seeing it for the first time this tournament, I'm liking it. It's a cool map. I'm curious if we're going to see the legendary levels of greed from Bloater this game, as he did get, I think, hard punished in the previous game. Yeah, no, 1 con, 900 grunts. Bloater has decided greed is over. we're just gonna right click our lab, make grunts. There's Flying Duck going a bit more. Not even greedy. I think this 2 con seems relatively standard.
But 1,000 grunts, so
That's
I
true.
mean,
he does have more grunts than Bloater. That I don't know if that means anything. We'll have to see. That might be important. I'm curious, actually. Yeah, okay. So I was curious what Bloater's con path here would actually be, and I'm surprised actually it's not going backwards. It's actually going forwards in an interesting direction. I guess Flying Ducks is doing. Oh, I was gonna say similar until I just saw the walls he's queued up. The man, he really has queued up a lot of walls. But I guess we're gonna have to see in the next few minutes if Bloater with this a little bit more aggressive build, unless he decides to squeak out a few more constructors. Maybe we'll have to see if he can actually punish Flying Duck for. Well, I don't even want to say it's greed. He just made 1 more con.
this Flying Duck wall build, though, I've actually seen quite often now. And it's actually worked out quite well. I'm surprised that, he doesn't really want to push further afield than that. But it does seem like both players have basically kind of decided that these are the lines where they will hold. Even though it's not the middle of the map, just due to how the map's laid out.
Yeah, just kind of a nice choke point, I guess, right? Like you just have the two mountains on each side, and it really lets you kind of deny any sort of rating on that side, I guess. It's kind of interesting. Oh, Bloater is going to get on the other side of the map, and Flying Duck very, very ready to receive Bloater's grunts and shoo these away.
He's just thinking, please, Bloater, I need the metal. Come die into my grunt army.
Yeah, right outside my base. Wouldn't that be nice? Now, Bloater does manage to sneak a single grunt, actually, around the backside.
He has already seen it, though, by the looks of it, and he is sending a grunt there to defend the con, but it looks like it might show up a bit too late.
And Bloater does lose one of his armies, actually, on the east. Two Flying Ducks, little group of guns. Oh, and Bloater's not microing. Well, he is now, but should be able to kill this con should he actively micro it. Ooh,
it's going to be close.
Very close. No, not enough.
He does manage to pick that one up, though, on the hill.
Very important, I think, too. Committing that many grunts to this fight and losing that many grunts definitely needed to get a good pick off there. Oh, actually, his commander, kind of an awkward position, has to walk all the way around his winds to get back to boosting his lab. Kind of awkward there. Of course, I would look over as Bloater's doing that. My bad, Bloater. I'm sorry for saying that.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Please move along.
Flying Duck is going to try and go for a little counterattack here.
It's interesting that Flying Duck actually chose to build another con to send over there. I was about to say rather than res, but he has sent his res bot now over to that corner.
Oh wait, was he trapped? Is that what I missed? Like, or was he not boosting his lab? Because that would also be very. There's a lot of very sad thing idle. Yep, that would be it. Very unfortunate having that happen.
6 Blowdeer grunts managing to make it into the back line. Flying Duck is not prepared for that at all. He actually doesn't even know they exist.
Yeah, the hill there actually blocking the radar. Flying Duck doesn't actually see those grunts. Oh, Bloater does see these though. Ooh, big overcommitment from Flying Duck, I think, to kill that LLT. Loses a lot of grunts on Bloater's side of the map. Oh man,
Yeah, these guys getting in around the back will finally kill that con at the back before the LLT gets built.
Oh, Flying Duck doing something similar, actually. Gonna catch Bloater's con here. What is happening with this micro? What are these? The grunts were dancing. I don't even know what I just saw. But Bloater is going to lose one of his back expanding cons to Flying Duck there. Well,
Oh, is Flying Duck calls the GG already?
I mean, I guess knowing he's behind and he's lost substantially more than Bloater, just realizes it's going to be hard to recover from that position. And
He was 10 metal a second behind at the end there, losing those 4 metal extractors.
yeah, hard to recover from that amount of damage. Well, if we go and look at the bracket, we will see that it actually will be Bloater going forward. And we will actually go and watch, I believe, X Factor, Pro Revan versus Flying Duck first, and hopefully we'll find a nice little Randy. Before hopefully Randy comes back. Hopefully, we don't want him to. We don't want to DQ him, as I think a lot of us are excited to see this. But I'm just gonna go find some. Wait, is this correct? Hold up, attack. Is it not X Factor versus Flying Duck?
Yes.
All right, yeah, that's probably.
Look, I got scared for a second. I'm like, did I misunderstand this? No, we're fine. Everything's fine. Let's just see if we can find.
Yeah.
There we go.
How does that look?
That looks perfect. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we got X Factor. We got Flying Duck. Hopefully, we can get them in a lobby and get going. kind of, a back and forth kind of set there. Barcast, how did you feel about that set? I'm assuming you got to catch the whole thing.
Yeah, that was an interesting game. The first one, right? I felt like Flying Duck I think it was in a really solid position, honestly, to win. It was just like not having AA with the army. It's just
Yeah, just not having air
kind of rough.
control and
Yeah.
knowing he has air, and then he just couldn't recover, I guess, from the bomb in run to actually make what he needed to counteract those shurikens. But oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, and then game 2 also very solid, like well played Flying Duck, taking that one down. I guess that's a pretty interesting way to go to play bots on that map, though. You just go 2 res bots, 6 cons into units.
That was crazy. That was crazy levels agreed.
I think he kind of got away with it too, but like maybe just like one grunt somewhere in there he would have been fine. But yeah, I mean, just maybe it was nerves there that last game. I saw a couple little mistakes there, like not assisting a lab with the commander. I think he also like rezzed a con and didn't do anything with it, right? Up there in the top left, I guess the one that went down by the radar.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So yeah, I think the resbot actually ran forward of 2 with the grunt army instead of like immediately running there. So little mistakes like that add up, and I think Flying Duck probably rightly called it there at the end. It's like he could probably play it out farther because it's a tournament game, but I don't think he was winning that game.
Yeah, how much of that was off of just the opening, right? Like, Bloatier with his way more grunts early, I guess. I feel like he didn't get nearly as much value from that
Right.
as you would expect, right? Like Flying Duck defended it pretty well, but it was just a few little sneaky leaks just kind of sealed the deal, it felt like.
Yeah, he was in a great spot that game. Like, right, like it's just those maps, right? And little mistakes like that on a map that small where margins are so close, grunt versus grunt. It's just tough. It's a tough game versus a really strong player, right? So
yeah, for sure.
And now he has to face someone even stronger, potentially.
Yeah, he did beat X Factor, right? He did knock X Factor on this map to the losers bracket. But I mean, we'll have to see if especially now that it's best of 3 and a little more games required. We'll have to see if he can maybe keep it going and actually bring this back. I think you pointed out, I don't know how long it was happening, Barcast, but how long was his calm idle there? Like, how was it?
Probably 10 seconds, maybe.
Man,
a little more.
Yes, it doesn't seem like a lot, but it actually, in these very quick games, it actually is quite a lot to have that BP not on your lab. Very unfortunate for Flying Duck. Oh. Okay, Patak has used his magic powers and is trying to abduct X Factor. Does that work?
I didn't know he had that one. That's new to me.
It looked like it showed him in here, but he's not in here. Does that actually work?
Apparently it didn't work. Like it looks like it worked, but I just broke his lobby, so we'll have to wait a bit.
Nice. Nice.
I didn't know it does that.
All right. Well, we're gonna give X Factor a moment to relog, and we'll get him in here and actually go through the picks and bans, which is definitely going to be interesting. I think. I can't. Oh, we got him in here. All right. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Okay, hold on. I gotta double check. Patak, do we have another best of 3 for like scene to use, or is it's the same one, right? For
It is the same one,
okay.
yes, and also with the Barryian Tar Lake.
Okay.
Let me just clean up those.
Look, I was just making sure that I had the right thing. We're good. Flying Duck's back, and we got X Factor in here. Awesome. All right.
So, Lost Dead Man, who is your money on?
On this set, you think?
On this set, yeah.
I have to think it's X Factor, right? Like, it was a best of one versus Flying Duck, and Flying Duck was looking really strong. But I know X Factor specifically seems to get a little more locked in as the tournament goes on. You know, early on he kind of, I don't want to say he does silly things, but he doesn't take it, I feel like, as seriously as he does later in the
Spins the
tournament.
wheel.
Yeah, he spins the wheel, exactly.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, a couple BPLs ago, where he basically picked all maps with a wheel and picked what faction he was playing with random like a dice roll. Which you know, maybe not taking the early qualifiers as seriously, but he's just such a strong, consistent player. Oh man, they're actually ready. We're gonna swap over to the picks and bans here. And the first ban, actually, from X Factor, or Pro Revan, is Mariposa. I don't want to say I'm surprised, but I guess he did just see Bloater lose on it, I guess. But I still feel like this would be a very strong map for X Factor.
I can probably share some insights about that, like my take on it.
Oh, okay.
I think we all understand X Factor is very good at macroing, but he is very good at cooking builds. So like, I think smaller maps favor that. So we'll see. I don't know if he's gonna bust anything out, but he might be just wanting to do something like he likes smaller maps. From what I take.
Okay, makes sense. You know, Flying Duck follows it up with a ban on Devil's Post piles, where, you know, then X Factor Revan does ban Boreal Falls, which does not surprise me at all after what happened, you know, in the previous set against Flying Duck. Flying Duck, of course, followed it up with a ban on FTL. Probably pretty smart, especially after what you know, Barcast just said about X Factor liking a little bit more cookable, a little bit smaller maps. Makes sense. Which, you know, it's a little shame. I love FTL. It's such a fun map to watch as a viewer. I know the players maybe hate it. I know it. I get it. And you know what? I don't care. It's fun to watch. Give me more FTL. It looks like we have a follow-up ban on Pools of Illis, actually, from Revan here.
Which is somewhat surprising, because that is a quite small map.
Yeah,
and it was very much loved last tournament as well. Like, everyone was picking it, and now it seems to be banned quite a lot.
And he specifically looked very strong on Pools of Illis in the last few BPLs where it showed up. Like,
Until it wasn't, because if I remember correctly, he tried rolling arm versus like blow deer or something like that. He was just playing pawns into.
It was like arm bots, yeah, and it just did not work at all. It was just, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Theta Crystals is Flying Duck's next ban. So then we have X Factor's pick, and then Flying Duck's pick. I'm hoping
that leaves.
Yeah, we got Dig
Sight, Eternal Consequences, and the one that I can't read because it's white on white.
I think it's Argent Strata, I believe.
That's the one.
Honestly, I want any of these three, right? I'm interested in basically all of them. Dig Sight has given us some very cool games. I haven't seen Argent Strata or Eternal Consequences in the tournament yet. It'd be cool to see them, you know, actually get picked here.
I feel like Eternal Consequences is very similar to the other maps of the same style.
Yeah. Like Theta Crystals.
Like Feast of Hades and such. So, yeah. So, I think Dig Sight and, again,
Argent Strata,
that's the one, would make for some good matches, as they're very different. But who knows? They're clearly thinking very heavily about it.
And Argent Strata does look very cookable, I'll be honest. If I just look at it with no impressions whatsoever, no experience on it, it looks like one of those maps where you could definitely cook something weird. Oh, okay, X Factor picking Eternal Consequences. So that does leave Dig Sight and Argent Strata for Flying Duck.
Argent Strata does kind of remind me of a bit of Gasbag Grabbins, and
I can see that.
There's that other like small team-ish map that's like a 4-way FFA map. that's like similarly got like a lot of high ground and low ground areas. I can't remember what it is
I
off the
think I
top
know
of
what
my
you're
head.
talking about. Yeah, I can see it, I think, but I definitely don't remember the name either. I'm sure somebody out there knows exactly what map we're thinking out. They're probably yelling at us. At some point, will yell at us. All right, Flying Duck picks Dig Site. So we're ending up with Barryian Tar Lake into Internal Consequences and then Dig Site as our games that we're going to see today. But should we go the whole distance? And I really hope we do.
That's the biggest thing. I hope so too, because I actually want to see Dig Site. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, so hopefully it goes that far.
It's been some cool games, I think. All right, we're gonna get in here onto Barryian Tar Lake, and I'm kind of curious how if this plays a little differently than we just saw between Bloater and Flying Duck. I imagine Ducks is gonna be, you know, pretty similar.
Is he on the exact same side of the map?
That is kind of weird, actually. Yeah, they are on the. It is exactly the same. But I guess we're about to see.
Interestingly, last time Bloater kept his comm basically in base on factory the majority of the time, and Duck didn't. Obviously, Duck walked his comm all the way up to the top, which did help him kind of lock down that north pass. But that is a lot of build power to have kind of walking through slowing down terrain just to get some metal extractors. So don't know if that was necessarily worth it or not.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting, right? It did give Flying Duck, I think, a pretty hefty little metal lead with that comm expand. But yeah, he definitely seemed to have less. Well, I don't even know if I want to say less BP, because I guess he really rushed an early con turret with the very high wind, and I don't know. We'll have to see if he does something similar.
His first energy buildings are solar, so
yeah. Well, the wind, you know, always a fickle thing. Definitely not cooperating this game. You know, hovering around 4 or 5 energy is definitely well, not going to be very good for you as a player. Although X Factor, you know, a little bit more of a believer, seeing the wind trending upwards. He knows to buy the dip, and I say that, and the wind immediately goes down. Okay. Look, that's just how it goes, you know. Somebody builds the solar, wind goes up, you build a windmill, and it just absorbs the wind. That's just science. You can't explain it. That's just how it works. But okay, 3 con open. A couple grunts first though from X Factor, a little bit safer. Whereas Flying Duck going for this 2 con, you know, many grunt on repeat. No resbot though. X Factor is opting for a very early resbot here.
But because of that energy shortfall, X Factor was at least like 2, maybe 3 seconds behind Flying Duck's factory. Although they did get their first unit out at the same time, X Factor gets a resbot, whereas Flying Duck has a con and a second con about to be built momentarily.
Yeah, I actually really like the inclusion of a resbot in this build, especially with how big the map is. You can kind of pump a little quicker, even if the wind goes down, right? You can really get those grunts out. You can really get those cons out. Just with the inclusion of a single resbot actually gives you quite a bit of energy on a map like this. And, you know, our X Factor does have a couple grunts out. He has both cons out. And he's keeping pace, I think, with Flying Duck. The grunts are starting to head across the map.
Yeah, the question is, will Flying Duck be able to see these 2 grunts of Revan and be able to defend that con, or will the con at the south get killed beforehand?
Well, it looks like they will manage to sneak past Flying Duck's army here. And that could be kind of disastrous for Flying Duck should he only have this 1 grunt to defend.
Radar going up now for Flying Duck.
Yeah, he sees it, but
Will
this
not
it's gonna be very hard to defend against this. Yeah, not even gonna try and go for some con repair onto the grunt. Ooh. Oh, maybe saves the con. It's gonna be so close.
Oh, the body block saves it.
Just barely. 24 HP on that con. Flying Duck sweating a little bit, I think, after that. Does lose 2 mexes. Even for those 2 grunts, it's still pretty worth it. A counterattack coming in here from Flying Duck. Maybe if he's microing, this could pressure this con. Don't know if he's going to kill it, but... Ooh, actually opting to fight the grunts head up. Actually getting really good trades here. Well microed from Flying Duck. Ooh, gets the res bot. Oh, he's trading so well, but there's just so many grunts reinforcing. I don't think he's going to be able to pressure that con any more than he already has. Still very good trades for...
Should probably self-D those grunts, if anything.
Yeah, it seems well.
If he knows they're being chased, deny the metal.
I guess he is keeping these grunts chasing. Well, he does have a very large, you know, counterattack coming. Oh, I think... Yeah, it does end up catching them. Not a bad little pick off there for Flying Duck. He does lose a few grunts, but he does deny X Factor, actually, just with better trades, killing a lot of X Factor's own grunts and his res bot. Oh, little skirmishes are starting to happen now between X Factor and this army of Flying Ducks. As X Factor tries to get this LLT up, I don't think he's going to be able to, as he is going to have to give ground against superior numbers of grunts.
Yeah, energy was stalling out there for both players as wind craters into the ground.
Yeah, pretty similar little story compared to, you know, the last set where this wind is just not trustworthy on this map. You know, having a zero minimum wind, you really can't rely on it at all. I mean, there's a lot of solars been built for both players, which makes a lot of sense with the wind being what it is, but would not be surprised if we see some E-stores added on relatively soon, just to make sure that they don't totally crash when the wind does this.
And just for all of those of you that are asking about the Randy game, that'll be up after this series. You haven't missed it, don't worry.
God, I don't know. We can only hope Randy gets here. I mean, well, I want to see it desperately. Oh, X Factor picks off a small little army in the south and actually kind of massively destroys one in the north. Flying Duck losing a lot of grunts on X Factor's side of the map.
He will get that north expanding con now, though, Flying Duck, as there's no units left. Well, if he even moves them.
Oh, not like this. Flying Duck not actually actively microing his grunts, does not see the con building there. This is a very important pick.
It's in his vision. He can see it. He can see it on his map. He's just not moving them.
Oh, man. Unfortunate for Flying Duck. Looks like he is more worried about defending his own con. Oh, actually, as I look away, he does move, and it looks like he will kill that con. Is going to lose one of his own to a counterattack here from X Factor.
Do you have any particular reason why you think both players here would choose Cortex for this map?
It kind of feels like most of these players, when I've seen bots, at least just in the tournament, a lot of these players are prioritizing, you know, core bots. Just I don't know if maybe they're feeling like the grunt meta versus anything else is stronger right now, but it seems like every player is prioritizing grunts over something like pawn tick. And I really don't know about a vehicle open on a map like this. It just feels like the tar is actually too much. Like the vehicles are too slow. You do get your back expansions, and that might really just be it, honestly.
Don't think Centurions could cook. Too much territory to cover.
Yeah, maybe it was just a little too big, right? Not as choke pointy as I think you would need to give the sense, you know, room to really shine, as they don't tend to do well on flat ground where things can just go around them.
Have seen X Factor pull off quite a lot of Centurion air transport plays, though.
Yeah. This man, he's relatively creative. You know, we get not often we get to see people do drops, but yeah, this is definitely more of, I think, a bog standardy macro map with some weird terrain features. Definitely adding on to it.
X Factor has 13 grunts along the north side, making his way around, and Flying Duck has chosen to expand with his commander in that direction.
Yeah, we are actually, seeing kind of a similar build here from both players comparatively to the last one. X Factor, staying at base, adding on a few East stores, whereas, like you said, Flying Duck going for that comm expand. There's a lot of grunts actually in the north here. I don't think Flying Duck sees them now, actually, but might not really realize exactly how many grunts are coming. Oh, he's going to try and micro there now. Might be able to defend his expansion.
Flying Duck loses about 5 grunts on the south, now leaves that south side completely open, whilst X Factor has now transitioned over to vehicles and is pumping out incisors.
Yeah, this is a kind of a scary moment for Flying Duck. X Factor with a pretty hefty army value advantage. A lot of rezzed units, a lot of incisors starting to get printed. Flying Duck in a little bit of danger here. This LLT not up. He might be able to defend this, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, meanwhile, at the bottom, he has 17 units just marching their way right into his main base. And on top of that, another 12 units of X Factors just marching straight towards his commander, getting attacked on all sides.
Flying Duck losing the constructor and in the north and losing the constructor in the south. A lot of damage actually being done. Flying Duck forced to D-gun to shoo away another group of Incisor and Grunt. Ooh, X Factor committing on this position. Maybe not realizing exactly how many turrets are here. 3 LLTs and an Exploiter, definitely too much for those Incisors to deal with. Unless they have far more numbers.
Which now they do.
Yeah, the reinforcements
are from the north and the south.
And even then, this is going to be kind of costly little attack here, I think, as a lot of these incisors and grunts are starting to go down, but definitely worth it for X Factor to break that position.
Yeah, 1.2k metal now just sat around that middle section. But with X Factor only having a single res bot, it's going to take a while for it to be able to pay off.
Well, Flying Duck swapping to Thugs here, and actually X Factor kind of running into the reinforcing Thugs. Not the best trades here for these Incisors and Grunts, as they really are just kind of too slow on this tar to get the encirclement they need.
X Factor clearly watching the last bunch of games, knows Flying Duck's weakness there.
Yeah, sure.
And he's printing out a bunch of shurikens.
And kind of a similar situation too, where there's just a kind of largish reclaim field growing directly in the middle. Oh, Flying Duck maybe overextending here. Gonna let X Factor get on top of him, but the combo of the hill and the tar just maybe too much to get on top of these Thugs. Well, shurikens are going to engage. It looks like there's a minor run by in the back, actually going to kill Flying Duck's. Well, maybe not kill Flying Duck's expanding cons. Looks like X Factor is actively microing this army. And as he rightfully should, as he is apparently crushing this army with the combo of the Incisor Shuriken, just way too much to deal with here.
Learning from his previous mistake, though, 2 trashers have come out to deal with these shurikens for a change.
Well,
and the biggest advantage here, that Flying Duck still has that bot lab. So he's able to be able to pump out a bunch of res bots here.
Oh,
X Factor does only have 3 res bots, and that's it.
I think X Factor did hear what we were talking about in the previous one, of how surprised we were that nobody was making these pounders, and has turned on the Congo line printer of Pounder Brute. Going to be very annoying for these Incisor Grunt balls to deal with.
Yeah, Flying Duck's going to have to switch up very quickly here, otherwise he's just going to get completely destroyed.
He's still trading pretty well, actually, into these incisor, this remainder of an incisor ball that X Factor has. But once the Pounder Brute gets here, going to go, I think, a little bit uglier for Flying Duck.
Yeah, the only downside is the tar for the incisors, sorry, the pounders here are going to be extremely slow.
Oh my god, I might not matter should Flying Duck just drive directly into the teeth of these pounders as his army gets actually eviscerated. And the Shuriken's coming in on top, maybe going to try and jump on top of this and continue the aggression as the Pounder Brute Wall just seems unstoppable.
But X Factor doesn't really has a couple of Resbots at the back trying to eat it up, but he's not really able to contain this reclaim field as much as he would like.
Yeah, Shuriken's going to come in again, going to try and EMP this. A lot of the AA has died. That being said, there's enough Incisor Grunt that low number of Shurikens simply will just not be enough to actually EMP this. But yeah, the army value is just skyrocketing for X Factor. You know, reclaiming behind this, pushing forward with his brute pounder it's just too much for Flying Duck to deal with.
Yeah, he's not able to contest it. He's not changing up his build order. He's still pumping out incisors.
Yeah, just unfortunately, this is looking like this is turning to a bit of a doom push. Just Flying Duck completely unable to stop this. Brute's running by in the south. There's a massive wall of Brute Pounder directly in front of his base. It's just too much for him to deal with.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's not reacting. He's just pumping out the same units. Now I'm finally switching over to Brutes, but it's too late.
Yeah,
as soon as he saw those Pounders, he needed to change straight away.
Yeah, Grunts and Incisors not it into Pounders for sure. Flying Duck is going to call it on this game one. Let's see. I'm curious.
There you go.
Yeah, X Factor, you know, unlike the set against Boreal, you know, X Factor had a pretty solid metal lead for most of this game, and it definitely did not slow down.
Yeah, interesting enough as well. X Factor kept his commander again in base the entire time, and it definitely paid off having that build power there.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a little bit better macro, a little healthier macro. Good run buys as well. A lot of rezzed grunts early on. Actually, it was in that northern like push, and that early trade from Flying Duck. You know that killed the Resbot and it pressured some of the. You know, he actually out traded, I would say, X Factor's grunts quite heavily. Well, a lot of that ended up getting rezzed and just thrown back at Flying Duck. Kind of unfortunate there. For him that he wasn't able to really defend that as well as he probably needed to. Well, going into game 2 of Eternal Consequences. I am curious to see how this map plays. It looks very similar to a lot of these other maps like you said. I think Feast of Hades. Hades Pawns. It's just a very similar style map. But I'm curious to see how it plays. And it's X Factor's pick as well.
Yeah, so Flying Duck really needs to push hard this game if he wants any chance of staying in it. Oh, different start choices so far.
Yeah, interesting. Flying Duck spawning forward, which is, I personally, you know, again, having never seen this map before, I personally would assume that is also a good spawn. You know, you're a little closer. You know, to the middle of the map, you can expand outwards a little bit. Your lab is further forward. Always lets reinforcements a little get to where they need to go a little quicker. But I guess X Factor's position seems very safe. Interesting.
Yeah, if he, it's hard to say. I haven't seen it enough of this map, but the hills are a little bit more vertical than you realize, especially the central one. So it will block some of the vision of radars if not placed well enough.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes sense.
So maybe X Factor's thinking he'll go further back with the intention of being a bit more defensive and going to build all of his energy behind his base. He has chosen to go vehicles though, which means he's not going to take advantage of all of those crystals.
It looks like quite a lot of energy reclaim on a map like this. I'm assuming Flying Duck is going to go, going to go bot since we're seeing him spawn core. The core vehicle open seems to have fallen a bit out of favor in recent tournaments. Incisors catching a bit of a nerf here and there. Blitz is getting a little bit of a buff. And I guess there is just a lot of reclaim here. I'm curious what XR's plan is.
Queuing up some wins. Surprising.
Yeah. That seems very familiar. Looks like he's going for a 2-con open into just a bunch of rovers. Relatively standard. And kind of basically same thing for Flying Duck. 2-con, a lot of grunts. Not even going for like an early res bot either to eat these crystals.
It's surprising that X Factor's chosen to go for quite so many scouts, even in this like far back position. You'd think if he was wanting to go aggressive, he would have built further forward.
Yeah, exactly, for sure. Right, this definitely screams to me about a little bit of a safer spawn rather than any sort of focused aggression.
Yeah, so you would think he'd maybe build some blitzes for defense, but maybe he's expecting ticks, and maybe these scouts are going to be used for more defense, maybe, but doesn't look like they are.
Yeah, making quite a lot going right across the map. X-Factor looks like he wants to get aggressive with these.
A Flying Duck with 1 grunt per choke point at the moment.
Yeah, looks Flying Duck. He's got his grunts well positioned, I think, to defend against this. Rover's not great at fighting into this, but this is really, I think, going to come down to how well Flying Duck defends this, right? This we've seen in these tournaments recently that the grunt player fighting against the vehicle player. You just have to be perfect. You can't make any mistakes. Any mistake, and you just lose a lot of mexes to these vehicle scouts.
You had to see that radar placement. You can easily see where holes have formed due to the train, and these rovers will get round the back to this con. Probably won't kill it in time, but does force off the con from the metal extractor.
Yeah, just keeping that pressure on Flying Duck's side of the map. A couple grunts have made it across the map, but blitzes are starting to come out. Should be able to defend against this, as well as just the sheer amount of rovers. Flying Duck getting some good trades. Actually going to kill a lot of these rovers. And so far has not lost anything on his own side of the map. Very important, I think, to be that bot player into this and to not lose anything. It's just, this early game is just so impactful.
Yeah, this is still quite a lot of rovers to have round the back of your base, but still close. One rover does almost make it through.
There's actually a lot of grunts starting to pile up on X Factor's side of the map. I think he needs to be very aware of this, and he's starting to rally some blitzes there, but there is some fear. Actually gonna get a rover. Flying Duck not realizing this. Maybe we'll deny this Mex. Yeah, we'll manage to kill it.
That rover took a very interesting path directly behind all of Flying Duck's base. So he is actually able to see all of Flying Duck's base now due to that scout.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Oh, Flying Duck. He sees the cons of X Factor here. Actually, X Factor with I feel like a crazy beamer placement. Very early beamer placement. He should be able to get that beamer up. And actually, I guess it kind of locks this area down a little bit, but very surprised to actually see that beamer queued. Oh,
a sizable blitz push on the south side as about 7 blitzes have made it into the back, and there's no grunts there to stop it.
Yeah, Flying Duck
taking out 3 metal extractors and the con as well.
Flying Duck focusing very hard on this aggression. not gonna kill the cons, but he will at least deny one of the metal clusters. All these blitzes getting on top of his winds could be very disastrous if he's not paying attention. Ooh, just barely keeps that wind alive.
Does lose quite a bit of build power though from the lost con and the free metal extractors. Could have been worse. The fact that his bots and he's able to pump out a res bot, which he is already doing now, does make the raid somewhat less impactful, especially with the pressure he's doing on X Factor right now. But still, no player has actually expanded outside of the original start box yet, which I find funny.
Yeah, a lot of aggression actually here. Flying Duck is going to get on top of X Factor's con. Oh, X Factor even calling it. Yeah, Flying Duck actually with his counterattack there was pretty good, and I don't think X Factor did enough damage with that push. But very close back and forth little game there.
Yeah, I think X Factor could have kept playing there. I don't think it was game over quite as much as he maybe thought it was.
Yeah, it was definitely rough. I think he was in a rough position. As I think Flying
But
Duck's
to be in a
expansion was
loser's
better.
bracket already,
Yeah.
you kind of need to play out every game if you want to win, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
Well, we're gonna go into game 3 on Dig Site. Kind of a deciding game.
oh yeah, free is free, yeah.
Yeah, these have been kind of
Maybe
quick.
he just really wanted to play Dig Site.
Maybe. I mean, I know we've seen some very unique games, I think I want to say, on this map in recent times. You know, we saw Termites win on this map for I think the first time in any tournament for me ever, maybe. We've seen Termites, Termites do stuff. But I have a feeling we're not going to see something as weird as that this game. I have a feeling. Could be wrong.
I've seen in the 1v1, like just normal game scene, have been seeing a lot of EMP bot termites recently. Especially against Tech 1. A lot of players have been pulling that off. It used to be the go-to thing a very long time ago, but we haven't seen it for like 2 years, maybe longer. So it's nice to see it. It's a very high APM required to pull it off, so
Yeah,
you don't see
that
it very
makes sense.
often.
It kind of reminds me of the like EMP bot into like tumbleweed or something like that kind of thing, which seems a little bit more common, I think, nowadays. But interesting. Both players opting for the low ground starts. I mean, this was really back and forth yesterday. Some players prioritizing the low ground starts and kind of just rushing the 10 mechs. And others going for I feel like maybe a little safer high ground with the easy access to the geo.
Yeah, it's interesting because the high ground does give you a pretty safe base position.
Yeah, you're super safe. You have access. Like that, I actually think that geo is more important than some of these players are giving it credit for. I mean, they see the 25 wind and they go, "Ooh, yeah, I don't need to worry about anything. I can just make E-stores." And then the wind tanks and sits at 1 for 5 minutes, and it's like, maybe making that geo when the wind is high, it acts as a fancy E-store. It's just a good investment. Otherwise,
I feel like this spot here would also be a very useful start because it gives you relatively good access to this geo and the other geo.
I think that from what I've seen, that is like the more standard spawn, right? Like you spawn there, your BP can be in range of your lab and the geo, and yet, like you said, you do have access to the second one should the game go long enough to warrant that, I guess, right?
Yeah, but both players picking bots here for the sheer vast quantity of crystals. Some of these crystals do have a small amount of metal in as well, so it's not like it's just energy they're getting. Although, let's be honest, it's not a lot of metal.
Yeah, I feel like it's enough, right? Like that's I feel like any metal reclaim at all. Like if you look around, it actually ends up being quite a bit in these crystals just over the map in total, I guess, right?
Yeah, 275s, and you're talking about a free constructor basically. So
yeah, really it starts to add up. Especially it gives you energy too, which really smooths out this early game. Yeah, X Factor just already immediately getting a contour up. Same with Flying Duck. high wind, easy energy reclaim. Makes this very easy to do.
Both players being very passive in this early game, though. Neither of them sending units really across the map. Flying Duck only now just starting to send them, but they asked to protect the 10 mechs in the middle.
Yeah, we've seen that in the games recently has been the big priority, right? Like everybody's fighting over this 10 mechs. It is just too much metal to give up. We even saw the game yesterday of Randy just basically giving up the rest of the map just immediately tier 2 this 10 mechs and just surviving off of that and ended up winning that game. It's just too good. It's just too good to give up. You can't afford to not contest it.
Mm.
Well, we're gonna have a little encounter here between X Factor and Flying Duck. Grunt on grunt action, and it does look like X Factor is gonna come out ahead here.
Yeah, this other Flying Duck grunt that's heading north. Although we'll get past those two kind of scout grunts. Won't be able to get any value. Flying Duck's comm is just marching his way to the center, though.
Yeah, this looks very similar, I think, to some of the builds we saw yesterday. This low ground, very quick comm walk just to secure the 10 mechs. It's a little awkward leaving not having your commander in base. Like you said, you're missing out on the BP. It's kind of a lot that you're missing out on.
It is interesting though, because like we're talking like maybe a couple of seasons ago, that the meta of 1v1s was both of you walk your commanders to the center of the map and basically fight over the center of the map. The quickest route to each other, you march that comm directly towards your opponent's base. And it's kind of over time changed to a lot of the players will keep their commanders in the base now rather than actually doing any of that. But Flying Duck wants that build power on that front line.
Ooh, Khan actually getting a little caught out here. Flying Duck gonna lose one of his expanding cons. Kind of a big pickoff here. I mean, Flying Duck does have access to res bots, and he should be able to get that up pretty quickly, but definitely a painful loss.
And even though Flying Duck owns the mechs in the middle, we're only seeing, the eco difference between the two players is currently exactly the same. They're both on the same millisecond.
Yeah, dead even. Like, it really is just this 10 mechs actually helping Flying Duck stay in this. So a second lab going down on the 10 mechs as well. Interesting. Ooh, kind of a good engagement here for Flying Duck. Getting a good angle. Getting a little dicier though as that goes on, as X Factor actually micros into a good line.
Yeah, Flying Duck definitely needs to increase his expansion in order to keep up with this if he wants to make use of that middle area.
Oh, interesting.
He's fallen behind on general expansion.
And Flying Duck looking like he's going for a little bit more of an aggressive build directly at X Factor's front door as he is starting to build up a little thug ball. I'm curious where he goes. I'm assuming he goes directly at X Factor's base. It's a little awkward. It's a very tiny choke point, and X Factor has basically the entire. Like, it's a long time to respond to it, but it does look like.
Yeah, I mean, if he'd gone vehicles here in pounders and just marched them at X Factor's base, I don't see him being able to stop that.
I wonder actually if the choke would be too much for the pounders, right? Like, you kill one pounder and all of a sudden there's a traffic jam, but I mean, I don't know.
That is true, yeah.
That's such a tiny choke. Oh, getting two cons here. Flying Duck picking off two expanding cons of X Factors. Very big deal.
Flying Duck is losing the fight to the south, though, as he's having to retreat, as there's still 14 more grunts of X Factor just holding off at the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. There's little fights happening all over the map. This thug on thug action actually. Flying Duck opting to try and climb the hill instead of contesting the X Factor thug ball. That might be a little frightening. As Flying Duck's
They will have the height advantage there. if he keeps the units on the hill.
True, true. If he stays there, yeah, for sure. He can actually have a pretty good height advantage, which will make this fight a lot better for him, although he does seem to be just continuing on, which might be a little scary.
Army value is still pretty close. Technically, Flying Duck is ahead. Metal a second. Flying Duck is now also ahead, but total metal produced is basically bang on 11k for both players.
Yeah, it really just...
Flying Duck has secured an interesting side of the map, though. He's not... The map hasn't been split, like, along the spawn diagonal. It's kind of like split north to south.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It is kind of like, you know, X Factor's getting denied this western expansion, while at the same point, you know, Flying Duck... Oh, actually, big engagement happening in the south. Flying Duck loses his entire little grunt army here. As I was saying, Flying Duck getting denied a lot of these eastern mechs is kind of hard to expand to from his position.
X Factor preparing a bombing run as well, with several bombers already built, 5 of them already built, and churning out at a rapid pace.
Yeah, the easy access to energy while the wind is high, definitely coming out and helping X Factor pump those bombers out. Well, committing onto the LLT is gonna take kind of an awkward fight. He does kill multiple mexes and the LLT, but is gonna lose this entire army. More grunts are on the way, but kind of an awkward trade for X Factor.
I think X Factor needs to pump out shurikens, which he is doing, in order to stop Flying Duck's push in the middle.
Yeah, there's a lot of thugs. More reinforcements are on the way from X Factor, but a lot of these thugs are dying. Bombers are starting to go now.
Flying Duck has switched to fighters, but will it be enough?
Way too late, I think. He needs a lot of ground aid to deny this, and even then, I think a lot of these wins are going to get bombed. A lot of them decently stacked, too. X Factor looking like he's actually going for the BP instead of the wins. He is going to get them. He's going to get 3 con turrets. So far has not managed to kill a whole lot of the economy, but the second pass actually going for the second con. Gets another con turret. Wow. All of Flying Duck's BP in his base dies.
Yeah, at the same time, a whole bunch of grunts have managed to make it round the back as well, and they're just keeping on going around the edge of the map, but Flying Duck doesn't care. He's just pushing further and further towards X Factor's base, who is starting to pork up with 2 20 guards and a HLT.
Yeah, I'm not certain this is all that pushable anymore, right? X Factor's his commander. He has a lot of thugs. Oh, a Flying Duck is going to commit into this Death Valley, and I do not think that is a good idea, as he just gets all of his units eviscerated instantly.
Same time though, Flying Duck has managed to push around the back of X Factor's base, dealing equal damage to his back line as was inflicted on him.
Yeah, Shurikens showing their value once again. Gonna eventually stop this raid. Deny X Factor, you know, a lot of these mexes, but that bombing run, I think really hurt Flying Duck. Luckily he had a single con left in base and is starting to rebuild his BP, but that definitely hurt him quite a bit.
Yeah, I think he's still in a pretty strong position though. X Factor has kind of been he's kind of contained in his corner, but at the same time he isn't, because he's got a single expanding con at the south bottom corner.
Yeah, these mexes definitely
But he can't really move anywhere else due to all of those thugs in the center.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's so unpushable for Flying Duck, right? Like the 2 twin guards, the HLT, the thug wall of his own is just, it's just too much. X Factor adding on some air cons actually to re-expand. I like this a lot. Really needs to find a way to contest these outer mexes.
It would be interesting to see how much damage. I know players don't like to build the artillery positions, but how much a static artillery would do on one of these high ground positions.
If it was Randy,
if it would have the range.
Yeah. In 1 second, Randy would build that on that cliff. I think he's the only person I've seen build it in multiple tournaments in a row now. So he did build one yesterday. And yeah, potentially could deny the 10 mechs. Gonna actually get on top of this little cluster of X-Factors, kill the Con and all the exploiters.
No second bombing run being prepared though. Curious as to where he's planning on doing this. Surely he knows that it's not going to be as effective in the center anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Flying Duck, you know, he's rebuilt his BP. He didn't really lose any of his energy, so he actually is perfectly content to pump these fighters out. And, you know, he doesn't have total air control, but he can definitely contest this, I think, more than he could earlier. Like,
Yeah, it looks like X Factor's moving his attention more to the flanks now than
I think he might be going for
center.
The Calm. Yeah, he's going for. Maybe he's just tapping the 10 mechs, but he's also going to connect with the commander here. Ooh, Flying Duck. He just gets a little tap, not too much damage done. The 10 mechs does go down. Yeah, X Factor is 100% going for the commander here. Flying Duck needs to get his AA bots under. Then they are shooting the bombers. I don't think there's any hope of this comp snipe happening.
No, that's a lot of metal to throw away there.
Yeah.
He did actually attempt an air transport up onto the cliff there with a single thug to deny the triple mechs. It didn't work, but nice attempt.
Flying Duck it looks like he's going to try and do this dual push in the north and directly in front of X Factor's base, but I mean, it is a Twin Guard and an HLT, two Twin Guards and an HLT. I mean, this is a lot of thugs, though. X Factor definitely needs to respect this push, even if this is going to be a very messy engage. Oh, man. I'm really not sold on Flying Duck pushing this. The repairs are coming in. The HLT will go down, it looks like. Twin Guards, plus all the LOTs behind, really showing their value.
Yeah, this isn't going to actually get anything, though.
Yeah, very
this is
big
just
feed,
donating a lot of metal. And at the same time, 34 grunts of X Factors have just pushed the back line of Flying Duck with nothing there to stop him.
Oh man, I like somewhere out there there's a mighty sheep just grinning at somebody just mindlessly pushing into a wall of turrets and knowing that this is his build, this is how he plays. And Flying Duck, I think, really unfortunately choosing to push into that is just not going to work. Tiny little choke point with too much defense. Yeah, these
Flying Duck not reacting to this, back push at all.
Man,
even holding this middle section, Flying Duck is still now behind when it comes to metal a second, quite substantially as well.
Yeah, those air cons of X Factor actually taking all the Western mechs is giving him a lot of value over time here. And X Factor, you know, getting these little grunt run buys, the backline of Flying Duck is just pruning away a lot of this metal that Flying Duck desperately needs, especially after he just donated. Oh man, very awkward angle for Flying Duck here. X Factor, well microed, kills this entire army.
And they're just going to be able to keep going north, picking up the last three.
Oh man, yeah, kind of falling apart here for Flying Duck a little bit. I think getting a little frazzled maybe as not looking as clean as he did earlier. He's going to start pruning back some of X Factor's mexes, but losing basically all of his in return. I don't know.
This is his 6th game in a row now, but
True.
The fatigue may be starting to show.
X Factor with a pretty impressive res ball here, actually going to start pressuring the mid-mechs of Flying Duck. That feed maybe going to end up costing Flying Duck this game, as almost all of these thugs are rezzed. And the res bot value is way too much, actually. X Factor losing almost no thugs and just heavily out-trading Flying Duck. Shurikens are going to come in, try and EMP some of this. Flying Duck needs something. He needs some force multiplier to win this, and the Shurikens maybe are it. Moving his commander forward, maybe I don't want to say desperation, but definitely a bit more risky play, especially into this wall of thugs. Shuriken's actually really paying for themselves. A lot of this army is going down, as the Flying Duck does have air control.
Yeah, but he's now got basically no thugs left to be able to deal with the stuff that is EMP'd.
Oh, that's true. A little bit running out of steam. Flying Duck is moving forward to actually start reclaiming this medal with his commander.
The grunts that were running round the back of the base, though, for X Factor are now approaching all of the energy production of Flying Duck.
Oh, man. Bombers have been made as well from Flying Duck while this is going down, and they are being sent across the map. Oh, actually, going to bomb all of the aggressive
good
grunts.
bomb.
Yeah, X Factor with plenty of fighters and AA will manage to shoot down all of these bombers before they get any value. Flying Duck sees the tier 2 lab and calls it. Man. That was an interesting game. I really, it was kind of hard to call in any direction where that was going until basically right at the end.
Yeah, I feel like if Flying Duck wouldn't have pushed in there, I would have just held the center and then just kept closing up the sides. He would have had that. He had over half the map under his control at one point, but that push just wiped his army advantage,
Yep.
gave all of the metal to X Factor, and that was it.
Yeah, maybe Flying Duck a little tired after 2 pretty intense back-to-back series, like you said, and yeah, kind of just a unfortunate mistake pushing into that choke point and just costing him maybe the set. Well, as we can see on the bracket, that means Pro Revan, or in this, X Factor Live, is going forward to fight against whoever wins between the losers bracket of Kuchi and the loser of Autopilot versus Randy, which we will see next. Although we are going to go to a brief little break while we, get the players in here and give Randy a little time to, acclimate. And yeah, we will be back to see another good set. So don't go anywhere. See some good games, hopefully. right, guys, we are back. I know we're all worried about Randy. See if we can find him, and wherever he is out there, we're all hoping he shows up. And I have to tell you, he did. He did show up, and he is ready to play, and he is in lobby with autopilot, getting ready to decide who's going forward here. Many of you, I don't know if you guys have been watching the tournaments recently, but this has been very back and forth between these two players. We had the last BPL where we had autopilot actually, defeat Randy and a 4-1 pretty explosive set into the set before that where we had the insane mine comm snipe on autopilot to secure Randy the series. Just a very, very entertaining set between these players. Two tournaments in a row. And it looks like we're almost ready to actually get into picks and bans. Requiem did actually, he had his moment and he casted in with us, and he did have to leave, unfortunately. But we do actually have Ragna here with us. Many of you will know this man, have heard him before. How's it going, Ragna?
Hey guys. Yeah, quite alright. Quite excited about this. It's looking to be an amazing tournament, and I'm excited to see these two play it out and semi-final here.
Yeah, and the
quarterfinal rather.
Yeah, and the players getting right into it, right? Autopilot with an FTL ban, and Randy immediately following it up with a Devil's Postpile ban. Ooh. Autopilot. Okay, man, they're going quick too. Yeah, autopilot banning Ardent Strata. I'm a little sad that FTL got banned again. I know Randy looked kind of insane on it yesterday, but I'm still sad. Oh my god, they're so quick.
Yeah, I think that's expected. I think Randy's really good on FTL.
This is high APM banning.
They're going really quick. Yeah, Randy banning Theta Crystals. I suppose he was thinking about his bans maybe on the way or something.
And then autopilot banning Pools of Illis.
I'm actually surprised at how much Pools is getting banned. That was a very popular map in the last two BPLs.
And Randy banning Boreal.
Maybe that map's just fallen out of favor a little bit, but what does that leave us? Dig Site, Eternal Consequences, and Mariposa.
Mariposa? Yeah, Mariposa.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, Dig Site, quite a big map. A lot of places to raid on the sides. Mariposa as well, really large map with sea as well.
Yeah, I know. On Parkcast, I've talked about it a few times of Randy, securing literally the only win against Chisato. The only time Chisato lost that entire tournament on Mariposa. Back in Chisato's peak days. I'm curious, maybe if Randy's gonna try and prioritize that map. Maybe he still feels pretty comfortable on it. I know Autopilot's probably maybe thinking about that, but ooh, okay.
Yeah, I would say Autopilot is probably the better macro player, but Randy is a player that you can never count out. He's always looking for that one play that will win him the game. So very dangerous opponents, regardless.
For sure. Well, as you can see, Dig Site was Autopilot's pick, and Randy did in fact pick Mariposa Island as our game 3. But it looks like we are ready to get in, and we'll swap over to our game 1 between Autopilot and Randy.
Indeed, and on Barryian Lake, what do you see happening here?
I have to kind of feel like Autopilot is a little bit stronger on a map like this, unless Randy has something cooked, a little something. I don't even want to say cheesy because this doesn't seem like a very cheesy map, but he's okay. First of all, I look and I see Randy is queuing as the cube, not actually selecting his faction is very funny to me. I take some confidence. What would you think, Ragna? Do you have any favorites on this map between these two players?
I guess it is quite flat. The spawn positions are, generally speaking, quite close. So I think Randy can maybe each in a big micro win early game. Randy always excellent micro. But since it is so flat and the rating is maybe quite telegraphed. If the game takes on a longer, I trust Autopilot's macro, but I think Randy could definitely win early game if he goes like for a good timing push.
Yeah, I think in the previous sets between Randy and Autopilot, the early game was always Randy's strong suit. Like you said, he's a very strong micro player. Loses out a bit on Autopilot's macro, as I think Autopilot's considered one of the best macro players in the game at the moment. But Randy's just very good in these aggressive plays.
And then, to me, that then comes down to vehicle versus bots. We see a lot of Cortex bots with the grunts, and I think that's really good, but it has its weaknesses where you can't scout ahead incoming because you don't have the scouts, right? So it's always a bit of a dangerous, but Autopilot going for Armada, probably vehicles, I assume.
I would assume, yeah. Although, again, the tar is very weird, I think, for vehicles here. You are very slow. But, bots, not still also get a bit of a speed, loss there. Randy going for core, I say, as he definitely cubed into this core.
Yeah, and Autopilot goes for vehicle.
Interesting. I mean, vehicle scouts have
so
been very strong.
That does put Autopilot on an aggressive mode, since you can't. Well, with the blitzes, you can really like go for a surprise attack in the back. If you go like all the way up north with a couple blitzes, you can like do like really big damage. But
yeah,
and that's also something. If you go both with Cortex bots, you can assume the other one will too, and then you can try to be really greedy, and then vehicle opening is something that can punish that. We see tons of scouts of rovers coming out of the Autopilot's lab.
Yeah, a couple cons into just a lot of rovers, whereas Randy going for a Resbot actually open one extra con over Autopilot, but bot con's a little bit cheaper. You can probably get away with that, especially as the Resbot is going to give him a lot of consistent energy here. Well, these early trades I think are going to be pretty important here, as we've seen this a lot between these vehicle versus this grunt open. It really just comes down to how well you can defend, how well you can not lose anything to the harassment of the rovers here. And I guess Randy's
both going quite a medium, but both going for quite a medium play, not too greedy, not too aggressive.
Yeah, Randy kind of a little out of position to defend this southern con, actually. His grunt's not really in the right spot to defend this. Should be able to defend the radar.
Yeah, but the con has a lot of HP, so I think it'll be fine. The radar came up quite late.
Yeah, Randy should be able to defend this pretty easily. Ooh, does not quite manage to catch the rover. But nothing too bad lost. Nothing. Just a little bit of time, a little bit of con HP. Not too bad.
And Autopilot switching over to blitzes now.
Interesting. That feels like a very early swap. I mean, I guess this map's a little bit harder to easily raid on, I guess, but. Ooh.
And at some point, he does need to answer the grunts, because the scouts, there's only so much they can do against them, right?
Yeah, and there are quite a few grunts already on the map. Randy did destroy one of, or Autopilot did destroy one of Randy's radars and denied one of these mexes. Ooh, and gonna catch the Resbot.
I do like that Randy's going for a counterattack while defending at the same time, so he's not going full defensive mode, which I think is important.
And definitely keeping some of this aggression on Autopilot's side of the map. We're going to catch both rovers, so not even having to defend anymore now, as he can focus solely on this aggression.
But yeah, no, something we can look at is the vehicle con expansion is so much faster. So if we look at a metal per second, it's very one-sided.
Very much so. Oh my god. Yeah, Autopilot with a pretty massive lead. As Randy, he's starting to get some cons now. Really needs to find some some value, I think, from this aggressive grunts. Not certain he's going to be able to, actually, as autopilot is, you know, he has good radar position. His blitzers are in a good spot to defend against this. Might be able to find something in the north, but Otto already moving to try and cut them off.
Yeah, that's something with the tower, with the blitzes. You can try to catch the grunts. If you catch them right when they arrive onto the tower, they slow down, and then the blitzes can catch them at the exact right moment.
Looks like Randy actually sending a lot of his reinforcing grunts to the north through the tower. Does not look like he wants to try and hit this front door of autopilot. Ooh, couple sneaky grunts actually going to make it into the backline here, right at the edge of the radar.
Indeed, and then it's going to be really late before he sees it too, and he's distracted on his front.
Ooh, wait, this timing here of there's quite a lot of grunts all over the map.
It's a multi-pronged attack here. He's going to get the con in the back. That's huge, yeah.
Otto's really focused on this fight in the front and sees the two grunts in the back when it's far too late. Randy should easily be able to kill this con and both mexes. Very high value pickoff from Randy here. Ooh, actually he's thinking about pressuring Otto's base, but that definitely feels like a bit of an overcommitment. Definitely does not, I think, want to take that fight. Kills the con.
I still don't know how much that's enough though. This is amazing damage and this is really good, but still so far behind.
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely scary for Randy here. He's gotten value, but he needs to find more somehow. You know, like he's continuing the aggression, but there's definitely going to come a point where these blitzes can actually just, you know, do some counter damage. Ooh.
Yeah, because if you have as many blitzes as the other one has grunts, that's kind of dangerous. He can kite, okay, good, but...
Yeah, well microed by Randy, but that is a lot of blitzes.
Yeah.
Oh, that grunt is still alive in the background, actually going to pick off another max. I don't think he's going to find much more with that grunt, but... Ooh, going into the LLT, trying to pick that mech off, actually going to lose a lot of his grunts. Bit of an overcommitment
Army
there
value no double. Yeah, army value no double for autopilot. Randy not being able to spend his metal. Now building a con turrets.
Yeah, autopilot on 3 con turrets and an E-store already, whereas Randy just finished his first. Is definitely a little rough here on the macro side for Randy. Unable to actually spend his metal, even with the the bots, the cheaper bots, is, well, it's a little rough.
Yeah, I think Randy really tried to go for like a aggressive play with the grunts and try to pump as many grunts early as possible and try to catch them off guard, but autopilot defended really well. Probably they would know each other quite well, I think, so...
Yeah, we've definitely been here for some time now, watching these two go against each other. I think Otto is a little used to dealing with this, although, ooh, good fight from Otto. Gonna catch a lot of these grunts at a pretty good angle. Shaves off the mechs and leaves.
And the rover picking off mexes.
Ooh, just barely keeps that mex alive.
Yeah.
Ooh, the con, though, going down. Randy not able to pull that con back from danger. Dies to the blitzes diving on top of it.
Alright, so what do we need from Randy here? Maybe shurikens?
Maybe. I think Randy desperately needs to, I would say, fix his macro, but once you reach this point where you've already kind of struggled with your macro, it's kind of hard to fix it when you're in this situation.
Yeah.
He's just...
Yeah, because he can't spend his metal, because grunts cost so much energy, but then if he needs air, that costs energy as well, and then, yeah, you're stuck in this loop.
He just can't, he doesn't quite have, like, the energy that autopilot does. He can't spend it like Auto can. And these trades are continually going not in his favor as the amount of blitzes just continue to grow.
He did switch over to vehicles, so he's making incisors now.
Oh, well, not come a moment too soon, as he is actually slowly getting pushed back almost everywhere. Has not managed to take his back mexes at all. Which I think is definitely hurting him quite a bit. Otto, I think, wisely deciding not to overcommit here and lose all these blitzes. You know, gonna shave off the radar, the mexes, and leave. Call it a day. Take the win.
Yeah, the grunts catch Khan here.
Oh, yeah, Randy should be able to get it, but I think it is going to come at the cost of all the grunts. Oh, maybe not.
No, he can keep going.
Oh,
all right.
The sneaky hill.
That's so frustrating.
Now, on the flip side, a large group of blitzes is actually going to hit Randy's side of the map, kill a lot of mexes here. All mostly undefended, actually. And Mighty should even catch this con. Randy about to lose even more when he's already kind of struggling to expand at all.
Yeah, as time passes on, the game slips further and further out of Randy's hands, it looks like.
Oh, this is going to be a nice little pick off for Randy. Gonna kill these mexes in the back. Unfortunately, will not catch the con as it does sneak past, but... Ooh, mex explosion kills multiple grunts. Very unfortunate. Oh my god, so many blitzes. Retreating incisors, usually pretty good at fighting this, but on the tar, the blitzes just get on top of them and eat them alive. There's just way too many blitzes. Even Randy's back expanding con just, you know, going down to a couple blitzes from autopilot. I think this has very quickly devolved into a pretty one-sided affair here, as Randy just cannot make enough units to contest this.
The writing's on the wall here.
Just if you look at the statistics, basically every single stat is in Otto's favor.
It's a blue wave.
It is. And I mean, we're 11 minutes in, and there's a an 8,000 medal lead. That's very hard to recover from. As autopilot once again just showing why he's by some considered the best of the best, and he's just too clean with his 1v his macro and his micro. And he's just kind of struggling. For other people are struggling to actually contest him. And Randy.
Yeah, and Randy doesn't give up. Yeah, he kept going. He went on the attack, even when it didn't look too good. He's still trying to micro. He's still raiding in the back, so...
You look at, if we zoom out and look at the mech situation here, we get a little worried as Randy is back down to his starting mexes, and Otto has the majority of the map. Definitely one of those games where you kind of... It's it's a best of 3 tournament game. He's not gonna surrender too easily. But yeah, okay, there, Randy I think understands it is very over. Well, quick little game one there. Pretty dominant actually from autopilot. If you look at the graphs.
I think it goes to autopilot's strengths here, for sure. Like the wide open terrain.
Yeah. Wide open terrain, kind of hardish to raid on. I mean, Randy was being kind of cute with the back hills and like little groups of grunts, keep continuously killing Otto's, back expansion. But all right, we're going into game 2 on dig site though. Autopilot's
dig site, yeah, interesting. We did see that amazing game with Randy with the termites. I think it does showcase a specificity about the hill. I think if you control the opponent's hill, that gives you like a huge control over the enemy base, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And Randy does like to go for that center play.
Yeah.
So I would like to see him, like, I don't know, make a bot lab on the enemy hill and make thugs and just rain down or something like that.
Well, that does seem like it'd be a Randy play. I'm curious if he's gonna mix it up a little bit from the the qualifier games. As he did seem to prioritize the middle 10 mechs, and he used that center position to really influence around the map. Oh, okay. Well, Otto.
Interestingly, autopilots, looking to start maybe in the back. Both of them actually.
Interesting. Yeah, this was the more, I feel like, safe, like consistent, like spot where you have easy access to the geo. You can expand all over.
Yeah. Yeah.
A little further from the 10 mechs, but
And further from mexes in general, I would say. Like if you have cons expanding in every direction, you're a bit slower.
I could kind of see. Yeah, I could kind of see that. You are in like the hills make it so weird, right? Like there's so much like terrain blockage on movement. That your con expansion paths are super important.
But it is a lot safer, and I think this probably favors autopilot for macro play, where he gets further ahead in expansion. So I'm curious to see if Randy has a plan for that. He must be aware of this. He must be knowing about this. So
for sure, yeah, I have to assume. Maybe Randy did look a little. I don't want to. He didn't look locked in as much in the last game. I don't know if that was maybe just map unfamiliarity or if, like he was a little late today, he hasn't had time to warm up, but I'm wondering if he has something cooked for this or if this is just going to be a map that heavily favors auto. Well, slowly but surely, we're going to get into our game too, eventually here. I think in a lot of these games we've seen recently, a lot of this has actually come down to who prioritizes the 10 mechs. Like even in the last set between Duck and X Factor, I feel like just that 10 mechs was giving Duck so much signs of life. Even when he was losing mechs all over the map, just having that 10.5 medal is just too important, too good.
yeah, but then he got a bit stuck, not knowing where to send his Thug army. So you have to pivot that into something. And the thing is, if you build a lab in the center, you will have less build power than the opponent that has his starting base with the build power there. So
Definitely interesting consideration. Yeah, for sure. A little easier to get units to the front, right? You have a less distance to travel, but yeah, you are kind of investing in not your main base. Both players are core.
Both Cortex, yeah.
I have to assume this is bot open. I can't imagine, like the Incisor, like Vehicle Lab open has really fallen out of favor since the Incisor nerf, a few other buffs, and it's just... And this map is just, there's just so much reclaim. It's just kind of, you can't
There's
really...
reclaim, yeah.
Cannot go vehicles.
I do like the vehicle expansion because we saw that last game, right? The vehicles are expanding so much faster. They have more build power, they move faster. Especially the Armada ones. But wow. I think bots is just safer here.
I was looking at Autopilot's queue on his lab, and I was thinking, dang, this is kind of greedy. And then I look at Randy's, and Randy's is actually way greedier.
yeah.
Way more.
I mean, the distances are so huge. So you can get away with this greedy. And the only way to punish this is by going vehicles, or maybe like Armada bots or something crazy like that.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, that's what I was talking about. If you know that the other will go Cortex bots, you can abuse it by being really greedy. Especially on a big map.
Yeah, and it definitely... we saw, I think, like a single, like kind of a aggro-ish build from Kuchi during the qualifier where he did like a 1-mex, like arm bot open, and like that potentially could punish this, but yeah, Grunt's definitely not going to do that. Both players pretty content to just, greed their little hearts out. Make cons, make rezzers, no units. Well, if we do look, Otto actually is sneaking. He's sneaking a few more grunts in a little earlier than Randy. Like Randy going way harder on the cons. It should not matter, as again the map is huge and no players even started.
But I like it. I like it. I think you can go. Like imagine here if Randy went even more cons, right? 3 more cons. He could totally get away with it, right?
I think he could. Yeah, it is that big, and both players are very content to chill. Though I don't think that favors Randy, and I'll be totally honest. I see Autopilot, and I think Macro. Not that Randy's a slouch at it, but he's not Autopilot. I don't think many people are. And
Autopilot is Autopilot.
Oh, that's true. We do have autopilot is autopilot. He might be the only one. There's some I think that could test him, but his macro is too clean. I just look back over at Randy's lab. He's made 5 grunts, and there's 5 more cons in queue. I think he actually heard you. That's crazy.
And he's making con turret as well.
This is like insane levels of greed. Again, I think you're right. I don't think he's gonna get punished for it, but this is some wild greed. Oh, he's kind of M-stalling on this a little bit.
And he wants to move forward with his commander. That's the thing.
Yep, prioritizing the 10 mechs. Although he is going to be taking that really awkward little slope path. This column is going to be moving.
Yeah,
for
that's the
quite some time.
downside. That's the downside of starting in the back. Is the path towards the middle is a little awkward.
Well, I think I actually kind of like Otto's positioning of his con turret a little better than Randy's here. I know they're kind of nitpicky, not really a huge deal, but Otto's is in position to actually tap the Geo, right? Like Randy's is not, and I think that actually is kind of that's kind of something later on. I think the Geo is actually kind of important on this map.
Well, that's the difference, I guess, with Autopilot being such a macro-oriented player. He thinks ahead exactly like that, right? Like the placement of the base layout is probably already mapped out for him, where he's going to put his wind farms and so on.
Yeah, makes sense. Autopilot maybe going to catch off a couple of Randy's grunts here, although reinforcing grunts should be able to deal with it.
I think he could have snuck past there. He didn't need to show that, but does it anyway.
I think you're right. I don't think Randy actually saw those grunts until they started shooting.
A little sneaky grunt here. Might get a max or a reser.
Oh yeah, it'd be kind of important actually if he can kill these resers. These resers are very valuable on this map, although Otto, wow, he already sees it.
Nah, yeah. Poof. Just one tap.
Oh, nice. Catches a little raid from Autopilot on the east. 2 grunts going down. And on the flip side, though, Randy also getting his own grunts caught. Neither player able to find any success in their raids.
And not much happened, and already Autopilot on a 16% metal produced advantage. Is a little bit to be expected, but then I'm asking Randy, like, what's the plan? Where are we going?
Yeah, I mean, I guess once he gets to the 10 max, maybe he can recover some of that, but yeah, I'm definitely liking... Yeah. I just look at Otto's base, and I'm like, yeah, I like this more. It just looked better.
Yeah. I do like the comm walk. I think that's really good.
Yeah, securing this 10 max is important, I think, for sure.
And there we go. Wow, from a 20%, like a 30% swing, I think it was.
Yeah, it's very important to get that max. There's so many cons out actually on the map. You know, Randy he's securing a lot of this. I feel like he really kind of needs to get some value. I would say with his army, but he's also pretty heavily down in army value, so kind of gonna be hard to do, I think.
He is someone that likes the center lab, and exactly as I say this, he's putting it down. Bot lab.
Interesting. Do you think this is a thug play? Is similar to what we saw from Flying Duck, or?
Yeah, but he can't attack anywhere, right? Like where the thug's gonna go? And I hear air, so yeah, indeed, Autopilot made an air lab.
Yeah, I feel like the air lab definitely a safe choice. Finish the Geo instantly when the wind is high, and you just start pumping air. Randy doing the same thing, but just down at Geo. A little riskier to do so.
And wind is still high, so that's okay for now.
Good LT placement from Randy should be able to stop this. I mean, it is 4 strung out grunts, shouldn't be able to get in there. Yeah, Otto is going to pull back.
Otto doesn't even try to surprise air, he sends scouts, so both players kind of assume that the other is going to make air, so it's not like a surprise to either of them, just scouting what's going on.
Oh, Randy actually lands
the
scout.
Scarcons actually, they can make the underwater geos. That's I wonder if it's gonna choose to do that.
Oh wow, actually, yeah. Otto really prioritizing the underwater mexes here, actually. Both 2 air cons very early, taking both mexes. This is the first time I've seen anybody do that so far in the tournament.
Little expansion under threat here. Is he gonna get there in time? Just one con.
Yeah, I mean, getting this con pretty good. Some damage finally being done.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually another con going down that was heading towards the 10 max. Oh, Randy. I like what I see.
Yeah, you were asking what the plan is a minute ago. It's obvious. I mean,
I mean, it did seem very strong, especially if you know your opponent's base is in this high ground position, right? Like, it's a very short distance for these termites to get up there and into the base. I have to
but Autopilot has his own Tech 2 lab, so again, he has less build power than Autopilot. And yeah, it's gonna be Tech 2 versus Tech 2.
And I have to assume, unlike that game versus Sash Goran, Sash having opting for the tier 2 air versus tier 2 bots, where the wasps kind of had a shelf life where they could actually contest it. Auto should be able to contest termites on this cliff. It shouldn't be nearly as
I kind
much.
of predict Randy's gonna get ground down by Sheldons or Arbiters, probably.
Oh yeah. From
Yeah,
top of the hill.
I mean the hill there. Yeah, the hill there looks really. He could go for a tier 2 max. Yeah, he's rushing a tier 2 max in the middle, so that's gonna give him a big boost.
Yeah, the big mechs here will give Randy a pretty solid metal lead for at least a little while. Although we did, I think in the last set versus Sash, we did notice he didn't actually fly his con back, or even bring it back slowly to start upgrading his back mechs, as he was just all in on this termite play after grabbing this mechs.
It's a bit of a calm game here with far starting positions, but I feel like soon action's gonna pick up.
Yeah, I think
It's happening, guys. Termite is out.
Yeah, once this termite gets spotted, I think that's when it's gonna pop off a little bit. Randy?
That middle mech's making 42 metal. That's almost half of the total.
It's a lot. It's really good. Oh my god, that bed bug was disgusting. Oh my god, the entire Thug army just gets deleted from existence. Are we really gonna spend one? Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, these bed bugs are basically cheap because now with the AGO, like, he has all the energy in the world.
Yeah, Randy does have a brief moment where he actually has a pretty dominant air control. I don't know if he realizes. And there is an AGO in the middle of Otto's base.
Oh, yeah. That's a win con right there.
Man, it's just the benefit of being in spec. We can see that. I don't think Randy knows exactly how much more air he has, but there is a window here.
Well, that's what scouts are for, right?
That is what scouts are for, but you do have to queue them up, unfortunately. Otto, yeah, with this is again one of these better macro tricks that he's doing, flying his cons around, whereas Randy is slow walking this one back up this horrible hill.
That makes a huge difference, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal.
Some aggressive plays though on the hill, yeah. So the transport that moves around your Tech 2 con doesn't do much if there's termites on the location. But,
and the response seems to be termites as well.
I mean, they need to be.
That is interesting.
Randy has a decent unit advantage here, right? Oh, actually, he swapped to sumos down below.
Huh.
I mean, that's going to take so long, I feel like, for them to be impactful.
Yeah, but once they get in, like...
Once they get there.
What can stop them, right?
If he sees the AGO, he could also arbiter it down, right?
Oh, from down below.
And now the fighters.
Cool.
Yeah, the fighters are going to come in now, so the fighters might spot the Boom Geo, actually.
Oh, big air fight happening.
Player view. Yep, and it's spotted just at the edge of the range.
So...
Randy kind of turning away, actually getting... he's going to turn back and should be able to actually kill this air, but... I'm curious.
He's going back to termites. He's going back to termite production.
Okay, so the sumos are... Okay, interesting. The sumos are going to go and prune away the side expansions. I'm curious where they were going. I guess they'll be able to do that, but it is going to take some time. again, Randy full metal bar actually was kind of struggling to spend. Otto even e-stalling pretty hard here. His termites were turning off there for a moment.
I think Randy really needs to transport his T2 cons around.
Yeah, he desperately needs this AGO. I'm actually
Yeah, make the Geo.
surprised he hasn't clicked it yet. I guess he has no energy. The wind is not really cooperating, but...
I mean, the wind is not that bad, so if it goes further down, Randy's going to be big energy troubles.
As it
The termites need energy to shoot as well.
Yeah, and the sumo is also very energy hungry
Yeah.
little units here. And the wind is actually only getting worse.
He has good map control, though.
Yeah, denying a lot of these expansions. Sumos are slowly going to push away the west. The termites plus grunts. Well, okay, grunts are actually getting cooked by the fiends, but the termites should be able to kill some of these expansions on the east. Well, they're actually going to find Autopilot's commander. Shuriken should deny this. Another
Wind's
big...
coming back up.
God, Randy just adding more con turrets onto this. Well, he really cannot afford this energy. Borderline.
He's already full metal, actually. Yeah, he's bleeding metal already.
Very interesting. Autopilot still has metal lead. Like, if you look at the map,
Yeah,
it doesn't really. You
but these
wouldn't assume
termites
so.
in the metal, this is dangerous.
I don't know if Randy sees these. Like, he sees them on the map.
And
like,
wind crashed. Wind crashed completely, so...
this is actually so scary watching this. Like, I feel like Otto can very easily kill Randy here.
I think this is over. I think even if he doesn't kill the com, he's gonna kill all the build power here in the center, and he's gonna kill the com.
Oh, Randy can't cloak because he has no energy. Oh, man.
Alright.
I think it is that.
But, I mean, the verdict is termites kind of strong.
Yeah. Looking pretty good.
I mean, it's map dependent, right? If you
For
have
sure.
a map that's good for it, then...
I really think it was like I look in Randy's base and he's making a fusion. I really think it was a mistake not prioritizing that AGO.
Although he did have the metal for the fusion, right? That was not the issue.
I mean,
But
okay, yeah.
It's just a macro in general.
At that point, it's like, you know, Otto, I think, recognizes how important it is, and that's the first thing he builds, right? Like, it's literally just instantly into the Geo, no, you know, no hesitation, no tier 2 mech. He's just going right into the Geo. It's just too important, I think, on a map with that high, like, wind variance. Especially if you're going to be making core tier 2 units, which are all pretty energy hungry units.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if Randy makes it back all the way to the final, which is a if, of course, but if we would see a rematch with more maps in the play here.
Oh, right. Yeah, because our next set we're going to get into actually will be, you know, Kuchi versus Randy in the losers final. Or, I can't remember. Now I gotta go look. I can't even remember. Are we doing the next one first?
Yeah, I think that's Kuchi versus Randy.
Yeah, we're doing Kuchi versus Randy. Okay. I'm actually pretty excited for that one.
Yeah. That's also a very big stylistic difference. I think Randy being very micro player, and then Kuchi focusing more on like big plays.
Yeah. It's two chefs, you know. They're gonna show whose kitchen is better and who's cooked some crazy builds. Well,
Brackets are ready.
brackets looking good. Okay, look, we'll swap over. We can actually see we got Kuchi versus Randy coming up next, and then we'll move into the I believe who the winner of this. No. But then we're gonna go watch Bloatier versus Autopilot. It's gonna be a crazy set probably, and we'll see the winner between this and X Factor.
We're gonna see FTL, right?
God, I hope. Please, if there's anybody out there that could give us FTL, please. Randy, Kuchi, come on.
Kuchi and Randy for sure. Like, I bet that both of them want to play on that map.
I hope. More than anything, I hope. That is such a fun map to watch. Both of them have cooked some very interesting builds for it. Although Randy has showed basically the same build now not even the multiple games in a row, but multiple tournaments in a row in FTL, and I worry it maybe it's too predictable. Maybe he's gonna mix it up.
Will one of them chicken? Will one of be like, I think you played better than I did, so I'll ban it?
Maybe. Kuchi did look very strong on FTL. Who won? Kuchi. Go okay. If Kuchi's ready, we can actually go right into picking and banning.
All right. And I imagine neither of them will want to play big macro maps.
Yeah, probably not. Although again, I have to keep coming back to Kuchi did beat Chisato on Mariposa yesterday, which no offense, Kuchi, but we're all shocked. Okay, we're all surprised. It definitely does seem like a map that would favor him. I know it is Kuchi, but we're all surprised.
And Dick's side, I can also see being to Kuchi's favor.
Maybe. He did have an interesting, although yesterday, he was saying he was watching Akumar and how to play the map, and then did kind of do like a similar build. I don't know how much of that was a meme. Some of it might have been.
All right, Randy bans Argent Strata.
Let us go over. I'm a little disappointed we haven't
Kuchi
seen
bans
Argent Strata.
Pools.
Yeah, Pools of Illis getting a ban from Kuchi after the Argent Strata ban. There's no way they ban FTL. You guys won't do this to us. Can't do it.
We also haven't seen too much of Teda Christos.
Yeah, kind of one of the older like staples, right? Of these 1v1 tournaments.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen a single game on it. This one so far.
Oh, there you go. And Randy, one of the older players, bans it.
Interesting. I'd be curious to see why. Why have some of these maps fallen out of favor? I mean,
Ban Boreal Falls from Kuchi.
Oh, Boreal Falls.
Is it?
Barcast?
Is it Tar Lake? Is that our first game for the lower bracket, or is it another map?
I think it should be Tar Lake, yes, because this is the first of the lower bracket again, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
We're all confused. We're all because we did this out of order. It was all
Yeah.
Yeah, originally we were supposed to go parallel on this, so that's why we're seeing so much Barryian Tar Lake in those first games.
So Randy bans Dick's side and Kuchi bans Internal Consequences.
Interesting.
So we're going faster than light.
Randy picked Mariposa.
But Randy picks Mariposa, so let's see. We need a 1-1 here.
Well, it's faster than light
for
Devils
FTL.
and post piles. There's no way he picks Devils post piles, right? Surely not. Kuchi's got to pick FTL.
Yeah,
Thank you.
all right, faster than light.
Thank you. Come on,
Thank
Who
Kuchi.
would have thought?
You weren't gonna let us down there. A game decider on FTL. Oh my god.
Yeah. So we need a 1-1 here.
We do desperately need a 1-1. My god, please, Kuchi, come on, don't let me down here. Randy, don't let me down. All right, they're getting right into it.
So again, Barryian, we saw Randy just now play Cortex bots here. Looked okay early game, but then started falling off quite quickly.
Yeah, I you know what you were saying the expansion really of the vehicle cons did kind of just look a little too strong, like a little too good.
Yeah. And I think the tar makes it that retreating into the tar allows the blitz to catch up.
Yeah.
So you have to be a bit careful with that.
And it just didn't end up being like there's such a massive macro lead really right off of the start almost that it just didn't it just didn't really look close, like at all. It was just a dominant autopilot game, just off of that lead.
It can be tough though if you're with blitzes against Randy. Randy being such a good micro, it can be tough to defend a road because you saw Randy was attacking at all multiple spots at the same time, and then if you have blitzes are terrible defenders. So it's tough, and I think autopilot made it look easy, but it's not.
It's definitely not. That is an autopilot. Coochie, what am I looking at? Oh, okay.
Oh, what's happening? What's cooking?
I can never remember. Some of these mountains you can build the mechs up top. I'm assuming this is one of them. It doesn't look like it is, but
Oh, maybe maybe the west side he can, but not on the east side.
yeah, you can on this one.
Yeah.
Oh man, okay, he found.
I actually don't mind it. I think if you start there and you can build up, I think that's a pretty good start because you're more central and you have more mixes that are closer to you, right?
Hopefully Randy cube into the wrong faction again, Coochie says, as Randy picks arm and doesn't, go into Cortex.
Oh.
Yeah, no cube this time.
So it changes it up.
Well, I mean, he didn't exactly pick the last one, right? He definitely cubed into that. I imagine it was Randy. He's comfortable playing either one. But
yeah, but this is now a Armada mirror matchup. Coochie going for vehicle. Randy hasn't picked yet.
I have to assume it's the same, right? I feel like Arm Bots has fallen really out of favor recently, especially for some specific people. Yeah. Armed vehicles going down. The dominance of the Rover and the Blitz looking a little too good recently. Curious if we're gonna see any crazy greed plays. I feel like both players are a little too close to each other for anything too crazy here.
Yeah, I mean Rovers they bridge that gap really quickly, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, both players going for like a 2-con open. Just a little couple rovers snuck in there in between, but pretty standard opens from both players. Yeah, I don't even know who I would favor on this map between these two players. Like, if you had asked me last tournament, I would say, I'd say Randy, of course. It seems like a stronger 1v1er in general, but Coochie's been looking very strong recently.
Yes, he has. Randy's number is a little bit larger at the moment,
True.
The one next to his name, but we've learned that does not always say everything.
Oh, Coochie's gonna sneak the little rover in. Actually, Randy not able to shoo that away, but not really anything for the rover to hit at this point. We'll have to see how well Coochie manages to defend. Randy is definitely one of the harder players to defend against. His micro is always pretty impressive.
Just as you say that.
Yep, that was my fault, Randy. I'm sorry. My bad. Really, just every time. Oh, a little rover will sneak in and actually start pressuring, but Coochie already aware of it and ready to defend. Okay.
Dancing around. So Randy expanding forward with his first con, whereas Coochie to the sides. The forward expansion does allow for a forward radar, which I quite like.
Yeah, radar very important, especially in these knife fight like rover duels. Randy's still being a little annoying with this. Is one rover will get eventually cleaned up. So far,
just APM tags, these rovers.
Yeah, this is way too much to have to focus on. So far, no damage really done either side.
Oh, big rover play here. This could do some damage. Let's see the micro.
Ooh, Coochie just drives into it, and I think he just had way more rovers, but... Ooh, actually, substantially more rovers than Randy. Somehow he's not killed a single mech. He's turning.
Radar.
I got 2 mexes go down. Ooh, Coochie.
And Randy's a bit caught off guard here.
Yeah. Oh, Randy definitely awkward. Oh my, it is because I praised him. I don't know. I put some bad luck on him or something.
He just wants to play FTL, you know. So
I guess as he is, struggling to defend this harassment from Gucci. Gonna run into Gucci's base, but an LT's already up. This Mex cluster very safe.
It's not gonna go anywhere here.
Ooh, LLT does go down, but Death Explosion kills a lot of those rovers, though.
It does. And rovers are actually not that cheap. They look cheap, but they're actually... Oh, some wind going down. That's quite a lot of damage, actually.
Ooh, Gucci will save one more, but yeah, multiple windmills do end up going down.
Yeah, so Kuchi's now ahead in metal, but Randy's ahead in energy production. So, interesting asymmetry there.
He's a solid little army value lead, although there are a couple blitzes in this mix, and that's definitely going to trade a lot worse for these rovers. Although I think Randy,
yeah, but they just go past them. They're just like, fuck those blitzes.
Decides he doesn't want to deal with that wisely, I think, not dealing with that, and actually going to run right into the backline.
That's a problem, actually. That is a bit of a problem.
Oh, Kuchi goes after the LT, does kill it, but once again loses his whole
second
army for
time. Yeah, and now these rovers are going to be a big problem in the back.
Yeah, this is definitely, I think, going to be a problem for Akuchi. Nothing to
trying to hide.
Not going to be able
Sorry,
to
Kuchi. Not going to happen.
Like the attempt, though. I mean, he's buying time. What is this? He's buying time.
Finding another con.
Oh, Randy, if he micros, might be able to get his other rovers down here to maybe bruise, maybe even kill this con, but that does not look like he's actively microing it, as there's a lot more going around the map. Ooh. Oh, not quite able to do a cheeky little scout play.
See, defending here with blitzes, it's such a pain. You can't catch anything.
Yeah, we've seen this, a few times now in these tournaments of like the player that stops making scouts quicker, like unless they get a very specific like value. They just can't deal. They just can't deal with the harassment that these rovers or rascals would give.
And Kuchi's a bit confined to his base now.
Yeah, I'm not sure like what Kuchi can do here actually, as he has lost one of his expanding cons, and his northern con is confined to like this LLT almost, right? It's gonna try and push out now.
Yeah, but there's more rovers coming, so.
Randy still chilling in base. Kuchi has completely encircled his commander.
He does have the build power lead, and he has some metal saved up, so... Oh.
That's really bad for Kuchi there. Losing his expanding con, the one blitz just not enough to defend against that many rovers.
Randy does have trouble spending his metal, so... I think Kuchi does have an opportunity there to outproduce him, even though he's ahead in metal.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Kuchi can find that opportunity, as this army value actually is kind of swinging against him, as like Randy has just a decent little metal lead, even if most of that metal lead is in his pocket at the moment.
I like Randy's LLT in the back. Means he doesn't have to worry too much about scouts. There we go.
Oh wow, yeah, Kuchi not microing. Actually not going to see the LLT before driving into it. Randy should be able to defend this quite easily, although a little blitz does pick off a little max here. Probably
maybe more.
Gets a shouldn't I get like maybe he does get both actually. It is a blitz.
Yeah.
Ooh, Randy trying to body block it, but no, not quite able to. Yeah, pretty good value for Gucci. One blitz gets 3 maxes. He'll take that.
Yeah.
Not sure it offsets exactly how much he's lost on the back line, as he's now trying to re-expand to the north and the south, but there are still rovers just sitting back there waiting.
And the north is under threat again by these oncoming blitzes. They're gonna try to look for that con expanding in the north, which he spots with the scouts now.
Oh man. Well, Randy wants.
And he still has 2. Yeah, he still has 2 scouts in the bottom right as well. So just ready to.
Just gonna. Oh my god! Do I see another con getting caught in this? Oh my god! I do.
Yeah, this is Randy. This is Randy. Like he's attacking everywhere all at once, and then that's really tough to deal with.
Oh, Rover almost gets out. Oh, actually, maybe, yeah, Randy needs to turn back there.
Ooh.
A little dangerous
Yeah.
to commit to that. 3 blitzes are gonna get on
Going
top
for
of
the
this Max
LT.
Cluster though. Randy's gonna, or Kuchi's gonna try and
LT,
self-D, but oh, actually, I don't know if that was killed his own Mexes in 1 blitz. I mean, got him, I guess.
Yeah.
You know.
Finds the con though. This must be so frustrating for Kuchi right now.
Yeah, just
He
constantly.
builds the
believing
radar
this.
just so he can see them, and then immediately gets his con taken out.
I don't think Randy's gonna be able to get this north one. 2 blitzes is a bit more to chew through. To actually
Randy
set back
almost
on.
double metal per second now.
Still kind of struggling to spend it, right? He has about 2,000 metal in the
Yeah.
bank. He's struggling a
He's
little
now
bit.
building. Yeah, he's now building the build power for it.
Kuchi does catch this this Akon expanding towards the middle. Kind of you're getting some value back that he desperately needs as he's slowly falling more and more behind.
So what do I want to see from Kuchi at this point is what I'm asking.
I get a heavy transport, put his commander in it, and go for something crazy. I don't know what else he does. This is looking disastrous from this position. I don't know how he brings this back as he's very far behind. Oh, Randy going for an air lab. Surprising. He's actually like he cannot like the wind crashed. He just cannot spend this
No,
energy.
yeah.
Or does not have the energy to spend on air units here. No.
And since Kuchi hasn't expanded too far, I'm not sure how much Banshees would help, so it would be for maybe bombers for the wind or something, but also Kuchi going quite solar heavy, so...
Yeah, not gonna help Kuchi a lot when the wind crashes like it did, but then Randy finishes his air lab and the wind shoots up to 18, so all of a sudden, maybe it doesn't help Kuchi as much as it could. Yeah, these little run-bys by Kuchi just really not finding any value. Killing a mech here or there, but losing a lot of blitzes in return. Well, if we go look, it looks like I wonder. Randy just going right into fighters. I actually kind of wonder, is this like a blind counter for what Kuchi's been doing?
I think so. I think he knows he's in the lead. I know he's winning hard, and he's like, okay, I lose this if I get like bombed to death or something like that. So I think that's what he's thinking, and this is exactly what's happening at Kuchi's base too. Kuchi reclaimed his own vehicle lab, so he's going full in bombers. This is like.
This is crazy.
Really hoping.
Pure desperation kind of play here, right?
It is. I mean, I see where it's coming from, and I think it's a good call in a way, but I think it's just too far behind, and Randy reads him like a book anyway.
Yeah, I think Kuchi having traumatized too many with air in recent days, definitely gonna get like kind of red here, and all of his bombers are gonna get shot down before they get any value.
Yeah.
All of his blitzes are gonna commit, but Randy just has such a massive army value advantage.
I think this is very over.
Yeah, I do not see. Yeah, Kuchi gonna call it and realizes not much you can do. All right, we need you to trip and stumble, Randy. All right, don't do this to us. Give us the FPL, please.
Well, Mariposa, we saw a good performance from Kuchi on this. So.
We did. That's true. We did. Again, I think Kuchi has really shown this air build that he's really favoring. And it is kind of on the players to respect that and know what he's going to do and not let him get away with it. Not let him just do this Banshee swap that just absolutely devastates your entire economy. Maybe we'll have to see if he can get something going here.
What do you think about Randy's C start?
It looked clean. If again, this has been some time since that BPL where he did it. It looked clean. I liked it. Yeah, the Seacon's out very quickly. You really weren't that much later to land. Like, you were later. But you controlled all the C-Mexes, basically. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
And he does it again.
I think
Doing it again.
if I remember right, Kuchi also spawned C versus Chisato, I think. Again, we only caught that in like the sped up yesterday, so maybe look, he's going land. He heard me.
He's going on land. I think this comes down to how fast this is spotted and reacted to, or not even spotting it. No, it's not even about spotting. It's like what is Kuchi? How greedy is Kuchi going to be, or how aggressive Kuchi is going to be early on?
Yeah. It did seem hard with how quickly Randy got back into the land. Again, it's been some time, so my memory is fuzzy. It did seem hard to punish with how quickly he was back on land. But
yeah, but so if Kuchi, he's going Armada bots.
Yeah, interesting.
So the ticks are gonna spot this. So if he went here, Portex bots, he would not see this for a really long time.
For sure, yeah.
But regardless, how many cons is he gonna make? If he makes a lot of army before he sees it, that's gonna put him far behind, right? Like if he's gonna go for like a really aggressive play.
Yeah,
but there's not gonna be anything to aggress, right?
I'm curious. I'm actually curious. Like, is this Kuchi reading this? Like, is he have an idea of how Randy is playing this? I'm interested to see what his cue is. Oh, okay.
Response.
Like, I don't even want to look at Randy's. I think I could probably guess Randy's outside of whatever any unit he might make other than Seacons. Oh, Kuchi, stop teasing us. Come on, man. What are we doing? Okay, you know what? I will go look at Randy's. Fine. Okay. Oh, interesting. A couple herrings getting mixed in here. I imagine to pressure, like the land mexes with their very long range.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. 4 Seacons.
Still not seeing anything else from Kuchi. He's about to finish his second res bot. And he's idling.
Okay.
And
Con repeat.
Okay. Okay, so I think this is the right response from Kuchi, and I think that does put him ahead. I think there's a greedy plays. He's not even scouting, He's not even sending ticks. Like,
yeah, he's just
if Randy had gone here, if Randy here had gone like for a vehicle start and was sending scouts, he would be in trouble.
He's
not.
Is this not
like
a fear?
tick?
Can't the supporters hit his solars from here? Right, like it's borderline close.
Yeah, but still, I mean the commander's there. Like I don't think that would do much. But like a tick is 20 metal, It really does not cost much for Kuchi to get information.
Yeah,
Randy, but I guess he expects this. So, and I think it's the right play. And I think this does put Kuchi ahead, depending on how he reacts to the sea, right? Because at some point he's gonna need to go to sea himself.
Especially once the herrings, I think, are going to get across the map if that's what Randy chooses to use them for. And those, I mean, will...
It's really slow.
It is.
Yeah,
and
it's
going to take
so
some
slow.
time. It's going to take some time, and once they get there, it is going to be incredibly annoying, as they can easily, I think, pressure a lot of these mexes. Oh, wait, does this supporter get on top of this con? It's going to be really close.
I think the con is okay. He's gonna be in time.
Yeah.
That Kuchi now knows it. See, he now knows. Yeah. That the con's fine. He might catch the resbot though.
Ooh.
No.
Not quite. Good reactions from Kuchi.
Oh, the con turret here.
Peekaboo.
Is a bit exposed.
Yeah, he is building a slightly late sea lab. But yeah, with the offshore, the coastal torpedo launcher, he should be okay. He should.
Yeah.
Randy with a similar build. Yeah, going vehicles now. Gonna expand behind this. The next few minutes, I think, are going to be very interesting on these metrics. Because yeah, like you said, Kuchi, he did the right play, right? He hard greeted a lot of cons.
Yeah.
That being said, a lot of his cons actually aren't out expanding, right? Like he has 3 cons. I mean, I guess his commander's walking, right? But
yeah.
He has a lot of cons. He has 4 cons in base.
And he's stalling on metal, so...
Randy gonna go for 3 cons after making a few rascals. I'm assuming it's also gonna just be hard aggressive expanding behind this. A lot of the C-Mexes have been taken at this point, but a lot more to take as well.
Kuchi would build power lead as well, so...
This is an interesting early game. This is definitely interesting. I'm curious where this is going to go in the next few minutes. Oh, Kuchi.
Do you like the textile? Yeah.
He's on Randy's side of the map eating Randy's metal with these resbots. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I actually wonder if he miscued this one as this one's eating trees, but this one's definitely prioritizing the metal. That is kind of funny. He's like right outside Randy's face. That's kind of funny. Well, I mean, you know, Kuchi does come out of this early game with a bit of a metal lead.
It's looking good for FGL enjoyers.
I'm all for it. I really am. And honestly, it is a little crazy that Kuchi just kind of blind did this. You know, I really would have wondered had Randy spawned and land. Oh, actually gonna get this LLT up before the ticks can deny it, I think. Oh,
No energy to shoot. Ooh.
That's unfortunate for Randy here. And the incisors should get there to keep the cons alive.
Yeah.
A single pawn added on definitely adds a little bit of fear to that army. You have to be a little careful.
Yeah, Tech's still a good unit though.
Yeah, definitely. They've been struggling a little bit in recent memory to the vehicle scout, but you know, Kuchi's using them well, getting good value from them. Let's see, what do we... Okay, we got some eels coming out. I think these are very, very good choice from Kuchi to deny like these mexes and actually maybe even kill like the Seacons on top of it.
Because he knows there's mexes everywhere, right? So
yeah, for sure. So I was just gonna catch a pawn or two. You know,
what I would like to see is the eel to go on no attack. No, that's a construction. But like if the eel passes on do not fire stance, then he's not going to see it coming.
Well, Randy actually maybe
he built a torpedo.
Yeah, he's kind of sniffing this out a little bit. A good positioning for this this offshore torpedo launcher. Actually going to deny this eel from getting any value. Well, a decent amount of incisors kind of starting to build up in number now.
Yeah, and well microed against pawns, they're quite dangerous. Runs into LLTs though. No scouts to spot them.
Yeah, 2 LLT is going to be kind of awkward, although actually Randy kind of, I was going to say, was well microed to dodge the second one, but is actually going to drive into it. It does not get the mechs. It's going to get it with the follow-up incisors, I guess, but is going to lose 2 incisors to that blitz pawn ball.
Yeah, some stats have turned more towards red, so it's a lot more even now.
Ooh, I think Kuchi just degunned a bunch of incisors, I think. I missed how many, but I saw the wreckages flying.
Torpedo launcher killed the sub.
Ooh, that's a kind of expensive loss there for Kuchi. Those subs are not cheap. Incisors just kind of AFK, sitting here killing pawns as they do best. Even gonna kill the mechs. It's like if you look at the statistics, and I went from kind of like Kuchi had a good position, but like Randy definitely once getting his feet on the land has really rapidly expanded with these vehicle cons and is really starting to close the gap.
Yeah, I guess there's not a huge amount of mexes in the center on this map, so that means that Kuchi's early lead and expansion didn't translate that well into more expansions in the middle, right?
Yeah, and I wonder if he had gone like vehicle and been more aggressive with his expansions. I actually wonder if he could have kept up with it, but again, you know, I don't know. It's interesting.
He did want the resbots. He wanted the resbots, right?
Yeah. And he got a lot of Randy's metal too, right? Like it wasn't even he was just getting his metal on his side. Like he was getting Randy's metal. Ooh.
Oh. He got the
That's
con.
a lot. Losing that Seacon, those are
Yeah.
not cheap. And Randy's still actually expanding on Gucci's side of the water. It looks like this eel might... Oh no, actually shouldn't. It's going to take some time to path into that offshore.
A little build up in the center. Kuchi with the commander builds a lab here for reses, maybe?
Yeah, interesting. Curious what his plan is with this lab. Well, Shuriken's coming in.
Oh,
Good engagement, actually going to catch a lot of these
Shurikens?
spawns.
yeah, but not Shurikens are not the greatest against pawns and blitz. They die quite quickly.
Yeah. Oh, especially with Kuchi's commander being right there. One nettle goes down, and
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
Shurikens are just dying for free.
But LLT's in range of the lab.
Oh, not
No?
quite. Almost.
Ooh. That was a big must for Kuchi, I feel like, because this is a big momentum here in the center with the lab and the com.
It looks like he's printing maces out of this. Gonna start pressuring this
Okay.
position. Oh, Kuchi, this is crazy. There's no way. Yeah, needs to back up real quickly. There is no way that was gonna be in any way good. But yeah,
I don't know if you wanted to bait him into some D-guns or something, but yeah.
yeah, definitely a little wild. Oh, Randy's thinking about it. He kind of looks like he's borderline thinking about it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
He's kind of encircling
mean-
Kuchi here a little bit.
But I don't think he wants to risk it. I think neither of player wants to risk it too much, right? Like,
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's worth it at all to try and, especially with incisors, you know, trying to snipe a commander is just
Yeah,
horrible. Oh, I see pounders on the minimap are heading here.
and
Gonna
Janus as well.
take some time, I think. Oh yeah, the Janus are gonna be a very good inclusion to
Yeah,
defensively hold this position. I think this is
The
smart.
choke
for
one,
Randy.
and yeah. This is exactly what Randy needed, I think. Don't engage the Janus and just go around it.
A little overcommitment here from Kuchi. He's gonna try and jump onto these incisors, but the pounders are.
But no.
You know,
The
on
Pounders
rise.
uphill against the Janus.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty bad. You know what? It's gonna be a little
Yeah.
rough, but it'll be at least a nice fallback point for these incisors. But
Yeah, aggressive move here. How much feed is this gonna be? How much? A lot of LLTs actually.
yeah, and you know, incisors still pretty good into this. A lot of solars going down. The Mex is dying with it. The incisors is getting a decent
Yeah.
amount of value.
Yeah.
It is a lot of metal on the
Randy
ground.
though again, not ecoing as well, so he has 2,000 metal in the bank, but somehow still managing to.
Kuchi moved that Janus army actually out of position, so Randy, with the middle of the map
Yeah.
wide open, just jumps through it. The Januses are trying to commit
think-
onto the Pounders, but
Oof, he's trying to get something back, you know. He sees the attack in his base and he feels
Oh.
like he has to do something, but the reinforcements are too quick. The production is too high.
pushing into Pounders, and this time they're on flat ground, very content to just sit there and wait for you. Kuchi's base getting kind of enveloped by incisors, but
Yeah, but was this a bridge too far?
yeah, I'm not
Lots
sure.
of metal around.
Not sure Randy got what he needed off of that. Didn't manage to kill a lot of the BP. Got some of the energy, but a lot of X is dying, but at the cost of a lot of metal on the ground. Kind of a bloodbath all over the map here. There's just wrecks, just on the middle. There's wrecks
Everywhere.
just literally everywhere. Well, single frigate here actually, kind of threatening
Oh.
Randy's big tidal farm.
Oh yeah, and there's no sea lab here actually. So if he does manage to get through, he might deal a lot of damage. Although there could be shurikens that stop that.
Yeah, for sure. And it is getting tickled by the torpedo. I think it'll get through, but I don't know if actually Randy sees this.
Ooh.
Oh, Banshee's getting added on. Start trying to tickle these Pounders a bit. Yeah, that frigate. Randy sees it now, but the frigate is absolutely killing some of these titles.
Randy does have a huge lead though, so
I think there is a fear here, right? Like Kuchi, unless Kuchi gets pushed out of this position, there's a lot of wrecks in very resable distance for him. But this army is absolutely going to push him out of this position.
Yeah.
I mean, it is Pounders pushing into Janus, I guess, right? It's still somewhat defensive, but a good defensive army. But I don't know, this pushing into Pounders once again, just not working for Kuchi.
It's not, and I think this is looking like the end of Kuchi's tournament run here.
You know, never count this man out. You know, all we need is a heavy transport and some banshees, and crazy things will happen. But it is definitely looking like Randy is not willing to give this up, as he is pushing Kuchi off of this hill, I think, once and for all. Kuchi's finally started to break the sea a little bit here, but I'm not sure it matters. A lot of bombers.
Oh, bombers.
They really
missing their target.
They really did not like that patch of dirt. I don't know what they're aiming at there, but it was not units.
I mean, Kuchi is holding on to the center, right?
Yeah, and Kuchi
he has
a
a huge
Resbot
Resbot army. Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Randy's not using these bombers. It's like, oh, okay, Kuchi, not like this.
Yeah.
Well, he had a large wall of Resers, but I'm surprised. We're not seeing any. We're seeing them added on now, but Resbot's definitely very delayed for Randy. He does have a pretty hefty army value lead, so he should be able to secure this.
So the Janus against the Pounders are really good, but once you get into really large numbers, you have to micro them, and that gets really difficult. And then Pounders are just way better because you can just move them, or just and then the Janus have to constantly micro them. And here the bombers come. The bombers gonna end this game here, destroying the labs, destroying the BP, destroying the solars.
Yeah, I don't see how Kuchi can recover from this.
No, this is
too much damage being done. Bombers just being used to, I think, fully delete this from existence. Kuchi can no longer spend his metal, as the wave of Pounder Janus actually now, having been res, is slowly approaching what's left of his base.
Yeah, and Randy says, okay, you know my build order, you know exactly what I'm gonna do, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, he wins anyway.
I almost feel like maybe, was Kuchi not greedy enough, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he was greedy, he made a lot of cons, but I don't know. Did he need to be more greedy to punish this? He just
maybe
fell behind.
vehicles? I don't know. Yeah, maybe vehicles. I don't know.
Look, this will be the interesting thing. Somebody get Mariposa, needs to show how to beat Randy with this build. But Kuchi is trying to, you know,
he's
stall this out a little
He's
bit.
trying, you know, but.
I mean, what do you do, right? It is your last game, and you know.
Yeah. He's having fun with it, I think.
Of course. You know, he's getting some units on top of Randy's base as these bombers just kind of hover over his.
He saw the commander.
Man,
that's as far as he got.
I like it. That's right. A win.
Well
played.
played.
He saw it.
Yeah, I think Kuchi played well both of these games, but Randy just the better player here.
I like that build. You know what? I still like it. Even looking like Kuchi might blind punish it, still I think I like that build. Well, we are gonna call it there for Kuchi. I mean, he did well, but I don't know. It's just hard to come back from that difference in economy. Just the vehicle transition on land was pretty good.
It's only the top players left over now, so every match, every opponent is a tough game. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, for sure. And after this, we're going to go forward and we're going to see a nice little Blow Deer versus Autopilot. Which,
yeah.
That's going to be fun. It's going to be fun stuff.
Which is like the finals before the finals, right?
Yeah, isn't that usually how that goes? You know, you get the, you know, whoever loses from that will also, of course, go down to the losers bracket and be able to fight their way back up. But it is
well, yeah, it's the players that haven't lost yet, that haven't lost the series yet.
exactly.
So
And you know, the autopilot and bloater. If okay, again, you know, old memory failing, but I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly, the last BPL finals, I believe, was bloater versus auto. I think, and I remember it being you know, auto.
Yes, you're correct. You're correct.
Pretty solid set. Pretty autopilot just looked very strong.
I mean, if you like Tech 2, if you like to see Tech 2 in 1v1s, you're in luck.
For sure. I think we're definitely moving to that being a little bit more common, especially with like the map choices. I feel like are really really helping that. You know, Kuchi, of course, saying after the battle, you know, Pounder, pretty good unit. I think that's true. You know, Pounder's looking pretty good. If we go over and
Yeah,
look,
we can show the brackets.
yeah, we can see, you know, Randy and
Right.
Pro Revan or X Factor, you know, will be our losers.
That's also going to be interesting.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
We're gonna, of course, go see Autopilot versus Bloater first. Gonna be a pretty fun set. Hopefully, please give us a good set.
Yeah. And so yeah, no, well played to Kuchi. He's out of the tournament, but he gets in a 5th place. So congrats to him. Good run.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he beat some very strong players to get here. You know, and he definitely performed well. Let's see if we can find. Let's see if we can find Auto and Bloater. Get them in here. Oh, we found Auto, and we found Bloater. All right.
Let's get this party started. Autopilot on a 69 OS.
I like how the first thing Auto does when he joins the lobby is trying to turn right back on.
That's a challenge. I like it.
Yeah. It's like a confidence thing, right?
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like it. I'm looks like Bloater voted yes, even. So you know we can put our OS on the line here.
I mean, to be fair, I feel like if any game should be ranked, it should be tournament games, right?
Oh, for sure. I agree.
Because that's everyone trying at their best anyway.
And I know, I remember, you know, I don't even remember which Omega series it is, but I remember losing like many sets versus Pro, and the OS swing was kind of insane in that one set, but pretty fun to see. It always makes it a little more entertaining. Well,
starting with Tabula flooded. This is going to be so interesting.
I'm very curious to see how this plays. I have never seen it. I've never seen flooded Tabula. I've played normal Tabula like plenty of times, but I've never seen flooded Tabula. I'm very excited.
So there's different ways to go about it, right? You can try to make a C lab from the beginning, and your initial expansion is good. We just saw in Mariposa what that means to start C, but then you slow down massively. You can't go Tech 2 so easily because it costs way too much. You have to go back on land somehow, and you have to defend a counterattack, and you don't know what the enemy's going to counterattack with. They might counterattack with hovers or something else, so you get into this awkward position. C eco is also not so great, so...
Oh yeah, I don't even know what is there a title value for Tabula? Like, I'm assuming it's low.
It's low, yeah. There is, because you can make titles in the corners, remember? But,
yeah, the water spawns when the teams are a little too big.
We got into picks and bans already, so Autopilot bans Devil's post piles.
Oh my god, the amount of players that need the map pool posted in the lobby is crazy. I don't know. How many of these guys?
And ban FTL from Bloater. This is expected. Bloater not a big fan of small maps.
Come on, what are we doing? For the viewers, you can't let us down like that.
No, he wants to build the Tech Tree lab. That's his Bloater.
He's definitely. I think he does enjoy the a little bit longer, a little bit more macro-oriented games.
Ban pools from Autopilot.
Okay. I don't think
there's a chance we will see Argent actually.
I want to. Yeah. I really do. At least once.
It's a good map. I like it. No.
Okay, so what do we have?
Then
Of
Argents,
course,
no.
I call
No,
it.
yeah, I didn't think Bloodier would. I don't think Bloodier would go for Argent Strata.
Yeah, it does. That map, just looking at it, does not seem like a map that either one of them would prefer playing. Like, it doesn't seem like either one of their styles, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it is. It looks like a very interesting map. All right, what do we got left? So Argent was banned.
So Mariposa, Digside, Boreal Falls, Eternal Consequences, Better Crystals.
I feel like Digsight's gonna go through. This seems like a very popular map
Yeah.
for the majority of
Probably
these games so
Mariposa as
far.
well.
And Mariposa, yeah.
I'm happy about the tabula though. It's gonna spice things up.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. He's thinking. Autopilot's thinking about his next ban.
Autopilot, not on autopilot.
Yeah, I guess. They were so quick earlier. Okay, banning Boreal Falls. Okay.
Alright.
Maybe we see Theta Crystals this series.
That'd be fun. I haven't seen that in some time, I feel like, in a tournament game.
Hey Barcast, how you doing?
Hey, Ragnar. Good to talk to you. Been a while.
Yeah? Here for the good stuff.
I think Argent Strata is another map. I don't remember seeing a game played on it, at least on the stream, right?
I definitely have not seen one. I'm a little disappointed. I want to. At least one. Maybe it's a terrible map. I don't know, but I'm curious.
Van Mariposa for Blood Air.
Ooh, okay.
That leaves Dead Crystals or Eternal Consequences. And Digside.
Digside, yeah.
Probably
Nope.
Digside.
Knowing these two players, I'd imagine they'd want to play on Dig Site.
Yeah, I think so. Autopilot played it earlier too.
It just seems like everybody seems to like this map. Like, it just seems solid. It's high macro, very big, pretty safe map, and it seems to consistently go tier 2, I guess, between like stronger players.
I think a nice thing about it too is, like, you know, just by having so many attacking paths and being such a large map, it kind of still feels like you can find damage. Like, it doesn't get like split in half so easy. I don't think I've seen one of those games where it's like, yeah, okay, the map is like split in half and now they're going T2. It's kind of
Indeed.
yeah, but maybe you don't need to because there's so many mexes. You know, you don't really need half the map to do that. So. But it's been cool to see. I've really been enjoying the games on that map.
Yeah, they've been pretty dynamic. You know, seeing Termites win is always impressive, and it definitely seems like the unit that players are picking pretty consistently. Okay, Otto's thinking about it. He's got choices.
So, was it Theta Crystals, Eternal Consequences,
and Digside.
And
Yeah.
Digside.
Okay.
I really feel like it could go anyway. I feel like Theta's been getting banned a lot. Okay, auto picking
Yeah.
Digside.
Pick Digside.
Yeah, makes
Okay.
sense.
We might see Tether Crystals.
Yeah. Okay.
No, Eternal Consequences. Okay.
Yeah, Theta just not being picked.
No?
Like, what do you? I'm curious, Marcus. You've been very active in the 1v1 scene recently. Is there a reason for this, that Theta is just not being prioritized? Do you think?
To be honest, I feel like players just want to play these new maps, right? So
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's totally
Theta has
fair.
been played to death.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally fair. Out of curiosity, would you say the same reason why Pools of Illis has been getting banned almost nonstop? Like, I think I see one game on it so far.
that map feels a bit one-dimensional. I'm not sure if it's a bit of both, perhaps. Like, yeah, it feels like a grunt map, right? See a lot of that. And then of
I think
course
what's happening is that since there's been, you know, quite a short notice tournament and people didn't really have time to play all those new maps, they're probably assuming that others didn't play them as well, and they cooked some guilds on those new maps,
Okay.
and that's what's going on here.
That could be.
That's-
Could be.
So tabula flooded. I feel like there's a couple starts you can go, right? You can go land into Tech 2, you can go quick air, you can go immediate hoovers, you can go sea. What would you let's say you get launched into tabula right now, what would you start?
I'd have to see how high the water is. I'm not sure how many mechs, but it
I'm in the
seems
same
like
boat,
the
I have
sea
no clue.
start.
So it makes the sand, if you look at the map of tabula, it makes the sand all water basically.
Probably go for the sea start, right? Because if you can deny your opponent's ability to get into the water, you can like take your back half for free. Like then you can go take the land mexes. So seems like the opposite might not be true, right? Like, you can't like go for the land mexes and then get into sea. It might be a bit too tough.
Yeah, but I think rushing tier 2 gets your economy faster than sea and then back.
Right.
Well, it looks like they're getting in, so I guess we're gonna see. Okay, I have to ask. Ragna, Barcast, who do you think's taking the series? You have any favorites? Nothing? No, nobody got willing to drop a favorite here.
It's just really close, but I want to say autopilot just never seems to like make as many mistakes. They're both so good. It's so hard to make a call, honestly. But I'd lean slightly towards autopilot.
I would say Bloater might take tabula, and then maybe autopilot the other two.
Right.
I think Bloater has more experience and might know better what to do on this like new variant that is a flooded tabula where you can't go to the enemy.
I can tell you, Bloater asked me about what's the water level on tabula like 2 hours ago. So I guess he's been training it since then, at least.
Now, is that a good or a bad sign?
But I think he has more experience, right? He has been playing for longer, so I would say Bloater probably knows better what to do here in this unexpected situation, and then I think autopilot on the comforts maps from before is gonna win that.
Seems like C also could be better too, because like you have the 20 title, which is guaranteed, and we see wins crashing right now, so it's like.
Yeah, but C is expensive, and eco is not great on C, and it's quite vulnerable to something like a Hoover switch or something like that. Whereas on land, you can build like a bunch of pawns or whatever. Like you build 10 pawns on land, and you're like safe from like most things the enemy can do.
Vehicles.
Okay. No, I like it. Fast expansion. And autopilot is not going to do anything against him anytime soon, right? He's building a bunch of supporters.
Yeah, he might be expecting Bloater to be doing the same kind of thing, so we'll have to see how he decides to change that once he realizes what's actually happening.
Yeah, how many supporters is he going to build before he scouts, right? That's going to be how much metal he loses. He's building pincers. Bloater's making pincers. That's interesting.
This is so wild. I'm just like, just thinking about what's going to end up happening here. I was curious.
Yeah, autopilot 2 max start. He's already stalling on metal, and
going for the big max, I think it's like a long play.
Yeah,
and extended morph.
Right. This kind of reminds me of just like of Mariposa, right? Like sea start versus land start, right? Like one gets harass-free mexes and titles, right? Or in the other one, it's like, well, you feel a little more free to just, or literally naked expand across half the map, right? So
yeah. So autopilot might make a land lab on the north side. Actually, that could make it quite interesting.
Right.
I wonder how he's gonna go back to his homeland. Is he gonna make just lab by ship it on or what?
Yeah, autopilot going for these like 4.0 mexes, like he's gonna get the one on the water, and yeah, his commander's pathing to the one on the I guess Blodir's side of the map. So this might get a bit awkward for Blodir if he's like wanting to shift to getting into water, and his opponent's already making units on his side of the map. So
He's sending pincers to nothing.
right.
He sees that the sea, so he knows he's in the sea. But I guess he's expecting like we did, that autopilot would expand backwards. And Blodir goes into air. Okay, that's interesting.
This might be like a weird base trade scenario happening, right? Blodir
It
sets up
could,
build
yeah,
power
yeah.
on Otto's side. Otto's got build power on his side, right? You know, this is interesting.
And it looks like he changed his mind and is going for a sea lab instead.
Oh, is that a mistake?
And autopilot is making a bot lab north, so Blooders has no lab on land right now, has no units, no scouts. This is a big mistake, I think, from Bloder, is not making scouts. He is making a radar, but it's just outside of range of autopilot's expansion.
Right. And, you know, autopilot, he's got enough energy, he has enough metal and build power on his naval lab, which he's... Okay, he just switched from reclaiming it to assisting it, right? So it's going to be close for Blodir getting this while there's already a supporter here shooting at the lab. And, you know, between repair and the commander's build power, this, you know, shouldn't be an issue. So this dolphin will get made.
Yeah, lab has been spotted and the riptides are queued now. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
But, like, autopilot's already trying to set up this contain, right? This title's almost finished. So it looks like this Corvette's going to get right on top of the build.
He sees the commander.
Yeah, one of the pincers going down.
This con's gonna go down. This is an interesting match. This gets really, like, very asymmetric here. He did not actually take out...
Oh, no repair on the title, so that Dolphin is gonna get on top of this con here.
Another con. This is very interesting, and still no idea who's going to win this, but it's interesting. We love it.
Yeah, Blodir somehow finding like two of those like naval cons. He can't hit the mexes, which is gonna be, you know, working in autopilot's favor for a bit. Blodir needs to make like a destroyer or a submarine here, to clear out these mexes. He needs to find a way to respond to this land mex or land build power from autopilot. He's making some LLTs here defensively on his side, but you know, autopilot.
But that's temporary solution, and he's making a lab behind it. So he's now making a bot lab.
Okay. So it
The
seems
commander
like
could also take out Mexis.
it's like Cortex C versus Armada C. It's like Cortex has a bit of the advantage, right? Here.
It's not as bad as it used to be. It's quite even nowadays.
So it looks like some pawns are just going to be in time here. Autopilot sneaking a single grunt behind autopilot or Blodir's side of the map, but he should be able to catch it. No radar though.
Yeah, and Blodir reclaimed his sea lab. And is now going to go for an air lab.
I'm a bit worried here for Blodir's commander. It's going to be tough. Repair keeps away these frigates for now, but I mean, there's submarines coming out, and this might be a bit rough for him to stop this. He's going to need to get some destroyers out, but he's desperately trying to make some frigates.
Army value hugely in favor of autopilot as well.
So first frigate's out. It's camping next to the lab here. It's going to be able to be repaired by the commanders. So until there's like even numbers, you really can't engage autopilot's navy. Just going to have to sit back and eat these shots from
And the Panzer going all the way around the map. This Panzer traveled and has seen places.
Wind's crashing right now, so both players starving for energy at the moment. I guess this is working in autopilot's favor. He's got a construction turret by his naval lab and is making titles right now, so that's gonna help dig him out of this hole for a moment.
He saw the sub, so he needs to react to that. Big naval engagement here. A lot more frigates, but the subs are gonna be hard to deal with. Okay, this is now getting quite dangerous for autopilot. There's a big metal wreck field.
Yeah, Bloodier's moving his commander right over there. I guess he kind of thinks better of it, decides to turn around. He's gonna try and take autopilot's side of the map, and you know, this is so interesting to see this. Like,
how many times they've like reclaimed labs here and changed direction, and this is so interesting.
Yeah, I'm thinking autopilot shifts into air here in a moment. He's got some build power and range of the Geo as well too, so that should help him transition to
Destroyer
T2.
is out. The destroyer is out, so that's gonna help claim the wreck field.
So I want to say what I've been hearing about like naval battles is frigate sub beats like destroyer. We'll have to see here. So
yeah, destroyer has more range though, so you can kite. And the distances are a bit low here. It's not like very long distances, so you can kite. And yeah, he's getting the wreck field, so
yeah, this is huge for Bloodier, really, to keep him in the game. You can see autopilot has a 30% energy per second advantage. He's got a metal produce advantage. This is kind of equalizing that for Bloodier here. So he just needs to camp this reclaim field, get this metal.
Big Grunt army in the north going straight into the LLTs. Could have maybe gone around it, but no time to micro.
Bloodier is a little bit risky with his commander though, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I don't think
if
so.
autopilot goes seaplanes or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's on the radar as well.
This is a great move from Bloodier, trying to get some build power onto what we I guess might call autopilot side of the map, but he has made zero effort to take it, right? So, I am liking autopilot's unit composition here in the water though. Frigate sub, he's got a res sub here to repair. He also has a con repairing his units, so he's not ceding control of the reclaim field, but I'm a bit worried for what might happen next here. Naval battles can be really swingy, and of course they leave just huge metal wrecks on the ground.
Okay, now vehicle con expansion in the back. So Bloodier, if he can hold, if he doesn't crumble, might get like a big advantage here with expanding on autopilot side of the map.
Yeah, but look at the build power next to autopilot. He's got 5 construction turrets on that naval lab, so he's really committing resources into securing, I guess, resecuring the water here and pushing Bloodier out of the water.
So I think, I think autopilot has a really big opportunity now, either on land or on sea. Maybe committing on one more than the other could be an option here. But in the long term, I think Bloodier's got a good position.
The autopilot did make it out of the water. He's going up to the top right corner of the map, taking some X's. Maybe we'll see him make a lab there. He has seen some units from Bloodier, so perhaps he knows that he's already moved on to his side of the map, so to speak. And yeah, this is the composition. Frigate sub here.
Yeah. Chasing not the best, but he has an army advantage.
Bloodier adding a bit more build power to see here. Went up to a second construction turret. He's got 3 cons, but there's just so much here from autopilot, and there's really no more room left to run for Bloodier.
So many subs and just one destroyer. This could be over, actually. if he commits. He might be a bit worried to commit because he doesn't want to lose a sea battle. Like you said, it's very swingy, and he might know he's ahead, but yeah, he's going in for the kill. He doesn't even need to kill it, right?
Yeah, look, he's targeting down to the destroyer, instantly goes down, and now there's nothing to contest these subs in the water. So this is going to autopilot here. He's got res subs already ready to go.
Just needs to res it.
Yeah, there's like 5k reclaim here, just about. Just needs to gobble up this metal. Go T2. Get that AG online.
I think that's. Yeah, I think that's it. I think autopilot is there with that naval engagement 1. Game 1 here.
So what is it going to be the unit of choice here? Autopilot puts down an amphibious lab. Is he going to go into salamanders from here?
Versus Tech 2? He's giving a chance for Bloater to come back here, right? Because the amphibious is going to be a bit slow. And Bloater's going Tech 2, so let's see what happens. Metal per second back into Bloater's favor, actually. So, yeah, these salamanders need to punish the Tech 2, basically.
Salamanders are pretty hard to deal with T1 units, and they're really mobile on the hills in the backline. Yeah, of course they're submersibles, so Autopilot's going to be able to pick and choose where he wants to attack, and I'm assuming Bloater is going to be just going con first. Yeah, it looks like 2 cons, 4 consoles queued up out of the lab, so no units to defend.
And there's so many undefended mexes in the south, so this is really dangerous for Bloater, but Autopilot needs to act.
I'm really surprised. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, Bloater wants to go eco, so with his Tech 2 lab, of course, he makes cons, and that leaves him now quite exposed. He's ahead in metal per second, but he's about to get attacked here by the Salas.
Yeah, really quick unit. EMP resistant. They have great DPS. They're pretty good at clearing out LLTs and dealing with T1 units. So it's gonna be pretty tough for Bloater to stop these. And like, it's not like you want to be investing into Jags or anything like that, right? So that's what he's making.
Yeah, and now they're attacking the south as well. I think the Tech 2 cons was maybe a bit way too greedy from Bloater. He might think that it would take a while for Autopilot to attack, but Autopilot was right on it.
Wait, so Salamanders beat lightning tanks in a one-on-one fight, it looks like. So,
and especially in metal per and metal efficiency, I would say.
Right.
Yeah, and he wanted to go for a platypus, and I see why, but the thing is the Autopilot already had such a huge sea army, right? Like the platypuses were never going to do that much against the sea army.
Yeah, I mean, you might be able to like claw your way back into the water with them somehow and have some like shore batteries, maybe get the naval lab back up. It looks like bulls are going to do the trick actually for now with the Mausers. So.
With some Mausers, yeah.
Actually dealing quite a bit of damage to the army, but yeah, here are the salamanders on what
Sees
was...
the commander. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is dangerous now.
And seaplanes already made.
GG.
Bloater taps out.
Well, don't listen to me. I get it all wrong. And Autopilot starts in the water, expands quickly, and wins game 1 against Bloater.
It was super interesting. Yeah, like Otto really prioritized like the 4 mexes, right? Like he may have just had less mexes, but he had the very high value you know, like high value mexes, I guess, and he didn't
Yeah.
really fall behind. It was interesting. Yeah, the sea fight from Bloodier definitely, like, Otto just had a way better like unit comp. I think I don't know, Bloodier. I don't think maybe he didn't realize how many subs were under that frigate ball, but it was not small, and he did not seem to have any counter to it. Interesting. It was an interesting game, interesting map actually, and how that developed. I'm definitely curious in seeing more of it. But
Yeah, I think that confirms my suspicion that there's a lot of great 1v1 maps that just need their water level adjusted, right? So whether it's up or down, so to speak. So
look, we know how bar players are. All right, they dip their little toes
Yeah.
in water and they get all squeamish. Okay, I know it's scary, but a little bit of water isn't gonna hurt you. Okay, and Tabula Flooded did look kind of interesting. That was an interesting map.
It was very, very chaotic for a moment there. Like, I think neither players were like fully in control until that big battle in the sea, and then Autopilot really took over.
Seen what is it? Bloodier like ate a lab, rebuilt a lab, ate a lab, rebuilt a lab, like
Yeah,
5 or 6 times. Like it's just cycling back and forth. It was very yeah, not quite. It was very interesting.
And now, yeah, now Bloodier needs to win dig side here if he wants to stay undefeated in the series.
That being
Oh,
said, that looked interesting. Did you see that with the water level? That was kind of interesting.
Next tournament, next
yeah.
Alpha Cup.
Keep that in mind.
I feel like that could be a good like a team game map too, right? Like small team
Oh,
game.
yeah.
Well, did dig site?
Classic though.
Oh, all right, they're getting into game 2 on the dig site. Hopefully not flooded this time. Yeah, not flooded this time. You guys missed out. You didn't get to see flooded dig site. It actually looked kind of interesting. You know, maybe something to consider.
So
finally,
starting on the low ground.
yeah, I was gonna say we don't have like the mirrored spawns. I wanted it seemed like every game we've had on this map, it's been like exactly mirrored spawning positions, but
Yeah.
finally we have got I guess like a more forward position from Bloodier versus that kind of tucked up, more defensible open spot from Autopilot.
What do you prefer?
I've been going for the +10 mix, like that the forward spawn, like from Bloodier, right? You like securing that, I guess economically feels strong, but strangely enough, it doesn't feel like having that position is all that useful. Like attacking either left or right up towards your opponent, like you have to go up these like really narrow ramp and choke points. So it's like it doesn't seem as useful positionally as it might otherwise be on like another map, right?
You can defend against raids a bit easier, I guess. You only have like you have like fewer avenues to your base.
I guess the question is, how many cons do you
Yeah.
make now that we've seen, you know, both players go like 6 con, 2 res bots? Do you just go, what, 10 cons, 2 res bots?
it becomes like okay, I know he's gonna build 10 cons, so I'm gonna build 15 cons.
I think Kuchi was joking about this the other day, how you just have like 4 cons making LOTs. It's like, well, you know, 10 grunts here and there like aren't gonna deal with that, right? I mean, they get shut down for
So
sure. But
6 and 6, but 2 resers for Autopilot.
I will say the res bots feel way stronger from Bloodier in his position because they immediately jump on those like metal energy crystals, right? Which is like, what is it, 2.7 metal per second? So, really helps when that early economy. I think you kind of start running out of metal a bit earlier with these, you know, 6, 7 con opens. So, having that
Interestingly, Bloodier sends a con for the 10 mech, so not a commander expand.
Yeah, this is really smart, I'd say. You're not kind of wasting that commander's build power heading towards the center mechs. You're not putting your commander in that vulnerable position. being out in the middle of the map so early, right? I was kind of expecting, or I'm still expecting some a bit cheesier games on this map as the tournament goes on. But he's gonna turn that plus 10 mechs online. And you can see like that would just double his metal income per second here, put him at a great advantage over autopilot. And looks like he's gonna secure it too. There's already 4 counts here.
Yeah, quite fast. So yeah, no, I actually like this move.
So is it just one res bot here? No construction turret quite yet from either player. Looks like autopilot's going into a bit more early grunts here, just trying to of course figure out what's going on, put units in those choke points. I'm just like, sorry, I'm just so fascinated by this by this open. Blue Deer's about to turn this on, and that's like, yeah, instantly puts him at 22 metal per second.
Grunts are gonna greet each other, so no funny business anywhere. I feel like with these grunts, there's always like waves, right? Like one player makes more grunts, arrives at the other side of the map. By that time, the other side has more grunts, and then pushes back, and then it keeps going back and forth like this, right?
Yeah, and it's kind of exacerbated by the fact there's like such long rush distances. I think you kind of see that like in almost every game in every lane, but it's just like the timing is so much larger. The timing difference between when you send the units to when they arrive is just so much larger than seemingly other maps, right?
And that's what creates these big macro games, because you can't punish greed so much. So now the middle has been spotted. Autopilot knows what's up. Interestingly enough, has out-expanded Blue Deer now. So advantage of metal is back into Autopilot's favor. Is going to catch a Max as well. And there's not a lot of grunts behind this to defend, so...
Yeah, this is not what you want. I mean, this is like slowing down your expansions. It's forcing you to make LLTs. You don't really want to make them back here kind of randomly out on the map.
Yeah.
And you still have to have enough grunts in position to defend, so it looks like just barely in time, Blue Deer was able to get some grunts up there. It takes out this little bit of light pressure, and it's kind of returning the favor here on the other side of the map. Nice concave from Autopilot. He's going to shoo away these grunts for now. Blue Deer is still trying to jump.
And he's right in front of the build power of Autopilot, so he can't do too much at the base. He can swing though, so there's one LLT, and that's gonna stop the remainers.
Yeah, I think so. Looks like a single grunt came in here, found a little bit of damage. Maybe it gets this con. I don't think so.
No.
Yeah, Autopilot is even going for the citizen's arrest there. Kind of turns around to reclaim, but.
A little love tap.
So it looks like most of pressure has been cleared up. I still see a few units on Blue Deer's side of the map. Okay, single grunts coming through here.
Past Geo for Autopilot, so that's gonna boost his economy for when the wind is low.
Yeah, is it gonna finish? Yeah, so it did finish just in time. Wind looks like it's going down, so.
And he's going air with so many counter-hits, so this is looking pretty good for Autopilot.
Yeah, we've seen in a few games, right?
Oh,
like how
so close! Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, like how devastating those like early bombing runs can be. I think players abuse like the wind turbine spacing a little bit. With, kind of that keeping the commander in the main base style, really stack up those early wind turbines. So if you're able to get that off, you can get some crippling damage. But
and Autopilot liking the air cons to build the underwater mexes and expand. So
yeah,
always not being punished.
Yeah, he's like always prioritizing just taking those T1 mexes, splitting the map in half. Looks like he's going to move into some Shuris for now. Blodir is responding with an air lab of his own, so shouldn't find too much damage. And there is so many grunts heading towards the middle of the map with some Shuris, so I'm a bit worried for Blodir's position. These grunts are just going to... Wait, are they going to... They're just going to idle there.
Now we see the geo as well. We see the geo difference as well. And the wind dropped. Blodir out of energy. Has metal banked up. Can't use it. Especially with the air lab being built.
Oh, there's just so many things to micro at one time. Both players, you know, trying to be everywhere at once. Looks like these Shuris are going to find this group of harassing grunts, force them to turn around. Autopilot's committing a big force of grunts here in mid. I think he might try and go for this position, but you know, there's figs out here from Blodir now, so he should be able to kind of chew away these Shuris. Looks like he's gonna catch these air cons too. At least one of them does go down.
He could kill the max. He doesn't really prioritize it. He's gonna walk into the build power of Blodir. No, thinks better of it.
You know, it seems like a pretty even game, though. You know, both players making pretty similar moves at the same time. Looks like Autopilot was a bit faster with the Geo, a bit faster with the air, but looking at the graphs, seems fairly even.
It could get into a tier 3 game. The Geo now being queued by Blodir with an aircon, transporting the nanos. Look at that. That's what we like to see. So, when is the Tech 2 switch gonna happen?
Thinking back to, what was it, Andy versus Autopilot on this map, it seemed like a little bit later for Autopilot. Of course, Andy was, you know, prioritizing that transition all along, taking the center mechs. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit more of a commitment to air here before those transitions take place. This is funny to watch. Who has the advantage here? It looks like, what is it? Exploder versus Mechs. GG, right? I mean...
Yeah. Oh, but will he get some help?
Yeah, a few grunts showing up here. Blodir is kind of turning it around. He's caught up in energy production, right? Super close on metal boost.
Yeah, lots of bombers on the way though. What can he do with that? How much energy is he gonna kill? And is the Geo gonna be up before the wind gets bombed? Yeah, it's up. Alright. I think that's really important to have the Geo up when your wind gets bombed.
So many bombers. Look at this.
Yeah.
Going right around mid, heading straight for the main base of Blodir. So this is going to be a pretty tense moment here.
Yeah, it gets spotted. So fighters are gathering up. Tries to get the enemy fighters to die from the AA first, but there's not much of it. So tier 2 lab getting bombed. And it's
instantly goes down. Wait, did he get the T2 con
there? No, the tier 2 is out, yeah. But there's still so many bombers and no fighters, so I think you caught that really well, Barcast. The air was instrumental here, and it's looking actually really bad now for Blodir.
Yeah, it takes out the lab, takes out the build power, more and more winds going down. There's still 1 E storage left for Blodir, so that does kind of anchor your economy for a bit, but I think this is just too much damage here from Autopilot. There's just no way.
Yeah, well, what's gonna kill these bombers here? He's trying to build a flank, but that's not gonna help.
Yeah, and they're still going, so most of the wins get taken out.
And just like that, it looked like such an even game. Blodir felt like he was getting somewhere with the Tech 2, and now it's not looking too good.
Yeah, the SAM does go up. A second Geo does finish. There is a counter here to maybe try and get up some flak from the T2 flak from Blodir here, but I just don't see a way
he gets back. Important. Yeah, it's really important he keeps this Geo. There's another bomber making another run. It just survives. Okay. Whew. But that's a tough position because he lost a build power. That's the biggest thing, right? He lost a build power.
Right. It takes it so long to replace, and like all the while, like autopilot is T2 himself. I think he already has his AGO finished as well. So just kind of pulling ahead here. Blodir scrambling to make some cons here out of a T1 T1 lab.
Yeah. See, I think an important thing here, when your air lab goes up, send scouts. And we saw that both Randy and Autopilot do that in the past. You send scouts and then you know what's up. If he saw those bombers coming, he would be in a really good position right now.
Right. He would have had a chance to make flak from that T2 Cortex bot lab. I want to say the flak was buffed recently, so it has this like vehicle T2 anti-air from like the vehicle shot and shoots, right? So it is actually strong now. Not quite a meme exactly, but he would have had a lot more time to prepare against that bombing run, which was just perfectly timed. Honestly, he just instantly kills the T2 lab on top of all the energy. There's, what am I watching? How many shirts is this? I mean, it's just like yeah, and there's just no way to reclaim air control. I mean, Blodir just finally now is getting some con turrets built online. He's trying to rebuild that air lab here, but I mean, Autopilot just has complete control of the skies right now.
Autopilot really like got ahead and macro there. Time.
Or we can get a shot of Autopilot's main base. He's flying, or he's got like 5 transports constructing flying around these con turrets and T2 cons. He's already in this like free-for-all macro mode, so just gonna be a few moments. He's gonna, I'm thinking he's gonna put up a T2 air lab here any moment and try and close out the game from there.
And the fiends are coming into the base, so it's looking like a 2-0 for Autopilot. I don't see how Blodir can come back from this.
He's making some Shuris here to defend against the fiends, right? But it's just like, you know, if we zoom out and look at the map, I mean, there's just like multiple T2 cons expanding, right? He's got 2 AGOs finished. All he needs to do is just like, you know, put up a bunch of build power and just I'm thinking T2 air, but we'll see. There it is.
Yeah. So who can defeat Autopilot? Right? That's the question I'm asking.
Well, we're gonna get that X Factor Autopilot rematch from previous tournaments. It's just so many rematches from all these tournaments. You just see the top players in each of the at the end of each of these tournaments, right? So
yeah, I think this is Autopilot really showcasing and telling everyone like he's the one to beat. He's the one to he's the big final boss at the end, and it's the rest of them that have to fight to who gets to fight Autopilot at the end, right?
Right. I'm just really impressed too by the like the macro, right? It's just always focused on that. You can see just like how committed he is to doing this. I've seen like 4 or 5 T2 cons flying con turrets around, right? Snapping up these AGOs like as soon as you possibly can. I think it's just a testament to like.
And he didn't get any raids through, like Blodir barely did any damage to the eco, even though he tried sending grunts everywhere. But yeah, and then the timing attack, the timing bombs, like right at the right time, right enough bombers, and then look at
it's this, like a bit of an air fight here from both players. Autopilot's gonna win control of those guys again. I see some gunships making their way onto the other side of the map, running through the middle of the map here. So that will be pressuring, what is it, the bottom right corner of the map. It's just a few AAs here to defend, but gonna be tough to stop.
Take to air. Yeah, take to air is so tough to defend against.
Right, and on a map this large too, it just like you really leverage the travel time and distance between these positions, right? And it's like
exactly.
Yeah, so it's completely viable on this map. I would say it's probably even just the best thing to do, honestly. As soon as you can, just get into T2 air, make them respond, make them get those like really expensive like flak trucks up everywhere, or at least fight for contest for air control themselves, right?
Yeah, because you have the economy leverage that you immediately put into the enemy's base that they have to react to, so... I see more termites. I think this is just, yeah, when is Bloater gonna tap out? Yeah, there he goes. Alright, just as we called it. Good attempt by Bloater. Yeah, no, I think Bloater had a really good thing going on there with the fast expand on the mid. I really like that. The take 2 I think was a good time, but yeah, he needed to scout out the bombing run. I think he's probably a little bit kicking himself that he didn't see that coming sooner.
Yeah, kind of rough there on that timing for Bloodier. No, just no answer for just 20 bombers appearing over his base. You know, like I think Barkas said, the prioritizing that scout with that early air lab, just to see, hey, what kind of weird shenanigans was this other person up to, and not doing that, not realizing that, okay, there's just 20 bombers just sitting there outside of Otto's base, slowly building up. Just kind of brutal, kind of rough. Hard to come back from that. Yeah, man, it's just, I wish we'd gone the whole mile. I do, but unfortunately, that is, Bloater is going to be going down to the losers bracket to fight whoever wins between Randy and X Factor. Well, we can actually go over and I can just show you that. Man.
This is a rematch of, was it BPL Season 8 semifinals, right? Bloater versus, or excuse me, Andy versus Otto. Mixing my words up here. Andy versus X Factor. Andy took that one down. I'd say, was it 2-1, something like that? So I'm sure X Factor really looking for revenge here. Does not want to be eliminated by the same person again, right? So this is a very, I imagine, it's like a tense series, right, between these two players.
Yeah, it ended on that FTL game, right? From that high ground Janus snipe, or X Factor was up on the high ground on FTL, and the like, was it like 6 Janus down below? He just poked his head over and just got absolutely popped. It was a very fun, very interesting game. I have a feeling FTL is going to get banned. I have a feeling.
We'll see. We'll see. Andy really likes that map. He's got this really interesting air start, which I think Slick had a good comment about it. It's like it's slowly getting figured out how you can open air, and it's not like quite a beam exactly, right? He was doing a lot of cute things with the transport micro, right? Once he did transition into bots. Like moving Centurions around, moving cons onto the high ground. Maybe it's a bit map specific, right? How abusable the terrain is on that map, right? But I'm excited.
You gotta confirm. Am I crazy here? I feel like this is like the third tournament in a row I've seen him do this build on FTL, and I'm wondering at a certain point, you know, is somebody gonna counter it? Like, I mean, he just keeps. Is it just 10D? Is he playing 10D chess? Like, he's just gonna wait? Like, I'm so confused. He just keeps doing it and getting away with it.
I mean, knowing Randy, as long as it keeps working, why would he change, right?
That's
the
true.
Same thing with the
That's
Mariposa C start, right? If it works, like, keep going, right?
There was somebody that countered it. I cannot remember who. Where they just blind made an LLT in their base, and I can't remember even which one that was. It was a recent one. And that's like the only time I've seen him lose with that build. Every other time he just...
Akumar.
Was an Akumar, yeah. And it's... I don't know. Like, it's just... It seems counterable, right? But, I mean...
So, a new map. We've already gone towards picks and bans. And...
okay, hold on. Let's get looking.
High Noon is the first map.
High
so
Noon.
A nice little change, yeah.
I know you... was this not the last BPL, right? But the one before it, right? Barkas? Where this was a pretty popular map, right?
Yeah, and I was pleasantly surprised with a lot of the games. There's this weird tension between like when you stop making units and when you just keep doing it, because
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
it's a pretty wide choke in the middle. But I mean, eventually it does get locked down. But I feel like we saw a few games end with some like surprise. Surprise! I have like 20 blitz. Just like
Yeah.
run it over that one. Yeah.
That's what I like about the map. It allows for a lot of creativity, right? You can go like a lot of different ways with it. So. And then, yeah, banning has started. So X Factor starts banning pools. Randy bans Eternal, and X Factor bans Boreal, and now Randy bans Teta. Again, no Teta. Argent Strata still up.
I do really like Theta crystals. I know it's like it's figured out. It's been played a lot. It's been a fun map to watch over the years, but I kind of get it. They want to try the new stuff. I say as actually, if I look, a lot of the new stuff is already banned. Actually, I don't know what I'm even saying.
Let's get Argent Teta, Strata. Sorry.
I want to see the. Never mind. Never mind. Well, X Factor banning Argent Strata. We're not gonna see that. Not in this set anyway. Okay, so what do we have? Of course, dig site.
FTL.
Oh yeah.
And
Mariposa. Dig
Devil's
site. Right?
Post pile gets banned. Yeah, there's literally no chance. Wait, he actually let it go through. Never mind. And there is a chance here that it could be FTL. I'm shocked X Factor let this go through.
I
Maybe
think it's
I think X Factor probably has something cooked. Like he probably expects Randy to do the same thing. So I think he has something prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Randy has been doing the same build, right? Like, if you blind counter it and then Randy doesn't do that build, are you just behind? Like, it's the cost of like one LLT, right?
And to be honest, X Factor is the type of player that like has something prepared, like an exact build for the tournament. So yeah, Randy picks FTL and X Factor picks Mariposa. So yeah, I think we still might not see it. If it's a 2-0, there's still no FTL.
I'm very curious about this Mariposa game with the water start versus the land start.
Yeah.
Very curious.
Yeah. That too. I feel like X Factor has a build for both of those maps. For Mariposa, he's seen it. He knows it's coming. And then same with FTL. And then I expect Randy to play comfort and does his usual build. So then the question is it a good counter or not?
True. Randy dropping down the gauntlet in the lobby chat saying X Factor, bloater auto, easy path to the crown. Confidence, we like that.
Randy is one of those players that has been around every time and always scores high, but never quite gets first place. So I think he's aiming for it,
He keeps getting so close in these BPLs. Like he has like a hope, and then he just can't quite finish it. Can't quite reach the end. Maybe this is it. Maybe he's calling it out now, and it could happen. But we're going into game 1 on high noon.
I love this map, and I would just say too, like the eco design, 12 wind speed maps, 14 wind speed maps with geos, I think is really the sweet spot for navigating like when to make e-storage, right? When to take the geo. I think it rewards better decision making than just kind of like blindly scaling wind, right? You just set it and forget it, right? It's can be a little more technical, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think the macro decisions when you have this geo and like you're saying, you don't have the easy access to wind. It is kind of important that you need to know how to do this, and it's a pretty decent little macro skill that not really everybody has.
Wow, what gentleman's
agreement?
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, there's like shallow waters you can hide rovers in, and there's like nothing can kill them. You can reclaim them, I suppose, or use a stub, I guess, to get them out of the water. But they're both agreeing not to abuse that. which you can just park a rover right in mid, and you just have free scouting, and there's like no way to clear it out like immediately. So pretty cool to see.
All right, arm versus arm.
Andy opting for the wins here. We can see X Factor already going for that 3 mechs, 3 solar open. So really stable start. This lets you get out a con immediately after the lab finishes.
And the wind is just crashing here. 2 to 12 is already not a very high wind, right?
Right.
Vehicle versus vehicle, so mirrored matchup.
Right. Andy usually opts for scouts first. Looks like he's doing. I think this is a throwback to one of his previous seasons, right? Going for these early blitzes, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you don't see it coming, the blitz can cause quite a ruckus, because you don't expect it, right? Like who would start a blitz?
Right.
But
yeah, he's gonna escort it across the map with a scout, and I want to say this is going to like X Factor's not going to be able to spot this, right? He does have a scout going right across the map, but it's just outside of its vision, right?
Yeah, and Randy's scout is purposely going ahead of it so he can avoid enemy scouts. So this con is expanding here, and it's naked, and okay, the rover is going to be there, but 2 cons makes it a little bit harder actually to kill the cons.
Yeah, repair is pretty strong. You can kill blitzes with mass rover, by the way, but
especially with 2 cons next to it.
Right. We'll have to see. This single scout from Andy is pulling back some of X Factor's units. This blitz is about to get on top of these units. We see, what is this, scout versus scout? Goes into, grabs one of those mechs there. Nice little pickoff.
That's a lot of scouts though. That blitz is in danger. Okay,
the LT.
But he says no. Yeah, the LT is going up. But nice control from both players. The blitz not doing too much, but
They're
very tense.
Yeah, right. I mean, there is going to be a moment where there's just too many scouts to take on the blitz. Looks like X Factor's giving it a lot of respect for now.
Yeah, but the other blitz came out, so there we go. That's the end of that. So X Factor came out a little bit ahead of this. 2 expanding cons versus 0. So he is expanding with the commander though.
Right, and those mexes Andy is taking are worth more than those 1.9 mexes the cons are taking right now. So
he might catch up now.
Yeah, 2 points. Quite a big difference, actually. Yeah.
It is. It is. And I like the con at home, especially for vehicle, right? Because the commander, there's only so much build power you can actually use here. The commander's stalling, so you're not using the full build power of the commander. So I actually really like Andy's commander forward.
Yeah, just being so annoying with these scouts, too. Looks like he's going to come in here, tag a few of these solars. It's cleaned up, but I mean, X Factor was energy stalling while that was happening, too. So just adding a bit of insult to injury. And on top of having like these higher quality mexes, Randy is getting a better position too. He already has 1 LLT
exactly.
up.
He shuts down the whole mid. All these rovers now can't do anything at all. And Randy's now free to expand him naked behind this without having to worry about scouts.
Right, we can see on the mini-map too, he's got 2 cons finally expanding out of the main base. Looks like they're going their separate ways. It's going to be, knowing Randy, I imagine he's just going to print like 5 vehicle cons now. Make some solars around his commander. Kind of take the game from there.
And they're both 100 cons.
Okay. Sorry I got that wrong. But 100 cons, yeah.
How many scouts does it take to kill an LLT?
Quite a few. I don't know the exact number, Thinking
especially
it's like
uphill
maybe
like this.
15, 20 maybe. Really, really different styles here from both players. I think what's what Andy does in these tournament matches is just he never does the same thing twice. He always throws out something different, so he's very hard to read. Whereas I think X Factor, he does cook builds, but I feel like he's a much more straight up player. He's just doing the best, most like economic macro style. Until he doesn't.
Until he doesn't. Yeah. So then the next question is, how soon do you go sea, or do you go air first? Yeah. Okay, amphibcon here.
Yeah, that was going to be my answer. I think the amphibcons are just a little bit more. I don't want to say efficient, but it's just that you get them out quicker, right? It's like you don't have to make the transition to air to like start getting these expanding cons out in the water. Which also the island mexes are also like high metal mexes as well, so those do offer a bit more.
And we do see pincers, and they're also going to take a while, but there's not too much to defend against them, so.
Yeah, this is kind of classic high noon, right? The middle gets locked down. Players go into a few pincers to kind of harass those ramps you see on either one of them, and then they either transition into air, transition into sea, get the geos up, tech 2, yada yada. And I think that's where you have the wiggle room as a player to decide, okay, am I going to like bomb? Am I going to like prioritize like making army over teching? So there can be a mismatch sometimes, but it looks like now both players pretty much doing the same thing.
I mean, either players could have like just spammed a whole bunch of blitz and then now went in with like 30 blitzes or something, right? But both. This is the safe approach, I would say. Air for X Factor and A turrets for Randy.
Interesting choice. I'm wondering. Okay, and we see a big commitment from pincers actually. Andy here making quite a few.
Yeah.
Making their way through the water. X Factor has got quite a bit of undefended mexes on his side of the map, and there's no Shuris to shut these down, right? It's just like gunships, I suppose, he could make from the air lab to clear these up. He does have access to the air cons though, so if he does kind of clear these up, he will be able to quickly maybe remake the mexes that he loses. But I'm still expecting Andy to find quite a bit of damage here with these.
Interestingly. It doesn't group up the pincer, so he's going to show them one by one coming out of the water.
May even spot the pincer from X Factor. I think he does, so both players are kind of keen.
I don't know if he saw it. I don't know if the player saw it or not, but he could have for sure. He's not reacting to it. He's not bringing his blitzes back, so...
If I were to guess, Andy saw it. Just because he's a StarCraft player. Yeah, because like you watch the minimap.
Oh, the other way around. Oh, the other. Yeah, but there's less avenues for that pincer to attack, right?
Right.
All right, the first mex is going down here. X Factor full metal, no energy. And the answer is going to be gunships. So that shows the air as well, so no air surprise.
Some figs already making their way across the map from Andy's, but there are some anti-air, was it whistlers, thrashers? From X Factor, kind of in between the figs and that, so...
Gets the mex. And that's a lot of mexes take down, so Andy's taking a lead with metal production. And these are actually paying off big time.
Yeah, it clears out so many mexes and really forces these gunships too, which I can't imagine you really want to make on this map. I mean, it seems fairly easy to defend, right?
Yeah, defensive gunships is rarely your first choice.
Single pincer from X Factor does make it to the main base of Andy. gets reclaimed by the con turrets. There's more pincers here from Andy showing up on the shore of X Factor's base, and they do handle LLTs quite well, so one is not enough to stop this many pincers.
And now it's Randy, full metal. Yeah, he's exceeding metal at this point, and no energy.
He's trying to make a geo in the middle of the map. He's got a con turret there. Needs to make some solars with his commander, but it looks like these pincers are going to get cleaned up in X Factor's base.
Yeah.
Gunships do a good job shooting those away.
So should be a little bit of a break now. And I think Andy wants to build Tech 2 in the middle here next to the Geo.
Yes, of course. He's got the build power there. He's got that first Geo turned on. You really need to get that second one ready to go. It's like I don't think you can quite afford T2 when you're like trying to make air units right now. So just a bit more energy per second from Andy.
There you go.
Can definitely pay for it in terms of metal, but yeah, still struggling on energy. Both players pretty close here, I'd say, on energy production. X Factor going into more pincers, so it's not quite over yet.
Pincers are so slow though.
Yeah.
And now X Factor is making a C lab. I don't like that too much. I think he's gonna fall behind quite a lot because the C fact he already has the mexes, so C lab is not gonna help him too much with that. And Randy's Tech 2 lab is so well positioned. It's like very front and center. I can immediately use the units from there, and then X Factor is gonna have to defend against Tech 2.
Right. So, what is it? 2 cons first into consoles. So, one interesting thing to note about consoles on this map is they can print the ducks, which is like, you know, the follow up to those, like, platypuses, which is like the follow up right to the pincer attacks we saw. So
Yeah, and then the gunship's not gonna do much against those.
Yeah, definitely not. I would say that though the one nice thing about having C on this map is like you can kind of lock down mid a bit more. The anti-air ship can be a bit oppressive, like once you have a few of them in each of the ponds, like on the north side of the map. So you can really kind of get a bit more map control, but we can see the cost is being behind on tech, right? He just isn't going to have the AGO up. He's not going to have these T2 mexes started.
Oh, like nice. I like the save Geo.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, you can lock down the water, but not against Mausers and other Tech 2 units and Bulls, right?
Yeah, and that's what we see at Andy. 5 Mausers into Bulls, right? So he's going to just roll over this middle line here. I don't think he even really needs to go for that many T2 mexes because he's about to have such an army advantage here.
It's safe, right? You build a Tech 2 eco, that's like your security guarantee.
Great.
I feel like Randy has a better read here.
On top of that, getting this air scout out really clean, so he's going to see exactly what's going on.
He sees it all. Yeah. He must be wondering, is there something I'm missing that I'm not seeing or something?
Yeah, there could be a T2 lab right there by that Geo, but it even doesn't quite look like it based off of those radar signatures, right? So probably...
And now X Factor knows the trouble he's in.
Yeah, it goes T2 air, so probably thinking his way out of this is the Lich. We'll have to see. He has what? Does he have an energy storage? No, he's reclaiming his basic solars right now without the energy storage, so...
I mean, those Masters could be a little bit exposed, right? If they go on the water and the frigates come here.
Bit of a miss rally too here from this lab. It's like these naval units are just kind of out in the middle of the nowhere. Maybe they can clear out some of the LLTs and beamers that are, you know, making it difficult to raid these shores, but it's just, you know, a bit mistimed. He is now finally bringing them up to the water, but the Mausers are here, so there is a window here for X Factor to clear out these T2 units.
There's a bull here. Yeah, and the blitzes are attacking as well. Yeah, he's trying to go for a pincer attack. And they are quite exposed, these Mausers.
Yeah, that went about as well, I think, as X Factor could have hoped for. I don't think
Yeah,
Ticks can actually
yeah,
get across the water, though, so...
Okay, defense for now. Those are expensive ships, though, but pushes it back. That's the problem with Mausers, right? They're slow, so they're good to kill static defenses, but past that, they're kind of sitting ducks.
See, X Factor chose to go for the Agio in his main base and went 2-2 air for the T2 air cons. So that's his choice here for getting to T2 economy.
I mean, that's a way back for him, right? That's how he can get back into the lead.
Yeah,
And
and he...
if he has Tech 2 air, he's not gonna get bombs probably.
We see here come the Lich too as well. Got 3 of those queued up. One of them is about 3/4 of the way done. So we'll have to see if he's going to be going for some kind of commander snipe here. Maybe he's thinking Andy built an Agio of his own. Can be super vulnerable, but no, instead goes for double Prude here, which I think is a really wise choice.
Yeah, 2 Liches kills the com though, so this is really dangerous, and there's not too much AA. There are quite a few fighters, more fighters than X Factor, but...
Yeah, I think this is a really smart play from X Factor. He's actually buying a little bit of insurance, waiting for the 3rd Lich, so when one of them could get gunned down. He's going to be making the radar plane after it. So this looks like a comp
There is a
snipe
jammer. There is a jammer. So yeah, here. I don't know if it's in range, but there's a possibility he can't find the commander if he cloaks in time.
Pretty good micro there from Andy, targeting the ships with the Mausers instead of eating that friendly fire against the ticks of X Factor.
But X Factor is just buying time here. He just wants to buy time until the Liches are ready to go.
So is Andy gonna sniff this out? He really needs to start making some shredders, some flak trucks here.
He must see that there's no Tech 2 land coming, right? So he has to figure out that something is up. He's building more fighters. He wants fighter supremacy. I like that. I like the restraint. He's making radar. I think it's good. X Factor building this up, but Randy really needs to figure it out fast, because this is looking like a snipe. Yeah, he's making the move. He's going for it. He doesn't know where the commander is. That's one thing. The commander could be in multiple spots, and he does not know that. So I think he thinks it's in the back, right? He's not thinking it's in the front.
Okay,
radar.
Oh no! Okay, is he gonna get?
He's not cloaked yet. He doesn't see it though. Oh no.
No, I think he gets it here. I mean, there's a shredder coming up right now, but it's like these bombers are already here. There's no cloak.
Now he sees it. Yeah, there's no cloak commander. Oh my god, 2 Liches. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow. GG. That was a really nice play from X Factor. The restraints, not rushing it, just waiting for 3. Because 1 Liche went down, right? So if he had rushed it with 2 Liches, he would have died. Great play by X Factor.
Super smart play there, realizing the position was who he was in, right, being behind on tech, and choosing to end the game with the win condition we all have at the start, right?
Yeah. Kill the enemy commander, that's how you win.
Am I crazy? Is double Prude kind of a mistake there? Like, I feel at least the back geo should have been an A geo there. Like, he was E-stalling, he couldn't cloak. I don't know. It's safer, but it seems like he really needed that energy, I feel like.
Yeah, but
if he cloaked,
If it wasn't a commander snipe though, it would have been like an AGO snipe, right? Which can be, I mean, not like game ending, but it can be completely devastating, right? It's like his T2 lab was there, his build power was right next to it. Same for his main base. What was his main base, right?
That's
All
true.
his air lab was there, his build power for that. So it's I think it's pretty stable. We saw X Factor immediately go for it himself, but he wasn't really looking to like for the game to go much longer. It wasn't an issue for him, right? So it's kind of like his gambit, right? But I don't mind it too much.
Yeah, no, that was great play by X Factor. I feel like Randy there at some point needed to realize, like, I'm not seeing any Tech 2. Something is up, right?
Yeah, you need to start checking off those boxes of like, well, how do I actually lose this if I feel like I'm in like a winning position? Which, you know, his position seems strong, right? He had a lot of pressure in mid.
We are on Mariposa, and we have Randy starting in the water. So, very interesting indeed. Both Armada again.
So I'm gonna call X Factor's build here. He's gonna go 2 res bots, 5 ticks, and like 10 cons. As soon as he figures it out, probably go 5 cons first, and then figure it out, and then I'll make like 5 more cons. But we'll see.
You don't want to start vehicle though?
I don't know. It looks like he is going vehicle because he's going with 3 mechs, 3 solar, so that's a vehicle. So I guess I'm wrong, but you know.
I mean, the expansion is just faster, right? Yeah, he's going.
Yeah, Armada vehicle cons very strong. Maybe I'm wondering what is the better lab to have playing against Andy C start, right? Is it because the reclaim is completely uncontested, right? Like, so you can grab all the reclaim on the map with the res bots as opposed to like half of them, right? Or even less than half because we see a lot of times they're sniped, right? So
I'm not so convinced by reclaim in general. Like, if you build res bots, that slows you down considerably because they're very expensive, and the bots, the cons, they just move so slow and expand so slow. So I like this vehicle personally. X Factor not as brave as Kuchi. Kuchi made like 0 scouts, not even a tick, and X Factor here is going for some scouts, so he will know about this earlier.
yeah, he's gonna find out straight away, like you said. I also like this little walk from X Factor he's doing away from the lab while he kind of runs out of metal there for a moment. So just gonna grab this 4th mech, walk right back to the lab. Pretty clean little pickup there. It's those like little small things that do add up over the course of a game. So
he sees that there's no enemy units coming. That says something.
All right.
And now he sees it. Now he knows what's up.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
I mean, it's worth the trade, right? It's like you have nothing else to do with that scout, so I mean, just kind of slows down the mechs for a second, kind of eats that commander's build power, having to reclaim the rover.
You donate some metal, I guess, but yeah. So even metal at the moment, but
see X Factor reclaiming the vehicle lab.
Interesting. What is he gonna build?
Maybe
he must have an idea already, right?
You go for gunships to snipe them, right? Yeah, okay, this makes sense.
Okay. So you can snipe the cons, but is that really worth it? Like, because you lose a lot of momentum. It's like he could be building cons instead right now, right?
No, I like it. They move very quickly, right? So he will kill these cons, and then he can make air cons to grab his own water mechs, and it's like,
and then reclaim again, and then go back land.
Right.
I mean, he has build power, right? Because he has the commander plus the nano plus the con in his base, so he has the build power to make lab, reclaim lab, make lab, right?
Right, and that's exactly what we see him doing. Looks like he made what, like 2 gunships, 3 gunships. Would have liked to see an air con, right? But
they're expensive.
Right,
they're expensive.
Yeah, right. I mean, he does have like at least 6 mexes. Like there's 2 3-mex clusters in the water. He can just like instantly grab with it though.
He does not find the con. He missed the con, and now he gets spotted.
Right, but he
yeah. No. This is.
And you can't harass the water mexes, right? It looks like he's gonna get a few of these titles, right?
But not really. Okay, I think this is a bit of a fumble by X Factor. I'm liking Randy's position right now.
I think X Factor needs to contest these water mexes somehow. You just can't give these away for free. Looks like these 3 banshees getting cleaned up. And there's just more mexes for Andy to take here, right?
Yeah. He's forcing out a lot of AA from Randy. Randy's slightly overbuilding AA at the moment, but Hoovers now. Oh my goodness. Okay. It's just going full on lab cycling.
Ooh.
Is this the first Hoover we've seen?
I think so. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen one at any tournament. Like maybe on a shallow streets game like 2 years ago or something, but yeah, very very rarely see these.
And the last banshee is down. So Hoover's quite expensive and quite bad, but he will be able to take out the cons. The cons did make a lot of mexes already.
Yeah. The damage is done, and I don't think there's a unit that can hit those underwater mexes. So he can make some construction hovercraft though. So
yeah. Randy's doing a good job of macroing up on land. Yeah, that's funny. If you have a C-con or you have a Hoover con, the fastest way to kill enemy mexes, for those watching at home wanting to know, is you build your own mex next to the enemy mex and then you self-D it.
Okay, that's smart. I didn't know that actually. Kind of makes sense too. Yeah. there's no other way.
I mean, you could build it like a torpedo launcher, but that's like slower.
Yeah, it's super slow, and like you just have it chilling there after it's kind of doing nothing. But
and X Factor stalling in energy, and Randy's way ahead in energy production.
Yeah, so. Andy made a small adjustment to like his contour positioning. He actually has 2 naval cons scaling those titles in the back of his main base. So I think that worked out really well for him here, getting a nice little comfortable energy lead over X Factor here.
He's making torpedo though. Does he not realize the torpedoes cannot hit the Hoovers?
I don't think he knows. You know, X Factor is going to find some damage too. He's got more on the left side of the map too. But there's a big push here from the middle from Andy, running into some LLTs. I think that's a bit of a feed here, losing out a lot of tempo.
It is. Yeah. He got a little bit too cocky there, and he got nice laser around it. But these are really weak though, so they might get eaten up by the nanos. No, Randy's adding more torpedo launcher. Aye. That is very unfortunate. Okay, now he's moving over to the laser tower.
Actually kind of liking X Factor's position here. He's actually trying to get on top of this high ground. I guess Andy now finally is moving some vehicle cons onto the high ground. He's got a ton of blitz there too, so excuse me, maybe
Yeah.
he shoots X Factor off this position, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think Andy can chill a little bit on these attacks. These are quite wasteful at the moment. He has a lead, but he doesn't know how much of a lead he has, right?
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a feat, I'd have to say there, and top
Yeah.
mid there. X Factor doing a great job defending that pressure from Andy. It's a bit
Indeed.
worried for him, and you know, X Factor also has an energy
Caught
per
up in
second
energy.
now lead. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he does. Idle Con, unfortunate.
Looks like Andy's going to make a big committed attack here in mid, trying to bully X Factor off of this high ground. He's going to go in. There's a lot of blitz here.
Yeah, it is a lot of blitzes and only so many LLTs. It looks like it's actually, you know, when you fail, just try and try again. And that's Randy here. He's rezzing too, catching the res bots themselves. Oh,
wow.
that is huge.
Yeah, it looks like Andy
a lot
was
of momentum.
I mean, both players were completely ready for a big fight to break out, but it looks like Andy was just like on top of it, just slightly faster.
Yeah,
He
one
got his
step
res bots
ahead.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to save his res bots. Yeah, this big engagement here looking really good for X Factor. For Randy rather.
Yeah, he was able to retain those 10 res bots, which it's like one con turret basically, 200 build power. Rezzing these Rex, this 3k reclaim field here sitting in mid. Looks like Andy is just perfectly content to camp this reclaim field, and
he doesn't need to attack. Absolutely, he can just sit on top of the hill here.
Especially, he's got the expanding cons behind it too, taking that plateau as well. So, really strong position here from Andy, kind of swinging it back super quickly.
I like the stouts, but it's too little, too late, and X Factor is gonna need another trick out of his sleeves here.
He did make quite a few Centurions, which are kind of heading towards mid, so that could do a great job of dealing with the units that are being rezzed, like blitzes. So we'll have to see.
And Randy left some Rex here on the low ground. He did not need to do that. He really didn't. So he's giving something to res to X Factor. Centurions are so good in this position.
Right. You really can't push into them. I mean, they suck out in like open fields, right, where blitzes can just kind of run around and choose not to engage in them. But if he does decide to walk up on that plateau, could try and force like a res ball in his favor, right? I mean, he's rezzing unit. He's doing all the right things, right? He's got units rezzing on the front line. He's trying to counterattack. Hasn't really been scaling his energy that well. We see Andy kind of pulling ahead again, remaking a lot of those titles that went down.
The map is quite split here, with Andy a big advantage on the sea. But yeah, no, X Factor not giving up so easily, even though Randy's been having a lead for a long time now in the economy. X Factor is fighting for every little bit of wrecking fields.
Oh, these Centurions getting caught out and surrounded by the blitz and stouts of Andy, walking into some beamers. Yeah.
No, these stouts are good, but you need to carefully micro them. Oh, and X Factor's commander surrounded here, so close. And he goes down. Wow. Okay, a big play here by Randy. He's saying, play me on Mariposa. You know what I'm gonna do, but you can't counter it. That's what Randy's saying right now. Very good game. Well played by both of them, and you know what that means. Broadcast.
Game 3, FTL?
FTL, indeed.
Now,
deciding game.
I'm excited. If I'm not mistaken, you can do some cheeky things with your commander on the high ground. Maybe that's all I'll say, but perhaps we'll see it.
I think you can
Perhaps
definitely
we'll
do
see
some
it.
stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
room for activities on this map. I think a lot of room.
Yeah.
What do you think of that game, LDM?
I mean, I kind of feel like that was just Randy kind of dominated. Like the Banshee play I liked is to try and snipe the cons, but
Yeah.
just didn't catch them. I think he killed one
No.
later on, but I think it was actually maybe the hovers that killed it. Just unfortunate usage of the Banshees, I think. Did not get what he wanted.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he should have just gone for hovers straight away, because that seems like a much more reliable way to
yeah.
to snipe the. Because I mean, short of reclaiming them, right? There's no way to.
And even
to
then,
kill
like,
them.
what did the hovers do? You know what I mean? Like, it denied some back mexes. It killed like 2 cons,
Yeah.
I think. Like, it was something.
But
But
imagine if you had rushed. Imagine if you had rushed the hoovers, though, right?
maybe.
Because then you have all the exposed energy.
Yeah, maybe Barkes is right. It really was the dice decide, Randy. It really was just a little too late, I think, on the hovers.
Oh.
All right, into faster than light.
Game number 3 here. Both players on the verge
And
of elimination.
Randy on a box.
Yeah.
I love it. You know, I love to see it. It puts your opponent on edge, right? Because the opponent doesn't know what you're going for.
Yeah, it could be really tough to play with or play against, right? Because like you think about your opponents, like I guess maybe Blue Deer or Autopilot. You kind of have a sense, right? They're just like macro players. They're gonna pick like probably the best faction on that particular map and just try and take the game late. But certain players like X Factor, I think is one of them. Andy's one of them. It can be really tough to pin down what they're gonna be doing, right? So playing a best of 3 is just more difficult against these kind of players, right?
I love it. I think random is so great because you're telling your opponent knows about this, right? Watches you play these games and then knows that you don't know you don't know what to prepare against.
Oh, what is this? Vehicle start from X Factor, 3 Max, 3
Okay.
Solar. Huh.
And Cortex versus Cortex. Okay. And bots for Andy. So how do you
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
about that? Bots versus vehicles.
So one thing to note on this map is the bots can edge build those low ground mexes from the high ground, right? Vehicle cons
Yeah.
cannot do that. Maybe the amphibious ones can because they have a bit more like traversability on the map.
Yeah, but
so
you
that
don't want
is-
to build. You don't want to build those, right?
Yeah. I always think that generally I think that solar maps favor vehicle play, right? Because the vehicles are like more or less energy intensive as the bots, right? So it's always a trade-off, right? So I would say maybe a slight advantage to the vehicles here in this position.
At the same time, it's a low metal map, which again favors bots. No.
Great. So maybe it's the perfect map, and we're just doing it all. We're doing it wrong. Because it's like the more obscure the answer is, I think it's like a better map, right? There's no right answer. So
And
like-
here they greet each other, and both know exactly what's up.
X Factor being a bit greedy here is going for a second con. Still hasn't moved his commander out of the main base. Kind of stalling energy. Yeah, slaps down his solar there, trying to fix these issues. And is that a mine layer here? What?
What?
I heard the mine layer, but it looks like he maybe canceled
I don't
it.
see it. No, I don't see it. He's gonna use the commander though to expand the mexes there on the low ground. That is interesting. He puts his commander quite out of position, and that means he needs an LLT and a bit of an awkward spot on the ramp. Because this is LLT does not protect any mexes.
Yeah, X Factor forced to make 2 LLTs here. I'm
Ooh.
sure he would have wanted to not make any of these, right? And just focus on getting these
Yeah.
mexes faster. So I think that's giving Andy a bit of a jump here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think this is a bit of a tough spot that X Factor put himself in now. Because you have Andy's commander already out on the front expanding.
right? Also edge building those cons from the high, or excuse me, edge building the mexes from the high ground here with his cons.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
super efficient. He's got a grunt. Grunts also, I think, perform very well on this map because they're so good at shutting down units in these choke points, right? You got tons of room to micro. You can really abuse the range and their movement speed.
Yeah, and the incisors, while quite good against grunts, it's a bit tough to leverage them. Because you can't switch lanes that easily, right? Yeah, anytime you want to go to a different lane, you have to like go all the way around.
Okay, Mind Layer. Do it. Andy's commander already on the other side of the map. This is kind of insane.
And X Factor is now like further behind with his commander than when he started. You know what I mean?
Right. He is still using it to make like solars, right? So that is pretty like build power efficient. But the thing Vehicle lacks, I'd say, is a way to deal with these kind of aggressive commander plays because there's really not a strong unit you can make out of the lab.
Exactly. And now the front door is shut down, like, and he's gonna be spamming LLTs here. And what does the X Factor do against this? He's going for a Lasher, but one Lasher is not gonna do much. And now the entire map is Randy's for the time being. He's making incisors, so incisors against Commander and LLT? I don't know about that.
I think Andy maybe missed a bit of an opportunity to like walk even farther forward. I mean, there was really nothing to stop his commander. I know it's a risky, so to speak, but
yeah. It's the third match. Winner here takes the series. I'm okay with him not risking too much. Yeah, he also walks back actually. And now we have the air switch.
And there's a few incisors out on the map now too. So X Factor has two expanding cons going to the left side of the map. There's plenty of incisors to protect them against the few grunts.
Heavy transport and con. Interestingly, Andy. Okay, it's not making AA.
I think.
Yeah, so what? So X Factor transports into the main base or just on the hills? I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's got to be to either go bottom left. I want to say X Factor kind of favors bottom left on this map, but we might see him go to like top mid where you have like 8 mexes and a Geo there. So either one of those two positions, super strong to hold on this map. It really kind of launches you into an economy that you can actually get to, right?
There is a radar, so I think he might see this because there's two dots. He's waiting at the moment. It's really amazing radar position by Randy. He has AA turrets in the base, so he should be good there. And he should see the radar blob soon. He's making AA turret. Okay, so X Factor is just gonna be a little bit stuck here on this hill.
Oh. Okay, what's going on?
Okay. Yeah, he's landing.
Okay, sees the LT, sees the anti-air turret, right? So he should be able to kind of bully Andy off of this high ground here, which...
Yeah. Is that worth it, the bot lab, though?
Yeah, absolutely, because you can make thugs on this high ground that can, like, kind of abuse that range advantage. He'll eventually reclaim this, but it just like having build power on this high ground is going to let him take that low ground area to above his commander here kind of after the fact.
He abandons the rest of the map for it though, right? Like he doesn't have a lab elsewhere at the moment, but Andy's not really pushing him.
Oh, I think X Factor is in a great position. He has bottom left, right, for now. I think he needs to get a few LLTs down there to defend against all these grunts Andy's made. But he's also contesting top mid, right, which is really rich in terms of resources. And there's really no way for Andy to stop what X Factor is doing right now. He's just securing this high ground. He's going to clear out these LLTs.
Yeah, and they had an opportunity to punish the bottom expansion there, but
Right.
LLTs are coming up, so that the opportunity is quickly diminishing.
Yeah, and these thugs are gonna start clearing out a lot of this static defense from Andy, who is making A solars right now, which is really
I like
strong.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, not quite the same amount of scaling here from X Factor, so this could play out in Andy's favor if he's able to, like, you know, kind of secure either top mid, which looks unlikely, or bottom left.
But with a Shuriken, he might actually. With a Shuriken, he might secure the bottom left, but he needs to go soon because X Factor is gaining on middle.
Right,
There you
right. And
go.
there's anti-air going up. There's twin guards going up. So the window is closing, I'd say.
He needs to send the grunts as well.
Okay, Shuri versus Shuri. Let's see. Okay, stuns the anti-air. The twin guard just wastes those Shuris.
No.
Okay, some anti-air in the back from Andy. Does clean up X Factor's Shuri. So both players had a standoff. And now I'm really liking X Factor's position, right?
That's yeah.
Making an
Randy moving
e-storage.
into vehicle lab. Yeah, interestingly, Randy's continuing to build fighters while X Factor does not have an air lab, so that's a bit of a drain for him. He has so much AA. I feel like X Factor got a bit in his head there with the air.
We'll have to see.
Randy has 11 thistles.
Yeah, we'll have to see this transition from X Factor. I don't think he's even really made one. He just committed to a bunch of thugs and AA. He's remaking his air lab on the high ground next to his con turret. He's got his commander in this pretty cool forward position. I feel like he could, you know, maybe pull thugs back to that cliff and just repair him with his commander, right? He's got thugs on the high ground to shoo away units that want to commit. So this push is going to be pretty hard to stop, right? I mean, there's like, what is this?
Yeah.
3 mexes you can clear out. These thugs can shoot the mexes from the high ground. That's crazy.
Okay, Randy's preparing for a Brute's build-up. He needs a lot more though.
Yeah, X Factor is also kind of pocketing some transports here, and I can see these lashers are kind of clearing out these anti-air turrets on the high ground. Maybe the he's looking to drop some units on Andy's high ground here. Still not going for the Geo, and Andy actually committing to a Warden turret here in bottom left, trying to secure that position. But I think the real threat here is what we're looking at. How do you deal with these thugs, right? I mean, Brutes.
I mean, he can't go because there's the thugs on the high ground.
Right.
Like, but they're out of position at the moment. He's able to degun them. He catches them in a really good spot, but it still might not be enough. Okay, he does deal some damage. The army value is equal now. Oh, look at this. Okay.
G2 lab already finished.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, an agitator here.
Yeah, not a good look. Agitator versus a T2 lab, right?
I mean, the T2 is artillery, right? So.
Right. Yeah, he's making those, was it Mausers? But he's using his transport to bring these to the front line, so he has so many transports. What is this, 8 T1 transports? It's like the T2 is going to be revealed here. Those shots have a very distinct sound, right?
He could have still gone for it. Like, he could have killed it. Like, he went back here because he saw tier 2, so he was a bit afraid. But I think he could have just gone for that.
Yeah, Andy losing multiple cons to an LLT here. What was that, 4 cons? 3 cons go down.
The Agitator here at work. This is not every day that you see Agitator versus Quaker on Faster Than Light, right? Just going around.
X Factor transporting some thugs to his other high ground, so really trying to leverage these high ground position. Andy doing a good job kind of clearing out top mid here.
Yeah, and the Tech 2 can't protect that easily. It's really slow, so the Agitator actually doing good work. And he's not out yet, but he has an uphill battle here.
Yeah, a couple of Tigers skirmishing with these brutes in mid. I think one of them maybe goes down. Beast Mauser is completely undefended in mid. All right, that's a start.
But Andy does need like a long-term solution, right?
Yeah, there's Tigers being made. There's no T2 mexes being upgraded right now, so it's like
it would be too expensive, right?
Right. Yeah. And frankly, I don't think X Factor's got the energy for it, right? It's got.
I mean, brutes are pretty okay, right? The pounders, I'm not a huge fan of. I'm not sure what the pounders are supposed to be dealing against, so I think he could cut those out. Those cons there, losing those hurts quite a bit.
Okay, and he's. Is it
He
cloaks?
needs some good D guns. There's no radar. This is exactly what he needs.
Okay, so Andy did reveal his commander, but I mean,
army value is in his favor. See, it is unfortunate that these are pounders and not brutes, but it's gonna make it work anyway. Yeah.
Really nice micro there from X Factor on the high on top there, not losing that Tiger to the commander's D gun. And this Agitator, I mean, I was kind of dogging it earlier, but it's getting its value.
Yeah. Yeah, Andy's somehow making it work. He's getting back into it.
He needs to find a way to get some build power to bottom left, right? There's so many wrecks down here. There's a few mexes to take. The Geo would be nice to have. I think it's a bit risky, of course, but I mean, there's 1,700 metal sitting right there on the ground. There's another 600 right out in front of his main. It's getting gobbled up by a construction vehicle right now.
The problem that X Factor has is that those Tigers are only better than brutes because they can kite brutes. But in effective combat, they're actually worse than brutes. So you need to be able to kite to effectively make use of the tier 2, and he hasn't been doing that effectively. He is now reclaiming here this field. This is a big thing to reclaim this field.
Yeah, that's gonna give him a lot of metal. He actually remade a bot lab here, and he's using res bots to pick up some of these brute mechs.
Yeah, and now he's going into tier 2 mexes. So I think that was a good momentum from Randy, but I think it's gonna slip out of his control soon.
He is remaking a bot lab on the high ground. I really like this play. They're with everything going on, I think there's a bit of an opportunity here for Andy to clear X Factor's, build power lab and solars off of this high ground if he's able to build up enough forces. But sure, he's doing a really good job for X Factor, trying to controlling the board while he stabilizes with this T2 transition, right?
He's making rocket bots. big battle here, but the Shuriken ultimately. Yeah, does he see everything that's in the base? Okay, not what is building, but yeah.
Sure, he's doing so much work on X Factor's side of the map, leaving just some,
Yeah.
just more and more reclaim on here. That's another 1.2k reclaim right in front of his T1 con. Looks like
But yeah, the air lab's gonna be shut down here.
there are some twin guards going up, which is what you need to defend against rocket bots. So that is going to buy X Factor some time to find a response to that. Maybe he just ferries up a bull, or excuse me, tiger, clear out these T1 bots. Also adding some build power. A couple of tigers kind of chilling up here on the high ground, a bit wasteful. Those units are pretty expensive, and you need to get some value out of them.
What a game though, right? Like going this late on this map and then so many different units and tier 2 versus tier 1 going on this late.
Right. X Factor kind of struggling for energy at the moment. He's making some A-solars in his main base, so really trying to fix his issues. But he has multiple T2 cons or T2 mexes finished, right? So this is really when things are going to start snowballing in his favor, I'd say.
Very much so.
Big engagement here on the south side of the map.
South.
Andy pushing into twin guards.
He has to make it work. He has to make something work here, but this is a lot of defenses.
And sure, he's showing up. And
that looks like a little bit of a last hurrah by Randy, to be entirely honest. Army value now ballooning in favor of X Factor, and I think this is coming to the end of Randy's run in the tournament. X Factor has air control, he has army, he has economy, he has tech.
there is a pretty large army from Andy heading into mid, but I mean, there's already Shuri's prepared. X Factor's setting up this concave here to kind of collapse on this army from both sides.
There's AA, but still, it's not enough.
Yeah, maybe he's able to target it down, but those tigers on bottom left also kind of bullying Andy off of his position down here too. So, like clearing out the mexes. There's a couple of vehicle cons here to grab this metal, but I don't see a way he can stop 5 tigers on the left side of the map, and still no T2 transition out of Andy. So he's got to find a way to get back in this game somehow. I don't really see many options for him. I mean, he's trying to edge build some LFTs.
Yeah, it's this trap, right? Like, he feels like he's behind and he has to catch up, so he feels like he has to stay on tier 1, but then the longer he does that, the more he stays stuck and falls further behind.
This LOT finding a lot of damage, actually, clearing 3 solars, kind of eating up this build power. And here we go. Yeah, tigers kiting brutes.
Yeah. And then response behind that.
Yeah, still struggling with energy from X Factor, but I mean, he's doing a good job. I think it's like perfectly balanced, right? Spending his metals.
Now
Low
we have
energy.
the tech too. Are we going to see termites?
I mean, maybe we see an arbiter or 2. Termites could be strong. I mean, there is a path for Andy to maybe get into the main base of X Factor, but it's going to be so tough to stop this huge push on the left side of the map.
Some
Okay,
bugs.
Sorry, so Andy going for the heavy transport play here. He's got his commander. He's flying to the top part of the map. Maybe he's going for a bit of a commander drop here in the main base.
I mean, he wants to try something, right? He wants to... There's no immediate AA. There's a A being built right now. X Factor's commander is a little bit exposed. But he needs more than just a commander, right? He needs something else to go with it. He's making a bed bug, so does he want to transport? I don't know. Maybe he's hoping to degun the lab or the economy or something. To be honest, what would be amazing here, if Randy deguns some other buildings, he then wins the 1v1 fight against the commander.
There's a SAM turret here set up. It's got pretty long range. We'll have to see how many shots does it take to take down one of these transports.
He's landing in time.
Barely lands in
there
time.
There are LLTs, so he's not gonna be able to get through. He's trying with the army. This was a good try, but unfortunately, no. He's dead. Very well played by both of these, and in the end, it's X Factor that takes it.
Unless he drops a bed bug on top of X Factor's commander, maybe there's a play. There are figs here from X Factor.
There's no comment. Yeah, but no, there's no transport, so that's the end of it. Dancing around.
Commander destroyed.
Well played. All right.
Well, kind of an unfortunate end there for Randy. At least, you know, getting us to FTL. You know what? We appreciate that. I feel like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like Randy didn't look as prepared to be Cortex on that map as he was with Armada. You know, like with that arm build that he's been doing has been pretty clean and kind of like he has an idea of what he's doing. He kind of just was doing whatever, you know. Like he didn't really seem to have an idea in mind of what he wanted to do.
Yeah, he was lacking an extra transition, right?
Yeah. Unfortunate for Randy, but I believe if we go and look at the brackets, we can see that up next is Bloater versus X Factor, or Pro Revan in this case, and we get to see, you know, the winner of that gets to go up against Autopilot in the grand finals.
Yep.
I
liked X Factor's build where he made Tech 2 without the cons and like an aggressive Tech 2, right?
Yeah, it did kind of feel like Randy was trying to get some sort of tempo play with like tier 1, but FTL is just such a choke pointy map, and the res bots came in, and then it's just feed after feed, and he just couldn't quite get to where it mattered, you know, with that tier 1 play. It's just the tier 2 lab was just a little too safe. The economy is a little too safe, and just unfortunate for Randy. But well played, X Factor.
And that means 4th place. Yeah, 4th place for Randy now. Pretty good run as well. And there's only 3 left.
Yeah, for sure. We got Bloater, we got X Factor, we got Autopilot. Now we get to decide right here, right now, who gets to go up against Autopilot.
Pretty excited for the map to pawn retreat with X Factor and Bloater. Should be pretty insane.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I mean, look, this map has been played a lot in small teams tournaments recently. I don't think I've seen it in a 1v1, and that's going to be interesting.
I want to say this was one of the final matches when Sheep won his Alpha Cup. I remember.
Indeed.
Oh,
yeah,
was it really? Oh my god. Like a little before my time, that Alpha Cup is very, very dim in my memory.
I think it was Sheep against Teddy.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to say.
Oh my god. Okay.
But back to, you know, my comments earlier. It's like was it 12 wind speed map? It's got energy reclaim. It's got one geo for each team on the side of the map. So it's going to be pretty important how both these players choose to take that geo and to kind of leverage it, getting that T2 lab up and making that turn, or even frankly just getting an air lab up and, you know, defending themselves from bombing runs. So seen some pretty crippling bombing runs this tournament.
Yeah, you know, and that on top of exactly like there's a lot of reclaims, so I feel like maybe there's hope for bot opens, but there's kind of too many mexes to expand to. It's gonna be interesting. There's gonna be a lot. I feel like there's gonna be a decent amount of variety on this map, but it's really gonna come down to whose macro is up to snuff, you know. And it could be either one of these players, to be honest. Either one.
I like to see Armada vehicles on this map for the expansion.
Yeah, I can see it. Bloater's saying if I suddenly go AFK, I've fallen asleep. Yeah, imagine it's getting a little late, you know. This tournament started a little later than normal, and a lot of Europeans probably getting a little tired.
Boo-hoo. We're used to
Exactly.
it in NA. We're waking up at 6, 5, 4 a.m.
It's our turn. You know what? This is our turn for a good
We have
time
no NA
tournament.
players, but yeah, our turn to watch in peace.
Look, Kuchi was there, okay, and he got us. He got
That's
us
true.
in
That's true.
almost to the distance.
Hey, Huck, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Quite alright. Some pretty good Beyond All Reason being played here.
Yeah, I've been watching it all day. It's been a fun little treat to have so much games sequentially running. I'm glad that we have not missed a match yet.
Well,
Alright, so picks and bans here.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what we
It's
got.
an X Factor to ban first. Ban Mariposa. Okay. Ban FTL. That was a very quick ban from Bloater.
Honestly, not surprised. You know, we got our one FTL game. We'll take it. We'll take it. I really can't. I just want to see Argent Strat now at this point. You know what? I've seen
They're
every
gonna
other
ban
map.
it for sure.
For sure.
They're
I
gonna ban
hate
it.
it, but I can dream. You know, I can dream of this unknown map.
Ban Eternal.
The talk. Asking, please don't ban Argent, please give it to us. But yeah, Eternal Consequences, another map that really has not been played that much.
Even though it's not that particular, right? But
Yeah, seems relatively
Phantasm?
standardy for gameplay. I feel like it doesn't seem like a crazy map, no weird terrain or anything like that.
ban Dixite. Okay, so a little bit of a change.
My favorite
Ban
map.
Devil.
That was a cool map,
Devil's
yeah.
Post Piles is still up.
Yeah, Post Files, Argent is still up. Boreal's still up.
Okay, so you might get a bit of a mix
Alright,
up
pools
here
as
from
well,
previous. Yeah. So we're probably gonna get a bit of a mix-up on maps played. Ban pools. Okay, so Argent
go.
and Devils are both still up.
I don't even know if it's good. I have to assume if all the players are banning it, then it can't possibly be good. But like, I still want to see it. I want to know.
But it's quite a choke pointy map, right? Like almost every other map other than FTL and Argent are like wide open maps for like to some degree, and then Argent Strata is like.
Yeah, it's very. Look, I don't want to say it because Huck's here, but it kind of looks like a StarCraft map. Okay, you know what? I'm just saying.
Pick Argent.
Oh, let's go.
Interesting.
All right, X Factor, and then pick Boreal. Okay. Boreal for the decider map. So first pawn retreat, then Argent Strata, then Boreal falls for the tiebreaker.
Okay, pawn. Yeah. Look, that's a nice little map pool. I mean, I feel like if any of these games is going to be the exhausting one, though, it's definitely the first one. This is.
Yeah. That's interesting, right? It starts with a big macro game, so it makes this series a little bit of an endurance game. And then whoever wins this has to face autopilot immediately. So.
Can you imagine? Like you go from this set directly into facing auto. Oh man.
And auto gets to watch, right?
True.
Yeah, but I mean, that could be a good or bad thing, right? Being warm feels nice as well.
True.
I mean, either way, it's auto, so you're terrified regardless. But You know, at least maybe you feel like in some kind of groove. Maybe Otto goes and eats. He's a little lethargic, falls asleep. I don't know. I guess you're hoping
Yeah,
for
but
him to fall asleep and just never come back and get the DQ win.
I do like if you're in a winners that you get to see exactly how the other plays, and then you can already prepare a little bit how you're gonna adjust to how they're playing.
Yeah, that's true. You also get that one game advantage, which autopilot
Yeah.
definitely does not need, but you know, it's gonna make
will
it
get it
even more
anyway.
one. Yeah. This is one of the only 1v1 maps I'm actually familiar with because they played a decent amount in OP small teams too. 8v8 as well, even though 8v8 it feels a little tight.
Terrible. Tight, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Another T word.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
It's okay. Just a little sick. They are in the money, right? Everyone.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
basically top 3. So they are going to be playing. I think, you know, every win you're basically securing $250 more dollars or something like that.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of stakes here for them to perform.
And
course.
we have mirrored starting positions.
This is the position I always start on too in small teams. I'm loving it. I'm gonna be learning here from both players, hopefully. Someone needs to ping Bloater to ready up though. Come on, man.
Are we gonna
Lobby.
see tier 3?
God, I hope so.
No, I don't think so. Does it usually play out that way, this map? I feel like it's so open. There's so many angles to attack.
Yeah, I've seen tech tree here a few times in 1v1.
I've never seen this map played out 1v1, so you're gonna have to be my guide of what to expect and what to see. I assume resbots are pretty strong.
Oh, okay. So Armada vehicles versus Cortex bots, the two classics, and so Armada vehicle is gonna go for mass expand everywhere, and the Cortex bots cannot scout that and cannot harass. So naked expands are very valid, but then yeah, the shuriken comes into play. Then shuriken's amazing on large maps because you know they fly around and defend very easily. So this is a very, very interesting asymmetry we have here.
Do you feel like he's gonna get resbots out to eat for energy and eventually reclaim? Is that something
It
that
looks
happens?
like he has one queued. He has one queued, indeed.
And then
Wind is
800
not
rev,
great.
which surely will come through. Yeah, it'll be very interesting. Obviously, I think X Factor, aka Blue Revan, is gonna be expanding a lot quicker, a lot faster. The vehicle
Exactly.
con having a little bit more speed, a little bit more mobility, and then Bloater will be slower to come out, and we'll have to see. I mean, I feel like the Rovers aren't going to be too impactful, right? The Grunt should have a pretty good time defending, and the map feels tough maybe for Rovers. How do you feel? Do you think X Factor is going to be super aggressive, or he's going to be more happy just to take his expansions?
I'm happy with the expansions personally. I think this allows you for like a big snowball with the cons. Of course, at the end of the day, it comes down to execution. But yeah, I think X Factor can get ahead with the expansion, and then it's down to Bloater transitioning into shurikens and leveraging that.
Yeah, and then obviously probably X Factor has to do some figs plays himself. We can see that he's already moving out to scout with the Rovers. Bloater just setting up his cons, expanding, moving out. Both players having no information. It will see how they adapt as soon as they do see vehicle versus bot, arm versus core. Will be interesting to see how much harassment can be done with these Rovers, but it seems like both players are happy just greeting. Heavily greeding on both sides.
Well, the grunts can't punish this greed at all whatsoever, right? So that's the position that Bloater accepts by going Cortex bots.
So he's more just hoping to defend and also greed himself and defend the whatever Rovers, blitzes, any aggression on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and then I'm curious to see how greedy is X Factor gonna go he's going for 2 cons, 2 rovers on repeat at the moment. So
Pretty greedy.
that signals. Yeah, I mean, what is Bloodyer gonna do against that, right?
Yeah, anytime you move out with the grunts, even if you get a good amount, you can always be surrounded, you can always be cut off, you can be counterattacked, you just not having the mobility, you know, you're going to be permanently on the defensive side. And it
But
already
it just
seems
takes so
like
long. It takes so long for the grunts to move all
cross
the
the
way
map.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Already we're seeing a little bit of damage, a mech's getting done, a mech's getting cancelled. These cons being harassed. Not a huge swing. We can see metal per second. It's still kind of close, but it feels bad to be Bloateer and having no information right now and just having to defend.
Yeah. X Factor is playing quite safe. He's still adding LLTs to his expansion, so he's not naked expanding. So it's a choice.
Find that interesting. I feel like he could greed a little bit more knowing that Bloateer is kind of stuck on his side of the map, especially in these back pocket expansions. It feels
Yeah, there's a con
unnecessary.
here. A con here getting picked off potentially by Bloateer. That's actually pretty big if he notices it.
Doesn't look like he is, or he's happier to scout, but he's gonna let that con go. And then on the
Yeah,
opposite
that's the
side,
thing.
he's cleaning up a couple rovers.
Yeah, this thing with big maps is that there's so much to look everywhere. Slip ups like this happen more often.
Yeah, and I'm sure all these super competitive high OS players love it when we point it out. Those tiny mistakes are not absolutely perfect. It's interesting too. I feel like Bloateer is not being as defensive. He's starting to throw down some LLTs, but he feels like he's naked expanding more, even though he has a higher threat
Yeah.
with these rovers.
And it costs him a con here and another max.
These are both players just being multitasked here. 2 grunts are going to get in. They're going to be a slight threat, but because Revan has been so defensive with LLTs, you know, matched to every 2 or 3 mexes, he should be pretty safe. And he's going to actually be chasing these grunts with blitzes, which is a pretty good matchup for him. Going to continue to expand. You can already see a little bit of an advantage in the metal per second. On the flip side, Grunt's chasing rovers out. He really wants to just kind of set up a perimeter to make sure no leaks get in, and it feels like he's kind of establishing that right now. But you can feel already, you know, things being pushed slightly maybe in Revan's favor. But we'll have to see, like you said, what's the big threat is when Shuri's come out, correct?
Exactly. Right now they're just trying to set up territory, expanding, harass a little bit where they can. And yeah, the shurikens at some point they can just shut down enemy attacks, so that forces the enemy player to stay in their base so much. And then it comes down to macro, like who gets their economy up and running, who gets the energy, who can defend the raids.
It feels like so far Bloatier's had a much harder time than X Factor. Part of that is just vehicle versus bot, but we can clearly see the vehicle player having, you know, a little advantage and movement speed of his units, having the ability to swing. These 2 cons getting caught once again by 3 grunts, but these 2 blitzes should be more than enough to clean up the grunts. Bloateer just trying to split the units, making it as difficult for Revan, aka X Factor, to clean it up. And then in the middle of the map, just a slight skirmish. A lot of fights. Tiny, you know, 2-3 units on each side, just trying to poke and prod, find weaknesses, get value. It is interesting too how they're scaling their energy. It feels like Bloateer is going a mix of solars and winds. Meanwhile, X Factor, aka Revan, is just pure solars, just pumping, using as much metal as he can. But already we see Bloateer kind of swinging it back right now, 52 metal per second to 50. Things are starting to even out already, and these grunt numbers are becoming pretty big.
Yeah, indeed. There's a geo on this map too, so at some point that's gonna play a factor, especially with the tier 2. For now, just Tech 1 spamming. So scaling up, and there's going to be a switch. There's a switch now to sizes already for Bloodier. That's pretty important.
Yeah.
And X Factor's advantage has not been that large. Like it's there. Is blue in most metrics, but not as large as it could have been. He's been a bit careful, maybe for the best.
Yeah, he's made quite a bit of LLTs, considering it felt like Bloodier was, not being super aggressive, and he had a lot of vision on him at all times. But we can see, like, being defensive and very content, kind of splitting the map. Both players feeling, I would say, very comfortable at this point.
We've also seen X Factor with the tier 2 air Liche snipe, which is
Yeah,
always going to be
yeah.
an option since he's Armada here.
And a scary one. I mean, that game
Yeah.
against Randy, it I think definitely was in Randy's favor. Definitely he could have defended, but didn't have the energy to cloak, and maybe not the presence of mind to, be a little bit more
Let's
careful.
see. A pretty important battle here for the two expanding cons. They'll take a long time to replace if they go down, but they need to be microed well.
And an advantage for the grunts here just being on the high ground. It's going to take a little bit of time for Revan to get into position with those other units. Does feel like he might be able to defend, but Bloodier is just going to be annoying.
Looks that way.
Yeah, pushing forward, walking back. He's going to be surrounded, and on the opposite side of the map also walking in with a nice little force of about a dozen grunts. But we can already see all these LLTs worth their weight in gold, sniping a few of the grunts and just providing a little bit more stability to his overall defense. These blitzes, for some reason, abandoning their brothers, while Bloodier is actually attacking in the middle, and might be actually, he gets one con, almost gets two. He definitely could have gotten two if he was paying attention, but with so many fights happening across the map, he's passed. And the bottom left getting cleaned up, the bottom right getting cleaned up, and then surely he's going to refocus in the middle, and he does just that. Pushes. Looks like he's going to clean up. This is a scary force, especially with X Factor's units so spread out.
Yeah, no, great job by Bloodier of exposing different sides, drawing attention in different places, and then going for these punches here. It's not decisive, but he's regained the initiative. He's not getting raided himself at all anymore, and he's gotten the medal advantage as well.
Yeah, I think doing a great job so far. Revan trying to get LLTs up, once again getting harassed. It's so interesting. He goes bottom left, then he goes far right, in the middle, and now middle right. It is, like you said, punches, like a boxing match, just kind of testing the defense of X Factor. Trying to do as much as he can. He might be able to catch a con or two here. Looks like they're going to slip out. No, he does get one. And then two more trying to retreat, not get caught. And it looks like Bloodier is happy just to walk back. He does have an air lab up himself, but it looks like he's going for bombing run.
Bombers, yeah. It is solars, so it's not as devastating as the wind bombing we've seen in the past. And there are already fighters out. Still, regardless, let's see what he does with them.
Yeah, both players kind of fighting for the middle area. There is 1k reclaim there, and we actually see Banshees on the right-hand side. Kind of the flavor of the month, more popular lately. This is going to be, quite a bit of damage if he can just harass and get some mexes. But it looks like Bloodier is expecting one. He's already throwing up AA.
There's already AA. The fighters should come soon after this. They're quite spread out. He's going for the mexes. That's what he's trying to do. He's sniping the mexes to delay, basically, the income. He's getting a couple, but there's no fighters coming with this.
Yeah, I think it's trade him for as many mexes as you can, and know that it's not a... But he does a decent job. I mean, I think there's 5 dead so far. Maybe he gets 6 or 7, not to be too young and hip.
Yeah, these mexes might take a long time to replace, right?
Yeah, getting cons up that top right side again. Yeah, definitely a pain.
And not just a lot of time, but maybe also a lot of effort if he wants to bring transports to get them together. There's a lot of micro and attention to replace these.
Yeah, we actually saw Bloater was going to go for the bombing run, but then walked back after seeing so many fighters. But this push, once again, being deadly. He already got 1 con, maybe he could get 2. Beamer's very strong in the defense. There's a lot of LLTs here. And X Factor's going to walk his units in area, but yeah, they might get through. And if they can get in on that backside, they're going to do even more damage than what maybe Revan was expecting. His force is just not being in the right place at the right time, but it looks like Bloater is not going to commit. He feels like he's maybe getting trapped and he's going to retreat, hoping to get as many units out as possible, but it feels like these blitzes are going to trade up.
A good back and forth, pretty stable game state, to be honest. So neither side getting too big of an advantage, and you know what that means. That means we're in for the long run here.
T3 still on the table. Any second now.
Definitely.
It does feel like the initiative, Bloater's been, you know, he's had a higher aggression level. It feels like he's been setting the tempo.
Yeah.
Besides the Banshee play, he's been the aggressor, he's on the offensive. Even here, it looks like he's going to be going for a bombing run, and he's going to pre-scout with the fighters in front, hoping to sniff out any advantage he can. He's getting his first scout of the main base, and he does see that there are
And what is
a
he
lot of
targeting?
solars.
He's targeting the solars. Yeah. It's not a huge damage, but it's still it sets the other on the back foot, right? Like, look at that. That's
quite a
lot
bit,
of
yeah.
metal lost. Yeah.
Definitely a good bombing run, very worthwhile. And then he's gonna go back and yeah, that's quite a bit of damage actually.
Yeah.
Does feel like X Factor, aka Revan's gonna be okay. He's not E-stalled. You know, one of the advantages to the Solars is, you know, you're working with something that's more consistent than wind. There's less swing, and he's going to be counterattacking with a huge force here. A lot of medium tanks, honestly, to deal with.
For this wide open space, the medium tanks are perfect. They can kite a little bit if needed. They do well against the LLTs and so on. So
yeah, and the Shuri's coming out, as you said. You know, Bloater knows he had the air advantage just doing that bombing run, scouting how many fighters there were. He knows he can pump out Shuri's, try to swing this, and he's being very aggressive, chasing this force back. There is quite a bit of reclaim here in the middle of the map now, about 2.5k that both players are going to want to contest. And you can see tank versus tank. It does feel like Bloater has the advantage, but Revan doing his best just to kite and stay alive. First Geo is down for Bloater. On the opposite side, we see that Revan does not have his Geo up. That's a pretty big advantage right now for Bloater. Already feeling like he has the tempo advantage, but on top of that, maybe being a little bit ahead in the energy department as well.
yeah, and a big swing of advantage for the army value for Bloater. So that means he continues with the initiative. And then the main advantage for X Factor is the build's power that he has. So if he wants to switch into different tech and so on, he can do that a lot faster, which might prepare him for this like Tech 2 air switch that we talked about. But other than that, he needs to be careful not to fall too far behind and lose too much map control, because map control means metal means snowball, right?
Yeah, and just pressure. APM tax not being, you know, ready to counter, or even the reclaim in the middle. Like Bloater was already on a bot lab, so it's very easy for him to pump out these res bots and reclaim, build the zombie army. Meanwhile, X Factor, you know, deciding it's time to tech up, getting tier 2 out himself, and hoping to make a push there.
A little bit faster, he's making transports as well, so he's going to be able to move around the Tech 2 cons. Tech 2 coming up now for Bloater, a little bit behind, but not much. He's rushing Tsar, actually. Interesting. Keeping up the pressure. It could work out brilliantly. It could set him further a bit behind in the tech switch. So
I feel like unless he carries it to the front line, it's a little too slow. You know, who am I to question these two players?
He got the heavy transport.
Okay, so he's going to try to do a push, which might be the right play. He definitely had a big army advantage, so he could push the agenda here. It's actually a very cool play.
I like it too. There are already some builds out, but he just needs to be careful not to fall too far behind in the tech department and upgrading mexes and so on. Although knowing Bloater, he likes to get eco up and running. So I think it's just like a little surprise he has.
Yeah, something scary to throw at his opponent and keep him on the back foot. If nothing else, having the slower tier 2, we can see
it's coming. It's already on the way.
Yeah, we can see he's already trying to catch some of the units here. The Zara getting ferried. He has a lot of res bots too, so any aggression he can apply and then maintain that backside through pressure, he's going to be able to res or eat whatever he, he's going to eat what he kills.
Twice the army value of X Factor. I think X Factor expects Bloodier to be a bit of a greedy player and does not see this coming. And this is probably what's happening. Is rushing the AGO. But this could be trouble for X Factor. If he needs army. The bulls are gonna do great against the army of stouts and incisors.
Having quite a bit of splash damage. Yeah, he has a nice defensive wall here. It feels like for once Bloodier actually just wants to have one big force pushing down the middle, but it feels like he'd get more use against the bulls, kind of spreading out his army and threatening different places with the Tsar in the middle pushing. And it looks like actually Revan might want to push down the hill. Of course, vehicles pushing up and down this hill can be pretty oppressive if you get caught in a bad position, even if the Rex end up blocking you.
Yeah, I have to say both of these players are doing such an excellent job, like making sure to keep the other in check, not falling too far behind on any place of the map, spreading the forces so much. Going for the Tsar now, but
it's a big boy.
Backs off again. It is.
Yeah, it takes a lot to kill that Tsar. It's so forceful, you're gonna do so much damage, but at the same time, it is not something that is easy to kill.
Fusion going up.
Credit to X Factor Revan. This was a scary push on paper, having twice the army size as Tsar on the front line, but so far he's done a great job defending it. He's actually cut that army value in half, where Bloodier is only 50% more instead of 100% more. So you feel tempo is kind of swinged a little bit. Bloodier maybe missed his window, and he's going to continue to ferry these Tsars to the front line and just try to hold X Factor in his base.
Yeah, energy and build power now also widely in favor of X Factor, so yeah, it's a bit interesting. We have Mousers and Bulls versus Tsar.
Tsar and grunt spam as well. Bloodier kind of trying to make use, hopefully adding cannon fodder to a lot of these projectiles. Not sure if it's the right move. It feels hard to walk up this hill with these vehicles, and these Mousers doing a great job defending against the Tsars. One Tsar maybe gonna go down here. Maybe so, not. These res bots could die too. Yeah, the res bots adding so much value.
It's a tense moment, but they're holding. Like both sides are holding. And what do we see here? Okay, X Factor cooking it up. We have some gremlins. Okay, that's gonna be a struggle though, to get through to the other side without ever revealing them.
Yeah, we see a lot of walls from Bloodier too already being set up, so we'll have to see. I mean, if they do get in on that backside, they can be game ending. On a Geo, on Nexus, anything basically. But because there's just a constant stream of units from one side to the other, Bloodier does have a pretty good perimeter set up. He has a lot of walls and different choke points. It's going to be very difficult for Revan to find a way in.
Yeah, it's going to be very micro-intensive to do that.
Yeah. You can see these Tsars just bullying. Keeping X Factor, if nothing else, just pinned in his base, and he just keeps repairing them. Actually, a little splash damage. He's lost a lot of initiative. These Tsars have to be way more careful now that they don't have the staying power with those res bots.
It does allow him to control the center, right? So X Factor is ahead and tier 2 mexes expansion, but the center is controlled by Bloodier on all sides of the map actually. So that's an interesting dynamic here.
Yeah, and still both players very close. We have not seen these gremlins move out. I feel like the opportunity, is going to become worse as time goes on, and he is starting to path them on this left-hand side. There are quite a bit of walls here. He is going to desperately need to get in, but where?
Okay, trivia question. Do walls reveal gremlins?
No? Question mark? Do they?
I would assume no.
Yeah, I want to say no? Question mark? Are you gonna give us the answer?
You're
or
gonna
are we
tease
gonna...
us? What is this?
Yeah.
I don't know either.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
I would assume no.
Nobody
Walls
knows.
are
I would
inanimate
assume no
object.
too.
Yeah.
I would
it'd be
assume no
crazy.
as well.
These walls are sentient. This is the future.
know.
we live in. Okay.
Ah.
Let's say.
Let us know.
I gotta tell us.
Or maybe make it a little surprise. Yeah, they do. No, they don't.
Oh,
Okay.
It would be very, very surprising if they did. He's trying, I mean, you know, he's trying to push and find more damage with these Zars. I think he's given up on that mid push. He's just kind of testing if X Factor has any holes in his defenses. X Factor himself doing a pretty good job throwing up a lot of LLTs, beamers, tier 2 defenses. Obviously, both these players being comfortable in these mid-late game battles, he feels, you know, well suited just to defend and hopefully tech up. Bloatier on the opposite side, pumping out some flak, you know, hoping to cover any bases where he could lose this game, maybe to a comp snipe. You know, we did see Revan earlier today with those liches, you know, squeak out a win against Randy. I'm sure Bloatier is more than aware.
Reclaiming
gonna
the
eat the
wall.
wall. That's cheeky. I assume that they will not detect. We'll have to see here. I don't think Bloatier is aware either. He does see some blue, you know, blue dots on the left-hand side of the map, but I don't think he knows what's there. Not quite paying attention, just trying to push on this right-hand side. And these gremlins do have an opportunity to get in. Oh, he eats all the walls.
It's
Maybe
that
they do
time
see.
where it's that time of the game where you're like doing everything, right? Like you're thinking about, oh, they might reveal by accident here. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Is this
X
maybe he
Factor.
smells something suspicious due
Yeah,
to
the
the
sixth
Oh,
sense.
the
no.
reclaim, right?
And as soon as he
I'm
sees
no.
them, oh, he's gonna know now. Now he's gotta know.
Now he knows. Now he knows. Okay.
If nothing else, I think he sees on his minimap blue dots appearing and disappearing.
No. His cursor passed by, so he saw them. Yeah, he's making a countermeasure, but he's making tier 2 bombers, so that could be a game ender if he has more fighters than X Factor.
Very cool play, especially to eat the wall. It's very cheeky. Unfortunately, does not work out. He's still gonna just try to APM tax Bloatier by running these gremlins around, trying to be as annoying as possible. But all in all, not much should be done here. If anything, a slight scout information for Revan. And then at home, Revan's just continuing to mass up. He has quite a bit of fighters. He did get that anti-nuke.
Yeah. And it is tier 2 fighters versus tier 1 fighters, so oh, actually they're still tier 1 fighters too. A couple of tier 2 fighters. This could be a game ender. Let's see if X Factor can defend against these bombers. No scouting being done by either.
Yeah, X Factor for a little bit was pumping, you know, ticks or rovers down the middle of the map just to get information. But yeah, this will be interesting. He does already have one anti-nuke in his main base, but with a map this big, you could still hit the army on the front line, expansions, Geo. He has a lot of options.
Yeah, nukes on maps this size are always a great option. We see ticks as well now, ambassadors on the front. But yeah, I think he's getting ready to go.
Yeah, Bloatier is definitely ramping up. Feels like here comes the big push. He does have everything queued up, bombers ready to go. He's going to try to screen for these bombers, keep them as safe as possible while also spreading out his air units. It's going to be...
It's not a lot of bombers. It's not a lot of bombers. And I don't know if he's going to go for the commander or for the
I think
economy.
value. I think just value. He does scout the nuke as well, so good scouting information.
Yeah. Let's see bombing.
He gets the tier 2.
Not the greatest of values, to be honest. But he has complete air control.
And good scouting information. He at least knows where he's at in the game.
Yeah, he's going for the nuke now. It survives. And there's flak. I think that's it. Wow. One more bomber.
No, I think it's...
But...
Yeah,
no.
it goes down.
My goodness. So actually, this bombing run does not achieve anything. Like a tier 2 lab, like the cost is like
Not
very
much.
negligible. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does scout the nuke, which is important.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was something. I think if he would have gotten some of the energy or BP, basically anything else, it would have been a lot more impactful. But maybe it's also just a tempo play. He feels comfortable where he's at, and he wanted time to transition to tier 3.
Yeah, that's fair. He's making a tier 3 now, so tier 3 is now officially on the map, and he's making gunships too, which I quite like. He knows he has air supremacy, so some gunships would really... And he's pushing through as well with a big force. Gonna get quite a few expansions here.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty deadly. It won't be game ending, but as soon as he gets this force in, Revan has to send to chase these units, and then he can send another force in on the opposite side of the map. It's just a constant walk back and forth.
So many grunts coming in here.
And the wall's actually hurting Revan. I feel like his own walls have been delaying his army, and he's just not in position to defend this.
We hear a nuke launcher. Is he gonna...
Where is this going? I assume it's a Hail Mary and he's sending it across the map. I feel like he feels like he's losing this game almost no matter what, and yeah, it does get shot down, and you gotta feel like that's Bloater kind of closing the door on this game already.
GG, okay. A bit of an early call perhaps, but okay.
Yeah, he definitely was behind, but it was playable. I just think the frustration, you know, of the units being so deep in his back line, he hasn't had tempo in like, you know, the last 20 minutes or so. He probably felt very frustrated by that game and just wanted to go next.
He did have like 50% energy production lead, which is quite significant, and the nuke would still be able to have quite a big of an impact. But he says, you know what, I don't want it. I don't want it. It's only game 1.
It's already so late.
Games.
Yeah, let's just move on and go to the next one.
We gotta get out of this lab bombing meta. How is this back? Why did he buy a bomb? That's like the worst thing in X Factor's base. I feel like he could have bombed. I was very confused when he targeted that.
Yeah.
Even like the
maybe automatic reaction. I don't know.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Look, he also, you know, it's a little late. Maybe he's tired. What can you do?
Yeah, I think overall though, both players play really well. It was nice to see a, you know, longer macro game. I think technically we got to tier 3.
We did. We didn't
really see, you know, the full power of what that unleashes, but it was made. There were units. They were there.
And LDM, you know what map we have now?
I'm excited. I just want to see how it plays. It could be totally terrible. Don't even care. I just want to see how it plays. At least once.
It does kind of look like a StarCraft map.
Thank
the
you.
hill expansions.
Right? Thank you.
And I don't like it though. I see StarCraft maps in Beyond All Reason, and I'm disgusted. I'm like, oh my god. If I wanted to play StarCraft, I'd play StarCraft, and I'm choosing to play Bar instead.
That's
so
fair. That's fair.
Give me the juice.
It is also very similar. I mean, not very similar. It's a little bit similar to Ravaged, which is also like this StarCraft map. As high winds, very heavily choke points. Like the middle is all like really close together. A lot of mech. Yeah, small. A lot of mechs is on your sides, and not a huge amount of mechs is comparatively in the middle. So, yeah, no. Bloater, Cortex, X Factor, Cortex.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think bots probably. There's a lot of hills. Feels like you need the reclaim too.
Yeah,
I'm throwing darts out there, man. I've never played this map. I've never seen it. I can look like a fool, but I assume bots just from looking at the map.
Yeah, choke points is good for bots as well.
Yeah, and it's just very hilly. I feel like if you have to, you know, get on any of these hills on the top left, right side, they're gonna struggle if it's a vehicle opening. But as I say that, we see one bot, one vehicle. So I guess we're gonna put that to the test here.
Yeah. I think it's not as small as it looks like. I think it's relatively.
Walk distance.
It's not that
Walk
small.
distance. Yeah, walk
Yeah.
distance. It doesn't seem that, but like if you're flying, then it's your next door neighbor basically. We see Bloater actually coming out with a quick res bot. I don't think either player has practiced this map in particular that much, so they might be, you know, adapting on the fly here as the game progresses. I don't think either player had a lot of time to prepare either for this, so we'll have to see what develops.
I would not be surprised if they purposely didn't ban it just because Taku asked them not to. So this could be like a showmanship kind of thing.
That'd be nice.
I mean, that's leverage.
I didn't know PTAC had that kind of weight. Ferrari coming into play here.
Yeah, true cons for the
I can ban them if I wish. It's just
Worse, he controls
full
it.
abuse privilege.
You can just turn it off right now.
I feel like the Rovers are going to come out. Bloater actually like a very, very greedy opening so far. This is what, 5 cons?
X Factor with Nano and then walking the commander.
6 cons. Resbot. No, not even a grunt thus far. No comm lock.
I mean, so far so good.
Yeah, so far so good. This is true. It looks like he's gonna get away with it. Grunt's coming out. X Factor himself being, you know, a little bit greedy, but still only he's got 2 cons expanding, his comm walking compared to what, the 6 cons of Bloater on the opposite side, and a resbot to boot. He's not walking his commander, but at the same time, it's feels like Bloater given enough time, these cons are gonna make a huge difference.
I'm curious about unit composition. Are we going to see rocket bots or artillery?
I was thinking that too. I feel like rocket bots
yeah.
are almost never used in 1v1, but if there was a map for them to be used on, it feels like any fight kind of in the middle-ish area, the range advantage might make them actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's all about the distance, the walking distance, and it could be a possibility here, especially with the choke points, right?
Yeah, with the choke points, and I think you know, if you have the high ground, maybe not, but maybe more likely if it was bot versus bot. I feel like bots versus vehicles, it's less likely that we'll see rocket bots, but here's hoping. Does feel like X Factor is sensing a little bit of weakness. He saw 2 grunts on the front and then a few in the back. He did see a little bit of vision of where Bloater was expanding. He's taking some space.
It's a lot of incisors. Yeah, and the cons here are a bit exposed. Like, he doesn't have scouts, so he doesn't see the cons yet. And he's giving time for Bloater to group up. So
Bloater is very happy if he can just get this LLT down. Even giving up the mechs is fine, as long as he feels like he can defend.
All right, okay.
I think he's actually going to miss Q here. He didn't rebuild. Oh, no, never mind. He did fix his Q.
Yeah, when you're sending incisors like this, send a scout with it, and then you know what you're walking into.
Yeah, and he does have a scout in the back as well.
It is a lot of APM though, because they go at different speeds, and then you have to keep track and so on.
Yeah, you gotta baby them. You could always right-click them to the front incisor, but you're not going to get as much information that way too. So
you can even keybinds to make them move at the same speed. There's a key for that.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, you can control click. You guys don't know keybinds or what?
Control click. So you control click the rover to the incisor or what?
No, the whole group, and then they all move at the slowest unit speed.
With what command? Control click?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just control right click. Yeah, as if you were moving just with control.
I didn't know that. Very cool. Today I learned. Anyways, back to the game. It looks like these incisors are going to push down, but the counterattack on the opposite side. We have a handful of grunts here. 8 grunts, now 7 grunts pushing. Incisors having to chase, but they're still going to get value. And more than anything, it's going to buy time. You definitely feel like Bloater was greedier with the opening, and the longer this game goes with Khan's not dying, the more advantageous he's gonna be on the opposite side. These incisors pushing up, but they're already low.
Speaking of which, cons. But yeah, all these incisors are low. They might not do much here.
Yeah, he gets the LLT, but it's not really the damage he's looking for. He needs some kind of eco damage on mexes or on cons or something. Right now, Bloodier is just taking the whole map.
Yeah, and he's ahead in every metric except for army value, which actually, to be fair, X Factor is way ahead in. So this is a bit of a greed versus aggressive, but X Factor has to make use of it. And
I just don't feel like the vehicles are paying off. The hills are actually being pretty detrimental, limiting like how fast X Factor, aka Revan, can move across the map. And you can see these incisors getting caught out. Bots being very quick to surround and suffocate these attacks, and at the end of the day, if Bloater sets up, like he almost has half the map.
He might here kill these cons here, but he needs to be a bit faster. He might not know that he's falling behind, but he needs to be a bit faster with his army.
He's actually going to walk his commander very aggressively here. But even if he kills these front two LLTs, he has LLTs in the back. It looks like he's trying to quick wall. Doesn't get the quick wall off. The Incisor's going to get in. That's 2 cons down. That is exactly...
That's something.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. But he needs it 2 or 3 more times probably to even out this eco advantage. He is making use of these incisors, and the commander walking is going to be something pretty oppressive. On the flip side, Bloater trying to counterpunch, not finding any value. Revan having a good defense with these incisors, but probably not willing to chase these grunts up the hill.
The commander here under threats. He's low on energy, but Bloater doesn't know that. So that was quite dangerous. It is nice to have the commander up in front. Like he can take over this hill thanks to his commander probably. So that's good for him, but there's been a switch from Bloater to vehicle, so Bloater is going to be able to counterpunch. Probably is going to switch over to brutes at some point.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, I think Bloater feels very comfortable right now. He probably feels like he's been up for most of this game, just given how greedy his opening was and not taking that much damage. These 2 cons in the front were very annoying to lose, but at the same time, he's had a pretty good defense despite that. Resbots coming in, they're gonna res this Mex. As you said, like Revan can be pretty aggressive with the commander here. Look for D-guns, look for value, just a walking LLT that can provide more value. Bloater, of course, having his commanders still in his base. Revan trying to see where he can get value, but these grunts, especially with the hill, it does not feel like he has a lot of opportunities to walk up. Slight mistake here.
Some res bombs.
Yeah, that's a lot of value right there for Revan, and it looks like Bloater is trying to panic to defend, but he's gonna get pinched on 2 sides. Incisors on the hill already, and another group walking up. Bloater sees an opening.
Yeah.
He runs
Cut
forward.
Off guard here.
Yeah, they are gonna get cleaned up and chased.
Yeah,
they're gonna get chased. Both players just trying to defend, trying to attack. I feel like actually X Factor, finding more value there. Those resers going down, him trading pretty efficiently. He only lost 1.
He made some lashers to already foresee the air switch, and Bloater is indeed going for air, but he's not going for shuriken. He's going for bombers. So that's the big thing. I guess X Factor was expecting shurikens here. Yeah. He gets really good engagement here. And
Sizers, he does see the lashers, so it's going to give an opportunity maybe if Bloater is paying attention to path correctly. The flight distance is not that far, and he's going to attack at the same time. I think he's going to be all in here. He wants to spread his attention with this grunt run by, and then at the same time hit with the bombing run in the base.
And there's no AA in the base. He now should be seeing it on the radar. Leaves no room for.
Yeah, Lasher's being pumped out and AA turret going up, but it's too little, too late.
Dangerous. Oh my goodness.
Kind of missed up the bombing micro.
Wow, that's a huge miss. He did. He's getting another pass. He's getting another one though, and probably one more. But
half the wins maybe. And maybe a
That is
contour.
a big miss. Oh, now he's targeting the contours. And he just gets them. Yeah, okay.
So I
That's a
think worth it.
huge swing. Yeah, absolutely.
Worth it. Could have been better. Could have been a little bit cleaner. The first run, you know, he kind of staggered his bombing run. Counterattack with the grunts too. Got a few mexes. All in all, it was a big swing though in Bloater's favor.
Yeah. And he got control back over the hill. The lashers are dead.
Yeah, it was a very cool attack because at the same time Bloater was attacking two fronts as well. So he cleaned up the army a little bit, killed some mexes, killed some wind, killed some contours, and ultimately all he traded was army value.
Yeah, Bloater with a significant lead. Got the expansion as well with the aircon and economy ahead. Still, X Factor has army lead, both in army and in defense value. So something to consider.
Yeah, he has potential.
Pounders as well.
He wants a straight up fight, especially making the pounders, the lashers. He's saying, I want to make a ball, be able to push into grunts, and hopefully end the game that way. And the Glashers are going to have value against these Shuris. He already predicted that there would be Shuris from Bloater. And Bloater is going to want to stall and defend as best he can. And hopefully counterpunch while, you know, giving up a few mexes. But if he takes on a head-on-head fight, he's going to be trading down pretty badly.
And now he switches to vehicle. So he struggles with grunts, but now the brutes are coming out.
Yeah. Revan gonna find two cons here and a max. It's a decent amount of value. You can see Rezzers on the left side of the screen also rezzing. Doesn't feel like X Factor is gonna be able to push up this hill though. It's a little too oppressive with the terrain. Maybe he can slow walk it with the missile trucks, but I just don't feel like the lashers are fast enough, impactful enough as he needs them to be.
And here are the Shuris. There's a lot of Shuris. Yeah. They are getting picked off though.
Yeah, the lashers are going to do their job, but the threat that is on the top of that hill, especially with the exploiter, is enough to deter this attack. He needs to be able to kill the Shuris while still maintaining the ground advantage, and with that exploiter,
He has pounders.
it's just enough.
He has pounders, so
Maybe when the pounders get up the hill, he'll be able to punch through.
Yeah. That's quite a few pounders as well. Look at this. Yeah,
he really needs those brutes now. They're being pumped out. They're on their way, but are they going to make it in time? This is kind of make or break. Oh, the Rezzer's getting picked off again. A little sloppy micro, honestly. And he's going to commit.
But
he wants to walk
repairing the exploiter is huge. There's a lot of pounders more. The commander should be on his way too to get direct fields. So
yeah, big commitment
that
from
could
both
be a deciding
players.
factor. Yeah.
Huge explosion by the pounders, and it looks like he's going to give up the position. He doesn't have anything to repair this exploiter. The brutes are still on their way, and it looks like actually he's choosing to counterattack down the mid instead of fighting for the reclaim.
I like it. Yeah.
You like it? Okay. I think it would have been better to send him on top of the hill, but hey, who am I to question this? This is quite a force. The pounders doing a decent job, honestly, just pushing back the brutes. Obviously doing a good amount of damage as well, but these brutes, if they get in, you know, these other the pounders that are on the high ground, yeah, they're not going to be able to chase them down. There's no way that he's going to be able to get on top of them. It does look like they're going to get in.
Yeah, he does kill quite a few of them with the pounders. That's a really good value, and on the other side is being pushed as well. Yeah, it's been a big swing because X Factor recovered some of the economy leads, but the army value is now swing the other way. So
yeah, it's really X Factor needs the reclaim on top of the hill. Yeah, these brutes do a lot of damage. I think Revan's kind of accepted the fact that he's not going to be able to contest this group of brutes. They're going to do what they're going to do, and hopefully they run into some static D, pounders eventually, but without the tempo to chase them around, they're not going to, you know, he's not going to clean them up. He's really focused right now on rezzing this reclaim field. If he can get all these units up, continue to contain this hill, he'll have avenues to push.
He wants a snowball. Yeah, he wants a snowball. Yeah.
But can he? I feel Bloater like he's getting his geo up. He still has his commander in base. His airfield isn't currently active.
He reclaimed his lab, so he only has now this And he's building bombers. Okay. He has a lot of metal saved up as well, so he might be going tier 2 after this, but the bombers might do enough to... Because there's no air from...
It's still scary though. I mean, I feel like you're 2k metal up on this hill to be reclaimed or revived. I feel like the brute counterattack has finally been closed. X Factor seeing a window.
Yeah, trying,
but
getting his commander there. Has the res bots on location.
yeah, and that commander could be a good or bad thing with these bombers coming out.
Yeah.
Pounders just proving their weight. Looks like the bombers are going to be coming in. It currently look like they're
And-
pathing to the base.
Yeah, they're pathing to the base indeed. There's still the AA there, but not a lot. There's a lot of bombers, so it's mostly gonna do wind damage and nanos. He's targeting the nanos. Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna get. So far, he hasn't gotten much at all, actually.
No. There's not
I
a
don't
huge
think-
amount of AA.
I don't think he got a single counter. He got some wins. He gets a mechs. I think all the counters actually survived.
But it might be enough, you know. Like there's a lot of wind that he kills. And he's so far ahead now with the wind production.
Yeah, basically all of the energy. You can clearly see that X Factor is indeed e-stalled.
But on the front, big snowball the other way. He built a lab next to Geo, but that lab's not gonna do anything. Huge army advantage for X Factor. So this is kind of like a race, you know. Like, can he leverage that in time? And with the Tech 2, I think that's gonna swing back. But
Yeah, the problem
X
is
Factor now.
The
Yeah.
pounders are very good against everything tier 1, even if they're not the
Yeah.
quickest. But against tier
not-
2 tanks,
yeah.
it's, you're not going to be
X
able to
Factor
run,
now.
trade.
X Factor now has to like get a lot of map control with this, and then eco behind this, and now he sees the Banisher, so he knows what's up now.
And Shuri's coming out once again as well, knowing that he has that air advantage.
Yeah, that's huge actually. And the Pounders can't even target the Shures.
Yeah. The Whistler's also trying to run. I mean, like you said, basically X Factor has to push out, do as much damage as possible, while not losing that much army, because the Banishers could be scary in a push as well. Heck and eco behind
Honestly,
it. And then
yeah, man, maybe you should even just reclaim the Pounders, right? Like, the Pounders don't do much here. They don't do anything against the Banishers, they don't do anything against the Shurikens.
Brutes would actually be pretty impactful as long as he can keep up the aggression and run around.
Yeah,
He does have the resers too, but I don't think he's thinking about it. He's actually going to try to jump on this tier 2 here. It looks like he's trying to converge down. The Shuri's doing a good job though of buying time.
He feels like he needs to put up the
Do
pressure now.
something.
He has the
Yeah.
map, right? He has the map, so
Yeah, and he's recovered really well. His energy's fine. He's kind of stabilized. The only issue
he's
is
ahead
he's
in
on
build
a
power.
little. Yeah, he's on a clock
Yeah.
just because of the
Yeah.
tier 2.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a very, very interesting game now. Now he's going double air lab, so he's saying it's my time now to bomb you. Yeah. A jammer, cloaked commander, so Bloodier is like,
He feels very ahead. He feels very comfortable.
Yeah.
Is what that's saying
Yeah.
to me. He feels like I have tier 2. He doesn't. He's on a clock. All I need to do, no major mistakes, and I should win.
I mean, he can get bombed. Like his winds farms can get bombed, right? So we might get a reversal there. And there's not a lot of AA. He doesn't have an air lab. He has a few fighters, but X Factor is making fighters off of his second air lab. So I think there's gonna be a return bomb. The Tech 2 is quite slow. This is a seesaw. Like it keeps going back and forth. This is really, really good game here.
Yeah, it just depends. Does he have enough fighters? And does the bombing run do as much as he's hoping it will do?
I
there's
think he already
definitely an
has more
opportunity.
fighters. He already has more fighters now. So and
Now it's about
there's
timing.
a little bit of AA. Yeah. And how well is he gonna bomb? It's gonna be bombing better than Bloater did.
And I feel like Bloatier is sensing something, right? He's been pushing with this tier 2. He hasn't been pushed back. He hasn't run into any resistance. He's got to sniff this out. He has to recognize that there's something coming his way.
That's a lot of bombers. That's 24. That's a lot of bombers. I think maybe he wants to come snipe, but that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's
now
unlikely.
Bloatier.
Oh, you can see it.
Yeah, Bloatier's making
throwing down
fighters
AA.
now.
And he's throwing down
Yeah.
AA turrets. He can sense something sus. Something sus is definitely happening.
This is not his first rodeo, but let's see the bombing run. That's a lot of bombers. It's gonna come down to bomber control.
He does a good job spreading them. You can see there's a clear path
no
here.
blobbing. There's there's flak.
Oh,
2
that's-
flak trucks actually.
Yeah, and a lot of AA turrets. He's gonna do damage, but
Ooh.
will it be enough? Oh, and they're actually grouping up.
They're targeting the jammer. He wants to come snipe. So he killed the commander. He does not have a scout though. Now he does. Now he sees it. He's trying to come snipe it. Is he gonna hit it? He doesn't know where exactly the commander is.
The
but
flags
no,
come back.
No.
It was a good attempt.
It was, but I would have preferred the eco. And he resigns. Okay, GG.
Crazy.
Well played, Bloatier. Crazy game indeed. Yeah.
Did anybody else
I
sit
think
up in their
Bloatier-
chair when he killed that jammer? I thought for a moment. I started sweating. I was a little
Lock
close.
in. Yeah, scary moment for sure. I mean, I think
Yeah.
given once he committed to the bombers and he saw how much anti-air in tier 2 there was, he was pretty pot committed to only comm sniping. Rough game. I definitely feel like Bloatier, I don't know, had a read or I don't know what, but he opened so greedy and it paid off. You know, I felt like most of that game it was in his hands to make a mistake, not you know, really up to X Factor to, you know, I don't think he played bad, but the opening was just so strong from Bloatier.
For sure. And no, the bots paid off. And that's Bloatier 2-0. That's X Factor out of the tournament. 3rd place. Very well placed. That's in the money. And yeah, that means we get a revenge matchup. Bloatier versus Autopilot.
Let's move over to the bracket. We can actually see that. So going into this, because Bloatier did lose and went down to the loser bracket, he is actually going into this set, this best of 5 with Auto, down a game. You know, making it a little fair, a little bit more rewarding to Autopilot since he didn't, you know, actually lose. Probably feels not so great for Bloatier, you know, of course, started being a down a game versus Autopilot, but we're gonna have to see
I mean,
if he can do it.
all Bloatier has to do is win 3 games. That's all.
Just win, yeah. You know what? Just do it.
Yeah, just win.
Like,
Doesn't matter. Yeah, just win.
It will be interesting to see if Bloatier changes anything up. I think like Autopilot and Bloatier are very similar in the sense that, you know, they're very safe, consistent macro players. And they're not the chaos that is Coochie or Randy or, you know, whoever. The magic that they can squeak out wins from, you know, being down or being disadvantaged. So I don't know if Bloatier, like mentally, like how he's viewing this, right? I think so far it feels like Autopilot is that final boss. Is he going to come into this game thinking he needs to do something crazy, or is he, you know, very comfortable just, you know, saying, let's run it back and I'll go down a game, but I can still beat you, you know, straight up in a macro game?
Knowing Bloatier, I think he's just going to play it standard throughout. Both of these love the bomber timings. But yeah, no, I see them going standard. Something to note is that they have more maps now, less bans.
that's true.
Because it's best of 5.
And I believe we are also getting a special map, right, for the best of 5. If I can remember, I can't remember. It's Sandcrown, I think, is it, right?
Hello. Yeah, it's gonna be Soundground.
Nice.
And yeah, that's I'm really interested how it's gonna go. Like 2 very macro-based players on a super macro map. So we're gonna see some stuff today.
We just gotta find this
And
Autopilot.
I really hope that Autopilot is still awake.
It says he's in game. Maybe he's looking at a replay, you know, or something. Hopefully he's here. As you know, we.
It's okay. I'll step in.
Oh, okay.
I'll play.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll play and I'll lose, but I'll take that second place money. All right.
I have heard they call Autopilot Little Huck. All right, you know, I don't know who's been saying
Yeah,
that, but
yeah.
somebody's been saying that.
Someone that is me, maybe.
Somewhere out there, you know, there's got to be at least one.
True.
But yeah,
Well.
I mean, going into this, what would you? Do you guys have like a favorite? You think going between Bloatier or Autopilot?
I mean,
Yeah, we both. You know,
Well,
I like Bloatier and everything. He's a very nice guy. I'm hoping the games are good, but at the same time,
it is Autopilot. You know, it is a hard sell.
interestingly, this is Sweden versus Finland as well. They're also big sports rivals when it comes to like hockey and so on. So
yeah, it'll be pretty interesting, to say the least. I mean, I think the difference is even like I've seen pictures of Bloatier. I know he's a real human being. I don't know anything about Autopilot.
what's that
I don't know
supposed to mean?
Is he human? Like, is he an AI recreated to take over the world? I don't know. Like, I know Bloatier's a real human being with a real human body, face. I know approximately his age. You know, I've had some personal interaction with him. Autopilot is just an enigma. I have no idea what's going on over there. And that makes it scarier. He's like the Terminator or something.
Could be. Well, we do have Auto in the lobby, and hopefully we can get into these picks and bans, because I imagine both these guys are probably a little tired. It's getting a little late. Man, when it's late in West Coast U.S. for one of these tournaments, you know it's definitely late for the Europeans. But
And Autopilot now hits 70 OS.
I almost
We've been playing with ranked on too. Damn,
Yeah.
savages
Yeah.
out here.
Look, the first
Not
thing
only
Auto
for
did
money,
when he
yeah,
joined
like
the
I
lobby.
need that OS too. Oh, sick. Savage. It's
Oh,
crazy.
interesting. Okay. So we're doing corner boxes. Interesting. I'm assuming that's bottom left to top right, I'm assuming? Or...
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes,
Oh,
bottom left, top
interesting.
right. Although I'm waiting for agreement from both players because this wasn't announced actually, so a little bit
Auto's
of my bad on the part.
calculating the algorithm right now. Mm.
all the builds he's
Yeah.
probably made that he
Yeah,
has to throw
yeah.
away.
And so we saw Bloatier versus Autopilot before. We saw the maps that they played. What's Bloatier gonna do different? What maps does he pick and ban instead?
Honestly, I don't even know. I feel like both of them are banning FTL because it doesn't seem to be their cup of tea.
If I'm Bloatier, I'm rolling them dice.
Oh, really?
Right.
FTL
Right.
has to
Okay.
be on the table. I feel like if you're considered the underdog,
Yeah.
you want just more variance in general, right?
Yeah,
You just
exactly,
want
exactly.
chaos and whatever. So if I'm and it makes it easier for Bloatier, right? You're fine. You know, just any map we haven't played already is probably a better map than the ones you beat me on. Is how I would feel about it.
Yeah, for sure. And I can see what you're saying. Like, it is kind of like not really a coin flip map, but it's definitely... There's some cheesy things potentially on that map. I can't really imagine which maps favors either one of them. I know both seem to be banning like Pools of Illis, right? That map just doesn't seem to get played that much. Maybe Bloatier's feeling confident about like Argent. I don't know. He thought it was left versus right. Wait, what? Isn't it top? How do these map boxes even work? But yeah, I don't know.
Autopilot AI, not happy
Never
right
seen
now.
this map in my life. Oh, this is a good sign. This is a good sign.
I feel like Autopilot should just agree. Come on, brother.
Yeah.
Bloatier has never seen the map. He has no idea what's happening. He's he doesn't care.
Actually,
he's down a game.
He's
like,
lost and confused.
Actually, that reminds me. We were talking about the Pawn's Retreat map. That map was revealed for the finals, so nobody had seen that map before, and then it was revealed at the finals.
That's kind of cool.
But they've played. They know the map though, right? They're familiar with it.
Now, yeah, but then not.
Ah, I see. When it was originally shown, you're saying.
Yeah. It was like shown for the Alpha Cup finals.
I see.
So Subloader
That
is
is cool.
role playing that by not seeing this map beforehand either.
Sure.
All right.
Dang, Autopilot's a savage.
Bloatier.
Like no
Yeah.
no compromise here. Like the algorithm does not compute. He is not happy with it. We go default boxes. That's what his AI was trained on.
Oh, Bloatier, bringing up a good point. It's 2 a.m. Please ban. He just wants to get into the games and get going. This man's tired.
Fair enough. I mean, at least he's warm and he's coming off of a pretty clean 2-0 win. Hopefully he has like that confidence, that momentum going into the rematch. Even in the sense, if he has the attitude of like, it's 2 a.m., I don't care, let's just run the games. I like that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a little fire in him that like
Ban Argent Strata by Autopilot straight away.
I mean,
makes sense.
Bloatier looked pretty good. He didn't look too bad
Yeah.
on that map.
Yeah.
I would be
Ban
smart.
FTL by Bloater.
Ah,
I knew it. There's
I
no
hate to
way.
see it, man.
There's
Nah,
no way.
Bloater is a straight shooter
Yeah.
standard player.
I don't know if I've ever seen Bloatier with that like little seed of chaos. I don't know. He needs a little bit of like Jadem or Skag inside of him, something like that. I don't know.
No, we're going too far on the spectrum now.
Okay, are we
Gotta-
going too
gotta
far?
dial it back a little bit. You don't chaos
Just a little bit
levels
of
or
Jadem, like,
just
just a tiny
like a little pinch, little tiny pinch of data.
Very small amount. Picking.
Oh
God,
God,
speaking
he
of-
heard his name.
Oh my
There's
god.
stream delay and he joins the game.
Summon.
What the heck?
That's
Summon.
suspicious.
That's
Uh,
crazy.
Yeah, Autopilot picking Mariposa. Kind of makes sense. Pretty good map for both of them, I think.
Yeah. I'm just scared. I'm scared for Bloatier. I want him to go crazy.
Eternal Cons. So, okay, that's a bit of a
Okay.
different map now.
That's good.
Eternal
I
Consequence.
think
not good, man.
Mariposa's not good for Bloatier though.
Yeah, he didn't look too strong on it today, right? Like he didn't look as clean as he is on some other maps.
I mean, I would never want to pick a map where I lost to somebody on it.
That's
the
true.
precedent, the memory, the trauma. Just go something new.
Conquer your demons, though, no? Ban Devils.
Oh,
there we
maybe.
go.
Banning Devils post file. See that another map. It just very rarely played in this tournament.
Ban Tetha. All right.
Well, no Theta crystals for us.
That map has not been played like this whole tournament, right?
Yeah, not that I've seen. Which I mean, it kind of makes sense. Barcast was saying people are maybe just bored of it. It was at one point one of like the most played 1v1 maps in tournament. It was just everywhere. It was in team games, and it's like, okay, maybe people are just bored. Which could be possible, could be true. Be interested to hear their experience and why that is.
Do you guys know anything about Autopilot? I heard he was 15 from somebody the other day.
I'm pretty sure he's
So-
young. Yeah.
That young though?
I think he was 15 when he started playing or something like that. But I think now he's like, I mean, maybe not 15, but
like 40.
I think now he's
Oh, I don't know.
now he's 17 or 18. I think he turned 18 this summer,
That's crazy. That's crazy.
and he lives in the same city as I do.
Really? You're not gonna leak that though, right?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not a good
Stockholm. Nailed it. I got you.
Okay, so Dig Site and Boreal is our last two maps. So we're going, what? Sand Crowns into Mariposa, Eternal Consequences, Dig Site, and then Boreal. And Bloatier just mashes the start button. Like, get me in there. I'm ready.
Yeah, I got. He needs to go catch some Z's. Have you ever been to the DreamHack they do in Sweden, the big LAN event?
No.
Yeah. It's like the biggest LAN in the world. It's pretty cool. It's like back when I was there, it was like 11,000 people with the computers.
Yeah. I've won that event, by the way. Just throwing it out there.
Ooh!
Oh my god, this guy.
Just throwing out there, you know, like
Just
humble
throwing
brag.
it out
You
there.
thought I was just
Hey,
throwing like a interesting question. I'm like, nah. I was waiting to drop that bomb.
Game 1 of the Voting versus Autopilots. Man, I hope we get the full. It goes the full mile. I hope we get the full set here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I hope Bloatier plays well. I know Autopilot's gonna play well. I just hope Bloatier plays well, and it's, you know, good games, close games. I hope Bloatier at least takes one game, because I feel like I always want to cheer for the underdog, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like Bloatier's start here at all.
I mean, he's never played the map. Apparently, he's never seen it. He doesn't know what's going on, man.
I think he saw the
He's,
3.0
Okay, it's 3.0
maxes.
maxes.
Yeah.
It's 3.0 maxes, that's true. So you get a bit faster kickstart, you know?
But then you're expanding less efficiently.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like look at the clusters.
Yeah,
Nope.
that's weird.
Oh,
Okay,
see
there
some-
we go. Yeah.
So
he's on the
many
fly
maxes.
here. He's figuring it
Okay,
out
okay.
as he goes.
It's
Samir.
it's a lot of maxes though. I love exploiters here, to be honest.
I assume vehicle, right? It's pretty relatively flat,
Yeah.
pretty open map. You know,
Yeah.
would love to get resers out for the, or it could be grunt spam with resers.
Actually, if you switch to F1, it's not that flat. It can be very deceiving.
Would you say F1?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, it hurts.
Okay.
We'll have to see.
Yeah, but this is raids on all sides and like leaks everywhere, and yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
Reminds me of that other Moon 1v1 map. What is it? Prismatic or something? Am I thinking of
Yeah.
the right map? It's kind of giving me that. It's a vertical map, start points. There's you know, a lot of mexes, a little bit of high ground terrains on the side, but okay, it looks like Bloatier
Alright.
already queued up a vehicle lab.
Armada too.
Autopilot just throwing down his mexes. He hasn't decided yet. There is a wind on this map too, despite the lunar look. Was not expecting that. Looks like Auto's gonna open up with one solar. Start throwing down winds on the opposite side. Bloatier just committing to winds only. And it looks like he invested in the wrong stonk as wind starts plummeting. Both players frantically blowing on their monitors, hoping that wind will go back up. It's not working thus far, though.
I mean, wind
You know?
is
That's
in
how it
general
works.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Wind is pretty good. 4-16 is quite good, but yeah.
PTAC, when are we going to get that update? I heard you guys were going to put some kind of sensor on people's monitors, and then the harder they blow, the higher wind goes up. So then it's like a...
And then if you want the wind to go down,
No, don't say it. No one's doing that on a monitor. Come on now, brother. All right. So both vehicles, interesting. I feel like that was initially what looked right, but then PTAC scared me with the fact that the map was more
Elevation.
hilly than it is. But I guess both players feeling like they need to get out their cons and take the back expansions as quick as possible.
I mean, this many maxes, it just
Yeah.
yeah.
So many three clustered, you know, throw down
Yeah,
three
yeah,
mexes, one LLT, move on.
Yeah. But yeah, defending with blitz, quite difficult thing to do in general. So it's gonna be like very intensive micro.
Yeah, probably a lot of cars. Gonna see
Yeah.
a lot of rovers.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom, indeed. And then just gonna come down to multitasking and micro. Both
Yeah,
these players being pretty experienced too. Like, this has been the meta in OP small teams for the last couple weeks. Both players have been playing the games like non-stop. Playing in 1v1 is not very different than playing it in small teams. It's just, you know, defending, counterattacking, finding what
Yeah,
value
it's the
you
same thing
can.
basically.
So we're gonna get our first scouts, both of them recognized. You know, they're both vehicle, they're
Yeah.
both armed. They're just gonna pass to
Mirrored.
ship in the night. Not
Yeah.
even gonna think about turning around. I'm surprised
This
Bloater
is,
didn't try to cut it off. I feel like he had
this
the
is-
angle.
Yeah, this is peak beyond all reason, basically. This is the best players in the game here, mirroring each other, and they know what's up.
Yeah, both players going for the 2-con expansion. Keep your commander at base, pumping out rovers, just trying to get information, trying to see what their opponent is up to. The wind, once again, dropping. PTAC,
Yeah,
we need that update very soon with the being able to get wind to go up higher. But so far, nothing too interesting going on in either side. Does feel like autopilot maybe slight advantage. He went 2 solars. Bloater only has 1, so he has a slight advantage in the energy department when the wind does drop, but
And
pretty clean
actually,
play.
it has translated to a lot. Yeah, like it has more build power, more energy, more. And on the other side, Bloater made more army basically.
Yep. Car's just getting a lot of traits, right? There's a battle on the red side, on the expanding side.
Okay.
He will be able to cancel a
Some,
mechs here, maybe get a radar.
A radar, yeah.
Autopilot trying to defend. Bloater maybe gonna get another mechs. No, it looks like he's gonna have to run away.
Good micro.
Yeah, everyone. Oh, he is gonna get this mechs actually,
Yeah. Went back.
and threatens the con. Does feel like
Trades
Autopilot's
well.
been a little bit greedier. He definitely has more cons out. He's 4-2, so it's on Bloater to do damage and equalize.
Exactly, yeah. And he's here again. And he killed the radar, you know, so...
Yeah, he needs to do damage. Autopilot is happy just to defend. He had scouting information. He knows more or less where he's at. He just needs to trust in the fact that he's greeded a little bit more, squeaked out a few more cons. And the advantage really he needs to do is being able to micro his rovers, is tank shots with cons, tank shots with mexes, but don't lose anything. If he loses a con, he loses a mex, he's going to be trading down. So far so good. As you can see, Bloater walks up, starts shooting the cons, gets a few pot shots, but it's not going to matter at the end of the day. Big counterattack here on the left-hand side, though. He's going to have a chance to get cons, mexes, and Autopilot smells something, but losing that early radar, he actually doesn't know what's over here right now.
Indeed. And then trades down. If he does engage this, he trades down, yeah.
He's waiting for reinforcements. He couldn't get the con. He will get another mex. Mex's self-D'ing too is a big threat. Like, Bloater has to be very careful with this spacing.
Exactly. He splits up his force, which is exactly what he needs to be doing. Gets all mexes here.
Yeah. It was a very good counterattack so far by Bloater.
Very efficient.
Yeah, very efficient. He really didn't lose anything. I think he lost maybe 1 or 2 rovers just dancing in and out of Autopilot space.
And is expanding himself quite a lot. Has LLTs as well to protect his expansion. Very safe expansion. He doesn't want to waste APM protecting all this.
Yeah. Nice little wall, and it looks like the counterattack's going to get shut down pretty easily. And he's greeted himself a little bit. He's squeaked out a few cons, a con turret. So it does feel like things are starting to equalize, if not pull ahead in Bloater's favor. Bloater still has quite a bit of rovers on the opposite side of the map as well.
LLT saves lives, kids.
Yes. You can't depend on him for a crutch, but at this point, with so much going on, you gotta know that it's a lot easier to throw down an LLT than lose 3 mexes for nothing. This counterattack, once again, like, he might be able to get a con or mex.
Slow, but yeah, he's gonna get the con. He doesn't want to lose.
Yeah, as soon as you commit, you gotta commit.
Yeah.
I think he just at that point needed to trade the rovers. That's the thing.
He's coming with no. He's coming with an extra.
I would love to see him swing to the right.
Yeah. Here it goes.
Autopilot a little bit better control. I think Bloater shift clicked it, but it's not the most efficient path when you shift click your units one command after another. Autopilot a little bit more on top of things. Bloater, not getting the value. I think if he committed to the con, it was worth it, but losing all of those rovers for basically nothing, just some HP on the con, was a bad trade. Does get in.
I mean, yeah, he does put him on the back foot, right? So He's it's been mostly been happening in autopilot space.
Yeah, and Bloater's been pretty safe to just move out and expand on his side. I'd love to see Bloater throw down energy storage or something. You could see Autopilot already doing that himself, making use of this high wind, saving for a rainy day. But both players, you know, just having to do so much with so little, with so many fights happening.
Blitz transition is here.
Yeah, and it's scary seeing these blitzes across the map. You know your rover aggression can be shut down if you're not paying attention for even a second. You could lose 10 rovers to 3 or 4 blitzes in the matter of a few seconds. So 4 or 5 blitzes are going to be a threat. It is enough to take down an LLT. So we're gonna have to see Bloater start transitioning himself to counter these blitzes.
Second vehicle lab out. Still mostly on scouts. He's gonna have to change.
Yeah, and this push could be scary. You can already see the blitzers training up on the rovers. Blitz is at the top left, gonna push up. Bloater is so close to getting this LLT down. It might not be able to stop the blitzes, but it would definitely help with the trade. Barely dies, doesn't get up, does no damage, and now this is where the damage really hurts. Will he be able to get the con? He's not microing it the best, both players doing both battles.
Yeah, there's so much happening everywhere. Now
and
this is defensive position.
Bloater doing a lot of damage with these rovers. Autopilot greeding a little bit on these back mexes. I think he wanted to set up a forward perimeter, but not having LLTs on the backside, he lost 6, 7 mexes maybe.
Yeah. And now Metal is back to almost even. So no, Bloater is giving him a fight, and while still ahead, it's the ball is in Bloater's court. He can. I'm curious to see where he's gonna take this.
Yeah, I think he's still pumping rovers. It's basically one lab's pumping rovers, one's pumping blitzes, and he wants to continue harassing. A self D on this LLT is gonna trade with 1 blitz.
Yeah.
Good trade.
That's a good trade.
Yeah, good trade. Just a small micro mechanic that can pay dividends. Looks like he will catch these 2 cons on the right side. Oh, he actually eats 1, but he does lose 1. And then on the flip side, we see these rovers still harassing. I think that's the main difference right now. Autopilot's almost strictly on blitzes, and Bloater is saying, you know what, I'm going to APM tax you. I'm going to keep making rovers.
9 HP LLT.
Yeah, if he got that LLT, gets the mechs, maybe he can pressure the con. Does feel like it's
counterattack.
very hard on Bloater though to do rovers plus blitzes and make no mistakes. It's so much harder to do that than pure blitzes at this point in the game.
And I mean, Autopilot is also counterattacking wherever where there's like no LLT defending is somewhere you can get sniped in. This is a really tough battle for both of them. They're like super high on APM here, just trying to control the whole map, expanding, defending, counterattacking, scouting.
Yeah, it does feel like both players are committing to just blitzes now. Autopilot does have a remnant of a rover force. Bloater are gonna just walk into Autopilot, and all it takes is half a second of not paying attention, and you just donated 7 blitzes maybe.
But he keeps up the pressure, counterattacks elsewhere, no LLTs on this side. There's a big force on the west side as well.
And he's gonna get a mechs here, mechs there. Overall, arguably worth it, arguably not, but Autopilot's doing his best to defend, and Bloater just wants to keep up the aggression. I feel like this is where he feels most comfortable against Autopilot.
Catches quite a lot. Like Autopilot has been like expanding like crazy, but yeah, this is exactly what Bloater needs to do. But he is falling behind.
Yeah, he's falling behind, but it's gonna be one big mistake from Autopilot that could shift the sands here in Bloater's favor. All he needs is a good run by, and he can make up that difference, and that's what he's trying to do. So far, Autopilot's been pretty clean on the defense, but Bloater is putting him to the test. He might be able to get a con here. On the backside, he's attacking as well, and he's getting
What
a
a
good amount of value.
crazy macro game. Yeah, you know, both sides are getting pressured in the back to attack simultaneously, and Mex is going down. Blitz is chasing everywhere. What a back and forth! This is super intense game from both of these players here.
Yeah, we can see on APM tab, both hovering around 80 on average. They're doing what they can to defend. We can see Autopilot with a dangerous force himself, 20 blitzes,
Yeah.
running into an LLT, and there's only a handful.
He did take the
from
long way out, so he's giving a lot of time to bring a force from Bloody, but Bloody like kind of missed out on his corner blitzes. This is dangerous, yeah.
It's very dangerous. And Autopilot also following it up with another attack on the right-hand side, and Bloatier just doesn't feel like he has his forces in position.
Oh, he needs some LTs, he needs some units here. He's trying to bring his commander, but he could lose a lot of energy right here. This could be crucial.
Yeah, this is very rough, and all of a sudden,
Oh,
Autopilot on the counterattack, and it is
Yeah.
deadly.
okay, his energy is safe for now.
Yeah, but he's e-stalling. These LLTs not even doing what they should. And Autopilot
Yeah.
now flipping the table on Bloatier. He's got an attack on the right, the attack in the back. There's another attack down the middle. Just all
What a
over the place.
What a beast, Autopilot. He defended everywhere, all the scouts attacks. He rebuilt. He has so many cons out on the map. He's expanding everywhere, and then now these counterattacks are like devastating.
AI is sentient here. He's,
Yeah.
he's come alive.
Wow. Just look at the map. This is so crazy. Like Autopilot is everywhere all at once.
Yeah, and Bloatier is like doing a pretty good job defending too. He
He
isn't
is,
losing
he
his main
is.
base or anything, but you can just
No,
feel
but-
the pressure on him. Like
Yeah.
Autopilot just has more and has been way cleaner in every aspect. Defending, attacking,
Exactly.
expanding, ramping up his eco, just clean play.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen air up until now from either of these. And bot lab being added.
You assume for the reclaim, he's already resing units in
Yeah.
the middle. Autopilot, already despite everything, still transitioning, still playing for the mid game, still playing to adapt. And Bloatier, still very behind, but doing what he can. One good raid, one good counterattack, good catch. You can definitely swing this game in your favor, but it's on Autopilot to make a mistake, and so far his defense has been flawless.
Yeah, I mean, army valued twice now for Autopilot. It's looking tough. Every minute that passes by looks bleaker and bleaker.
And it's not even any significant mistake from Bloatier.
No,
just-
no.
Just Autopilot,
It's on
scratching.
a different level.
Yeah. Bloatier gonna counterattack. Autopilot sending an army to the top left. I don't think Bloatier realizes how far behind he is right now, which is probably in his favor. He's still keeping up the aggression, still trying to find ways to win.
Yeah.
Being aggressive. It's just a wall of blue coming towards Bloatier.
yeah.
Bloatier does have units in place, but it's a question of does he have enough units. His two LLTs doing a lot on the left-hand side, at least thwarting the attack. Bloatier trying to move into position. It looks like Autopilot wants to shift to the strong side. He already has another counterattack going top left, so he's going to be chasing his own units eventually and just trying to roll Bloatier up, try to push him back into his base. And I mean, if we zoom out right now, you can just see there's 4 or 5 different attacks. It's just a tornado coming
It's
towards
going
him.
everywhere, absolutely. And while cleaning up, Bloater's attack in the back as well, so that has been completely stopped. And there's this blue wave coming everywhere in the back and the front and the side, and it's a matter of time before we see a GG, I think, here, because I don't see how Bloater gets out of this.
Yeah, and the timing even, wind even dropped. It's like even the bar gods are on autopilot side, you know, just at the worst absolute time. It's just everything going in autopilot's way.
GG. All
Bloater
right.
calls.
Wow. What a crazy performance by Autopilot for game 1. Absolutely masterclass here. How to macro has four vehicle labs and a bot lab just spamming blitz there. And yeah, macro level everywhere, defending the really tough scout rushes. Crazy good performance there by Autopilot.
I like the fact Bloater came out swinging. I think
Yeah.
it shows that he's not scared. He wants to get scrappy. I think it looked maybe closer than it was early on in the game, but you know, he did damage. I think Autopilot greeted earlier. You know, he did get out more cons. Bloater did, you know, kind of equalize things in the early game, but just
He did. Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
just
He
scary.
punished the greed and he killed so many mexes, but he didn't kill the cons. That's a big thing. He killed the mexes, but he never killed the cons. So
Yep. And the cons were still in
he-
position too, right? So they
Yeah,
it was very easy for them to just retake the space.
1-0. Technically 2-0.
2-0, yeah. So this could be the deciding match. We basically need Bloater to reverse sweep here.
And it's Mariposa.
Yeah, and I think a scary map for Bloater. Not his pick, so.
What do we want to see from Bloody here? What needs to change? What needs to be adjusted?
I don't know. I don't know how many tools he has in his bag as far as like build orders, right? We did see a few players today do a water start, which I do think is a curveball. I think the worst case, you know, obviously Bloater doesn't know this, but the worst case, in my opinion, is just seeing him match Autopilot. You know, same style, same units, same composition. Bloater is an insanely good player, but Autopilot's just that much better, right? He's a little bit better, and by the end of the game, you know, you can clearly see it. Yeah, and it's just it just snowballs into a big lead. So.
But I know Bloater, and Bloater
as a person,
he's
gonna stick to his guns.
Yeah, he's big into consistency. He wants to. I think ideally he wants to beat Autopilot on Autopilot's terms. Yeah.
It's honorable.
And it is. It might not get him to win. It might. We still have to find out.
Yeah, I would not. I'd be pulling pocket out of my sand and throwing it in his eyes and then biting his toes, whatever it took, you know? A little bit of that, you know, that craziness as we were talking about before. But you know,
Well,
it's respectable, you know.
It's up to Bloater.
Yeah.
It's up to Bloater to prove us wrong and to step up. No, he has one more opportunity here to prove us wrong, to really show that he's got what it takes. And let's find out.
Yeah, regardless, the last game was a treat. Both players played so well. It's just, you know, can he make up the difference?
401 cons. Just the greedy mindset, you know, like.
Yeah.
Not even 100, like 400.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Mirrored again. Armada vehicle. Nothing funny.
Bloater.
Nothing.
Bloater went for 4 solars. Autopilot went for 2. So there's going to be a slight difference there. Me cheering for more games. I'm hoping the wind crashes hard, so it favors Bloater a little bit more. But once again, the bar gods in Autopilot's favor. Strong wind.
Yeah, Bloater also went for fast scouts rather than 2 cons, but it's not paying off.
It is not. Autopilot easily cleans it up. Just the walk distance between both sides, it gives it a defender's advantage. Yeah. And he's very comfortably just expanding with his 2 cons.
Yeah,
Bloater actually calm walking.
Yeah. It leaves some metal in the bank, so he's not fully spent. And there is one.
Oh no.
He doesn't see it. He doesn't have a radar.
Oh no. And he's building a con
Bloater.
too. He's
Not
building
like
a con.
this.
But it's so close to finishing, you feel like I just want to finish it.
Yeah.
And now he's feeling it. He doesn't have the BP at home to adjust on the fly, and autopilot is just literally running circles around him, closing every solar.
Yeah. And
doing
he's completely
damage.
out of energy. And he's building 2 LLTs at a time, and
No, I feel for Bloater here.
yeah, this must
This
be
is
so
the worst way.
frustrating.
Yeah, this is the final game. You're up against a monster. You have a bad start. You know, you built nothing but solars. Wind's peaking. It's just wrong place, wrong time. Rover comes in.
Well, if Bloater were to win, this would be an impressive start.
I agree. This is a very, very rough start. You can see autopilot just not giving him any room to breathe either. Sends 4 rovers, might be able to pick up this mech, does pick it up,
Another
closes
mech,
2
yeah.
more solars. Bloater actually having to walk back with this con. I think regardless he'd walk back, but he definitely needs to now.
Yeah.
He just needs to ramp up production. And autopilot not going to let him breathe. He's already setting the next wave of attack. There's 3 blitzes here, 3 rovers. Bloater does scout it. So that's the good news.
So it
He knows what's coming.
The con. Yeah, the con is safe.
Autopilot's gonna move in here. It's really on Bloater. Like, he needs to have a more than flawless defense here.
Yeah.
He needs to somehow defend and still expand, and somehow turn the table on Auto. Auto's actually gonna walk in here to the LLT, and there are blitzes in the way. So it looks like it's gonna be a good defense. He loses the mechs, not the biggest deal. Autopilot targeting just to close the 2 solars. A very intelligent play by him. Knowing that he was gonna lose the blitz regardless, doing what damage he can to the E production of Bloater. But a good defense. He's going to need a lot more of that in the near future if he wants to bring this game back.
Yeah, it's already a wave of blue in the stats here. Expanding. Double con expands.
Yeah, very safe too. Despite being ahead,
Yeah.
he is not taking any risks. He's got LLTs, radar, more mexes. He's taking both sides of the map. He's still scouting, looking for more information. Small attack here. He's going to try to self-D his LLT. It's not going to be in time. But he only loses 1 LLT, 1 max. This con is in trouble. He shouldn't lose the con, but he will lose the max.
Yeah. He's going to try to go for it anyway.
Oh!
And
Oh!
No, Bloater.
Not like this.
No.
Oh my god. I just feel for my boy here so much. You want to play your best, and just these tiny mistakes, and it's so
And they accumulate, and he's already behind, and
I think it's the 2 a.m. taxing him.
yeah, it's been a long day. That is for sure.
I mean, especially if you have to go through the low bracket, that means it's
More
even
games.
more like exhausting.
Yeah, more stress, more anxious.
He's
Everything.
going for the counter attack. It has to happen.
Yeah, he has to do something. He does have 1 blitz in the back too, doing a little bit of damage, trying to pick off mexes, but autopilot focusing correctly. He sees the threat. He's already rallying his units. Looks like Bloater is going to run into an LLT, and he sees that
And
autopilot
run
has
back.
too much, and he's just going to kite. He should be able to safely kite up until he gets this hill. The question is, will he have enough steam to get past? And it doesn't look like he will. It looks like autopilot might catch him. No. No. Run, my boy. He's gonna trade okay, kiting here.
Yeah.
He had enough distance where he didn't get too caught on that hill, but even still, just a perfect timing. LT goes up just in time. Blitz is gonna cover. He's not gonna lose a single con. Autopilot with a great defense. I mean, there's been like no damage to autopilot. I think. Has he even lost a mex?
Yeah, in the back, I think he lost. There was a blitz in the back.
I see 1
mexes
low
here.
HP max, and it's not even dead.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a masterclass of beyond all reason from autopilot at this point, right?
Yeah, I agree.
This is a tutorial. How to win at
Play
bar.
perfect. Just play perfect. No problem. You know, just
That's all
no
you have to do.
mistakes ever. Just a perfect build order, perfect execution, perfect micro, perfect macro, and always be in the right place at the right time. with all
Yes,
your
maybe
units.
that's what
Always.
autopilot stands for. Like, is this even a human?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm wondering. I need to see a picture or something at least. You need to find him in your city, track him down. Otherwise,
Bro, I'm deep into it right now because I asked Autopilot several days ago to be featured in a documentary, and he didn't want a camera.
yeah,
Ah.
the plot thickens. I knew it. I can respect a person wanting their privacy. Well,
Yeah.
here we go. Autopilot once again being aggressive, coming in with a few blitzes, but like turns around. Knows he doesn't have to risk anything wild here. Bloater, to his credit, still trying to find opportunities. He's not giving up
Yeah.
on the goal.
And he caught up a bit on the metal per second as well. He's doing a counter attack. It's just he's gonna pick up a con here. He's trading okay. He's doing his best. He's getting
Yeah.
rated back.
Autopilot
I
can
mean-
bleed. Yeah, he's doing damage. These are good raids. Autopilot kind of evening it with his own attack, but Bloodier, trying to punch his way back into this fight.
I mean, if the game drags on for a long time and it goes to Tech 2 or Air and so on, it does give opportunities to do a big play, right?
I like this too. Bloodier's going into C. It's gonna
Yeah.
stretch him even more thin on can he afford to expand in C while maintaining a defensive position.
Yeah, but
and
he
not
needs
dying.
something, right?
Yeah,
he
he
needs an
something.
advantage
He needs-
somewhere.
Yes,
Yeah.
agree, 100%. And that is what he sees, hopefully. Not to be too punny. Blitz is trading. I think Bloatier having a decent attack there. On the flip side, Autopilot picking up more eco damage, killing a mechs. 2 mechs actually.
Another
It's
one
gonna be
here
a-
threatens.
Yeah, and he just retreats
Yeah.
back up the hill. I like
He
it's
wants
so
safe,
deadly.
right?
Yeah, he comes
Yeah,
down,
yeah,
he
yeah,
attacks, gets a couple mexes, and he's like, Barbarians at the walls, and then he just retreats,
Yeah.
attacks again, comes back down, runs back up the hill, just being as annoying as possible at all times.
Doesn't commit fully because that can leave a room for
Come
Bloater
back
to
or-
get back.
yeah.
Yeah.
We are gonna see this dolphin swing on the right hand side, so soon Autopilot is gonna know that he did go see, but at the meantime,
The
looks like he's coming
bombers.
with his own attack himself. And there is not a lot of BP. There's 3 con turrets and 1 con at his lab, but the commander's in
Not
the
a
sea
lot
building
of
idle.
bombers, but yeah, it's not a lot of bombers, but it's
Not a lot
it's
of
not a lot of
anti-air either.
Yeah. Bombers miss a little bit. They
Got
don't
one
really do
max.
much of anything.
Yeah, 1 mech so far. He's gonna get at least a couple solars. It's 2 solars,
Yeah.
3. No con turrets die.
No? Okay, that was
Okay, pretty good defense.
Yeah, indeed.
Banshees in the back
But,
though, terrorizing Bloatier, and then
yeah.
the ground attack as well. Bombers were the least of his issues, it seems.
Yeah. Yeah. And now attack on all sides. Bombers
Yeah.
was almost like a distraction.
Yeah, and a good distraction. That, yeah, these Banshees are going to be super oppressive and. Bloatier
GG.
calls
Congratulations. Autopilot Alpha Cup winner. And I believe the first 2-time winner.
it. Really? That's
Oh
surprising.
yeah. Double switch.
I feel for Bloatier. I don't think he played bad, but I don't think he played his best in it. I would have loved to see him play his best because I think that's what you need to go up against someone like Autopilot. So, the first game
mean-
a lot closer, a lot bloodier, but just small mistakes.
GG. No, well played by Bloater. But in the end, it's Autopilot that wins it all. That
Yeah.
just plows through.
Yeah, very clean play. Just a very, very dominant performance. Even getting a couple OS points to boot. 72 OS, I'm never joining this guy's lobby. I don't care if I'm 20 OS and I'm gonna go up 10 from 1 win and I gotta play 100 games. I don't think I could, I don't think I mentally could take it. And this guy is just scary good.
Well, we have our Alpha Cup winner for this year and our second and third place contestants as well. And I mean, really, it kind of was just the autopilot show. Did he lose a game in the entirety of the tournament? I don't
think so,
I
actually.
don't
It's a
think
clean
so.
sweep.
I think it might have been, yeah. Which I don't know if we've seen that since Chisato at his peak, right? I mean, that's definitely impressive to do. I don't even know what to say. It was just clean. It was clean. I'm sure, you know, both of them are tired. Although, you know, Otto being a little bit younger, you know, he's probably built for this late night gaming. But yeah, definitely a pretty clean game from Otto. Well,
Super clean.
I'm
It's
assuming
because he's so young. He's got
yeah.
the vitality, you know. Bloatier's getting up there in age. He's way past his bedtime at the nursing home.
Look, you're young. You can still do these like early, like 2 a.m. gaming. You don't even care. You know what? That's normal. Whatever. Who cares? You're in your
Click fast.
30s.
You know who
done.
else doesn't care for sleep?
Everybody that's still
AI,
watching.
sentient
The
robot.
AI
robots,
bots.
maybe. That's true. Well, let's see if we can. You think we still have time, Patak, to get this young robot in here and maybe get a little
Yeah.
interview?
Just prompting him. Just give me
Alright.
a second.
All right.
Prompting him. That's wild.
That's a good
Autopilot, generate
Very
your
interesting
interview
terminology.
questions. Yep.
And here we go. Hello.
Hey, autopilot! Congratulations.
Thanks. Hello.
Are you even tired? All right. You know what? I have to. Are you even tired? You didn't look tired. You looked pretty clean.
I was fresh. Ate some dinner before this game, no problem. Felt fresh.
Yeah, we kind of figured. So I imagine you're
Yeah.
you're feeling pretty good after that, right? You've had a pretty clean tournament overall. We were discussing. I don't think you lost a game, right? Like the whole tournament.
No, yeah, not a single loss. The OP.
Man,
Too easy.
yeah, it's gotta feel.
Has he
pretty
lost a
good.
trade even? I'm not sure at this point.
I lost some units, yeah, I did.
So good. I guess you can write it off.
Were there any scary moments for you in any of the games, any of the series, where you felt like maybe you're at a disadvantage, or there's at least a little limelight for, you know, an opponent, an opportunity?
I mean, this Sand Crowns game was pretty intense. Like, Bloody was
was.
putting a lot of pressure with the rovers. He got some damage, but not enough to like put me behind. But it was still kind of annoying. Those rovers are kind of insane.
Who would? Yeah, we saw him counterattack, and he got 6 or 7 mexes, kind of like the early mid game, and we thought there was maybe hope. But it felt like you cleaned it up and you're in position without losing any cons. Do you prefer to play someone like Bloater? I feel like you and Bloater style-wise are more or less the same, like safe, macro, consistent players, but you're obviously maybe a little bit better, especially lately. Do you prefer to play someone like Bloater, or would you prefer someone a little, you know, crazier and wild like Kuchi or Randy or whomever?
I mean, depends on the map, I would say, but it feels pretty chill to play against Blodir because I usually know what he's gonna do. So I feel like I can just play slightly greedier and I can just get ahead by doing that. And I know I have a bit cleaner macro, a bit cleaner micro, so sounding again playing against like Randy or Good can be definitely trickier because they can pull out some interesting stuff, especially on a map like
Confidence.
FDL. But I was banning that map, so I didn't play it a single time, I think.
I like the confidence, just a clean macro, and it showed. And that game, that looked so impressive. Like just taking over the whole map, defending, not losing cons. That was very impressive.
Yeah, thanks.
What are your goals? You know, I mean, you've been playing bar. I heard you're actually a young guy. If you are a guy, I don't know if you're a robot at
Yeah.
this point or a human being. We haven't seen a picture, and we don't know anything about you. I actually heard yesterday that you're pretty young. So you're, you know, I would say early on in your gaming career. Obviously, it's nice to win a little bit of money here, but what do you like foresee for yourself? You know, you're gonna keep grinding and play in every tournament that you can, or university, school? What's coming up for you?
I mean, I've been enjoying playing Bar for the past like 2 years. I'm having a lot of fun, so I'm just gonna keep playing. I don't see a reason to stop. Yeah, it's just really fun.
Love
Did
it.
you did you practice with the TM guys at all? Obviously, TM's a very notorious clan in Bar and Bar history. You know, a lot of people love you, a lot of people hate you. I think the hate's like, you know, you guys are kind of like the New York Yankees. You have a lot of heavy hitters. It feels like a little too OP sometimes. But did you do any special preparation for this tournament, or are you just gaming the game and, you know, here you are still dominant?
I mean, I looked through all the maps and kinda have a clue, like play them through against some of the TM guys, and just getting a feel. Really, didn't really play any games against anyone else except the TM guys, I think, in prep. So I think that was enough. I felt pretty confident. Need to get to know the maps a bit. That's all.
Cool. Well, I mean, extremely dominant performance. Are we at some point going to see a picture or something from you? I heard you live in the same city as Ragnar. Are you guys ever going to meet up? We had a bar meetup recently in London. Would you be willing to, you know, reveal the master behind the gameplay at some point?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe.
He really
I
wants
gotta
to
keep
make
sweet
sure you're
talking
human.
you.
He wants to know.
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna need a QR code or something to verify your identity at least.
Well, I mean,
prefer
Otto.
to stay private.
Yeah, that's
Okay, I
that's
can
fair. We
respect
get
that.
that. We get that. You know, it was definitely a pretty entertaining series overall. How are you feeling about like the maps this tournament? I know there's always been a lot of contention, right? Like in these 1v1 tournaments with the map choices. Is there anything that's really standing out as like a map you hated, a map you really liked? What are you thinking?
Overall, really like this map pool this time. I think there's a lot of different types of maps. There was raiding maps, there was more like scale maps, like Dig Site, really enjoyed that map. And then the smaller maps, FTL, Argent Strata, but I didn't play them, so I don't know.
What did you think of? What did you think of Tabula?
I really enjoyed that one actually.
That was a really good game.
Yeah, it felt very interesting. Like you couldn't just insta raid someone with the rovers or grunts or whatever. You actually could like build up a bit before we could open sea like I did and get pretty fast expansion that way.
First
So, yeah,
map you
I
banned
really enjoyed it.
was Argent Strata. Was there a reason? Was it just you watching Bloatier play and be strong on that map, or just the map that you personally did not want to play?
Yeah, well, mostly just I didn't really want to play that map. I prefer play the other maps like Mariposa, Dig Site if I can. It's not like I'm particularly weak, but on that map I wouldn't say. But yeah, just didn't like it. I preferred some other maps. Yeah, gotta ban something, you know.
Yeah, gotta ban something. Were you listening to music or anything while playing, or are you just completely locked in? Because I heard you were a huge fan of someone's Spotify playlist recently.
I actually don't listen to any music when I'm playing tourneys. Only like when I'm playing some chill pub games, I might listen to some music. But now I just
Lock
in the
in.
game playing.
Take
yeah,
it professional. Oh, very cool. Definitely
it's easier
shows.
to focus that way.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I have a question to
Okay,
all of
okay.
you. Since Autopilot is now the only holder of 2 Alpha Cup titles, does this mean that he is actually the GOAT?
that is pretty impressive, to be fair. I mean, that's going to be hard to beat. I feel like maybe we should go off of it's a strike 3 situation. You know, maybe next year Otto needs to win again, and then maybe it'll be hard to argue against.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be undisputed at this point, so...
Well,
Yeah.
Oh man, congrats.
Maybe someone needs to do a comeback for next year then.
Who? You know?
Right now they come back.
Just who? Who's gonna do that? Otto looking a little too good. We might have to make sure he's an actual real person behind that computer. But how are we thinking? We got any more questions for Autopilot here? Are we maybe gonna let him go? Maybe go get some sleep? I don't know.
I'm good. Congrats. Great performance.
Thanks.
Stellar.
Yeah, very good, man. It was great games. Congratulations. You definitely, I think you've earned it more than anything. You showed that you deserved that win and the prize pool.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Without a doubt.
All right. Well,
Congrats, man.
Once again, thank you, wonderful donors who gave us that money. I believe, Patak, it was OP Man giving 500, and there was somebody else, and I cannot remember.
Brightworks, yes.
Brightworks giving us the other 500, and then we had the bar tournament fund contributing. First tournament ever. Very cool to see. And hopefully we'll see some more in the future. But if that's it,
Thanks, Lost Deadman too for doing the distance. Both days, the whole stretch, impressive, and hats off to you.
Hey, look, man, everybody knows those that have seen me play bar. They know I'm not going to complain about watching bar. All right, it is.
I can only
fun.
say, I mean, at this point, you're the autopilot of streaming.
I'm looking at bar games. I can do that. It doesn't take as much APM. I've noticed. Not nearly as much. But yeah, no, and we got a lot of casters, a lot of people showing up, a lot of cool stuff. And it was pretty fun. It was a good tournament.
GG's.
Thank you, everybody.
GG's. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Well, then we will catch you guys in the next one. That's it for us.